I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal for how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was scarred with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawn. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasted like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be, what's good? It's the #1 chief rocker in Knicks universe. Your main man, Uncle Freezy, is in the building. Welcome to the Knicks Morning Drive. Y'all want this party started right. Y'all want this party started quickly, right? Bim, let's go. Blue tears, orange tears. Oh, orange tears is in the building. Let's get this thing started this morning, y'all. Let's get this thing started this morning. So with 7 days and a half, with about 7.5 days, the trade deadline is like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So with about 3.5 days left to the trade deadline, trying to figure out what our New York Knicks are going to do before the trade deadline has become a mystery. But before we thank you, boss. Before we do the deep dive into what we feel like the Knicks should do, right? Or what the Knicks will do, how about let's talk about some of the details. But before I get into that part, let me start off with a quote from the great American poet, Prodigy. Prodigy said, "There's a war going on outside no man is safe from. You can run, but you can't hide forever from these streets that we done took. You walk around with your head down, scared to look. You shook. Because ain't no such things as halfway crooks." All right. That's how we started off. Let's start it off with some poetry, but let's get down to what they call the nitty gritty. Let's get down to what they call the nitty gritty, man. Let's talk about the peripheral stuff first and build our way to a crescendo, right? Let's start off with the peripheral stuff first, right? Let's start off with an appetizer and side dishes before we get to the main course. Let's do that, right? Because what we want to do is not be uninformed or miseducated Knicks fans. We don't want to be miseducated Knicks fans. Like, we don't want to, for a lack of term, for a lack of a better term, we don't want to go chasing waterfalls. How about we stick to the lakes and rivers that we used to, right? In terms of this conversation, let's not chase waterfalls. Let's stick to the rivers and streams that we used to, right? With that said, what do you guys think the Knicks need? Right? So what do the Knicks need in order to improve the roster? And what do you think the Knicks are likely to do? And so with me, the first thing I think is first thing the Knicks need to do is solve the Cam Reddish conundrum. I have a bit salute to the chat. David L, Ed Winning, T Williams, White Falcon. All the homies is in the building. King Ribby. Rich Boy is in the building, in the spot as usual. Rocking with us. Glad to hear. JR Acosta in the building. Was good, was good. All right, all right. So we have a big. I'm trying to say we have a lot of things that we need to address before we go out saying, get out here in these trade market streets saying stuff like, trade for Bradley Beal. Before we go that far, let's do a little at a time, right? Let's start with some. What are we gonna do with Cam Reddish? What are we looking to get for Cam Reddish? Right. Miss Geraldine is in the building. Shout out to the members of the channel. Shout out to everybody supporting us on Patreon. Man, shout out to everybody supporting. All right, James E. Moore, I see you. All right, White Falcon, I got it. I got you. What are we going to do with Cam Reddish? Because we have a Cam Reddish issue. So recently, it's been leaked, and I say recently, as of last night, this morning, yesterday, the report out of Cam Reddish's camp, if there is one, is that Cam Reddish is not really interested in coming off the bench. If I'm Cam Reddish, do I blame Cam Reddish? No. Ultimately, whether Cam Reddish is a starter for this team or any other team should not be the point here. Because the way I view it, it's all about what the Knicks are going to get in terms of value. In terms of value, what are the Knicks going to get? See, whether Cam Reddish views himself as an NBA starter or not doesn't really matter unless the Knicks can get starter value on the open market. generally, starters value starts at a first-round pick. A starter's value on the open market starts at least with one first-round pick. The NBA is sending a message to Cam that they're not giving the Knicks a first-round pick. So if you're the Knicks, do you continue to play this thing out or get it over with? Do you continue to watch the market, monitor trade offers? Do you do this thing for Cam or do you just get it over with? Chat, y'all tell me what y'all think Cam Reddish is worth at this point. And I say that, I don't say that down talking Cam Reddish. Ultimately, I like Cam Reddish as a player. I just don't think he's a good fit here. Jay Boogie is in the building. Jay Boogie in the building. My man, Mamelo, get on the mic because you know you eat jello. That's a quote from back in the day. Hip hop, hip hop. The coolest is in the building. Says salute to all. The legend himself, CWC, is in the building. The YouTube sensation, the YouTube legend, CWC, is in the building. Shout out to the legend himself, CWC. Jay Boogie is in the building, says, okay, I see where you got that quote from. I see you. CWC salutes the chat like the rock star he is. Infamous New King is in the building. Bob D. Okay, all right. I see you, Bob D. Building blocks. So the thing about Cam is a particular one. It is particularly difficult and nebulous at the same time. The Cam Reddish thing is like chasing ghosts because you feel like if we could have unlocked Cam and then traded him, we'd have gotten way, way, way more for Cam Reddish. And at the same time, you feel like if you sell low on Cam Reddish, like 2 second-round picks always so far down the road, you forget. Like you trade Cam Reddish for a 2026 and a 2028 second-round pick. By the time they get here, you can be like, oh, yeah, I forgot that. Yeah, that was picks from the Cam Reddish deal. Jay Singh is in the building. Otherwise is in the building. I'm not going to lie to you. I have the same thoughts that a lot of you have, and that is Cam Reddish may be the one that got away. Woodshed 1914 is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Woodshed 1914. Yeah, man. Big boss man roundtable is in the building. Okay, I see you, Wishad. I see you. The son of the legend is in the building. Kerry Cox is here. Okay. Okay. Somebody tell Eric Siriel to show up, man, so we can get started. So the Cam Reddish thing, y'all. The Cam Reddish thing feels like, I'm not going to lie to you. Cam Reddish, to me, feels like the big fish that gets away. Right? I don't think a Cam Reddish is going to pay immediate dividends once we make the trade. I think Cam Reddish is going to be the new Trevor Ariza discussion. Hinton Murphy is in the building. What's good, boss? What's good? I see you. It feels like, and you know, old people used to say, the older crowd used to say, well, if it walked like a duck and talked like a duck, then it's a duck. I get it. Even though I never saw a duck talk before, not in real life. So I don't know where they get that from, but Cam Reddish to me feels like the guy that we're gonna mess around and trade him to San Antonio for scrap parts, and he'll go there and figure it out and be an all-star level player in a neutral learning environment. But here's the thing: if you're the Knicks, hey, Wishad, I saw you. I see where you going, Wood. I see where you going, right? Wood says the Cam Reddish thing is agent beef playing out through the front office. The expense of a kid trying to earn a contract. It's embarrassing and shameful. I got you. I got you. And my thing though is Cam Reddish is going to mess around and go somewhere and beat out the incumbent and start his rise. And our conversation for the next 20 years is going to be, see, I told you we always trade away young talent and then they go elsewhere and become a star. If I'm the Knicks, if I'm the Knicks, I'm not even gonna lie to you. I look at to me, the best fit for a Cam Reddish. To me, the best fit for a Cam Reddish is a team that utilizes multiple wings. Toronto, Phoenix, a team like that you see wing players play. Because when I look at the depth in Phoenix, Arizona, there's no way any of those guys, maybe except Mikal Bridges, is better than Cam Reddish. Right? If I'm Cam Reddish, though, for exposure and talent and all those purposes, Cam Reddish has got to figure out a way to get to LA. He's got to find a way to get to LA either for the Clippers or for the Lakers in order to play in a big market, play a good support role, rebuild his image, all of that, right? If you're the Knicks, though, if you're the Knicks, if you're in the Knicks position, I think it's paramount that you not play this game of waiting to see what the best offer is, because the longer you wait in this game of musical chairs, the more you're going to see guys like Rui Hachimura and other disgruntled wing players are going to be traded around the league, and the Knicks may be left holding the bag. And when I say left holding the bag, what I mean is no more trade partners. Forget offers. Forget offers. I'm talking about trade partners. I think what the Knicks have to realize is even though the trade deadline is Thursday at 4 p.m. or 3 p.m. or whatever it is, they need to make a move and get it done, get it over with, and then move on to other moves. Because how are you thinking about and Ms. Geraldine says, it will still come back to bite us. But hey, we still have an abusive coach. Yep. And it may be time. It may be time. I didn't want to have the Tom Thibodeau conversation until after the trade deadline, because I think the trade deadline is the most important thing right now, in my opinion. Now, if we lose to the Miami Heat tonight, then tomorrow we'll definitely be having a different conversation. Right? As of today, the trade deadline is very important. But as of tomorrow, if we lose to the Heat tonight, as of tomorrow, then we may be splitting time between conversations. The Smoking Nick is in the building. What's good, boss? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. If y'all are so inclined, man, smash that like button. Support your Knicks content creators, all of them. Hit that like button. Subscribe. Yeah, y'all get involved in the growth of all the Knicks content creators, y'all. Let's do our duty on all fronts. You know, watch them, support them, help them grow, help them get better. Bob D says the Knicks are clowns. They bench a guy for 30 games, then wonder why they can't get anything for him. Think about that for a second. And Bob D, we've already been thinking about that since December. We've been thinking about that since December. And it's frustrating. We've been thinking about that for a while, brother. And so the confusing thing to Cam Reddish is why this deal is not done already. The Knicks have proven to us over and over and over again that they can't focus on more than one thing at a time. They can't do a Donovan Mitchell trade and an RJ Barrett extension at the same time. Now we're thinking about trading Cam Reddish and upgrading the roster, trading for OG Anunoby, and now Sadiq Bey is on the board. And Canal Ben Lawyer says can't condone what Tom Thibodeau has done to Cam. I absolutely agree. Right? Some of these things that you okay. So a coach wants to play his style of player. All right. Coach wants to play his style of player. Right? But not address it. But to not just be a man and look somebody in the eye and tell them the truth. That's lame. That's weak. That's weak in my opinion, man. That's very weak in my opinion. That's very weak in my opinion. For Tibbs to not even address it, that's lame. So just to add a thing on the Cam Reddish thing, if you're the Knicks, man, just get it over with. Stop dragging this thing. The thing is I don't rush the Knicks organization to do anything unless it's always the Knicks always drag everything out to the ultimate. And it's to a point where you feel like they just drag it out for the sake of flexing a muscle. It don't seem smart to me. This makes me feel like the Knicks are idiots. It makes me feel like this Knicks front office is a bunch of dodos, right? A bunch of high-paid dudes walking around every day. And here's the thing. You don't know what they do on a daily basis. Oh, we do front office stuff. Oh, really? What is that front office stuff? You hadn't done anything all year. What is the front? Trade Farron Hunt? Really? Is that the move? What is this front office doing? Don't talk to me about Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson signed in January. That's 7 months ago. They still partying over signing Jalen Brunson? Is that what is going on here? And Dolan, who I like, and I know I'm not the. I know I'm in rare air when I say I like Dolan. I like Dolan, right? I like Dolan, right? Mr. Dolan. I like Mr. Dolan, right? But bro, how do you stand by and watch other teams get better and your franchise march in place? Forbes' Phil is in the building. Reggie Jones. Okay, I see you. I see you, boss. Otherwise, in the building. And otherwise says, so just do anything makes sense? Just because they don't know, because we don't know what they're doing, don't mean they dumb. Maybe slow though? No, that's not what I'm saying. Otherwise. So for one, you clearly missed the Cam Reddish thing that I said. So you missed the Cam Reddish thing. The Cam Reddish thing I said is the thing I said about Cam Reddish is at some point you're going to get diminishing returns. Just to sum up everything I said, thus far, at some point the Cam Reddish thing is going to be diminishing returns when you could have went out there and been ahead of the curve and got something before everybody in the market started shopping, right? before everybody started shopping on the market, they could have got something for Cam Reddish, right? And the thing is when you say just because you don't know what they're doing, don't mean they dumb, right? It's the perception, is what I'm saying. Otherwise, it's the perception. It's the perception that they're slow and dumb and don't know what they're doing. Nobody knows what they're doing. Everybody can agree. And the reason why nobody knows is because they're not doing anything. Right? Like there were clear holes on the roster, and the roster hadn't been addressed. The only thing they've done of significance is trade Ferrin Hunt and bring in Daquan Jeffries, whom you have not seen except once. Is that the move? Is that the one move this season? Trade Ferrin Hunt, sign Daquan Jeffries. Because if that's the move, and otherwise follows up and says, perception isn't the truth. We gotta wait after the ninth. Then we can wild out. Yeah, nah, man. I feel you about the patience thing. I feel you about the patience thing, right? But it's Groundhog Day. It's Groundhog Day right now. If you had said that in December, I'd have been like, if you said that in January, but it's Groundhog Day. It's Groundhog Day, and we're waiting on a front office that has a track record of not being able to do the thing that they are hired to do. And it's Groundhog Day. And so for the cats like Almighty Finesse, I'm going to use Almighty Finesse. That's my man, right? Almighty Finesse. He mad aggressive. Almighty Finesse be mad aggressive. What you talking about, Uncle Freezy? Slow down, baby. Slow down. Slow down, big boy. What you talking about, Uncle Freezy? Hey, it's easy there, big fella. Slow down. Slow down, Almighty Finesse. But I'm going to use Almighty Finesse for the example, right? Almighty Finesse is speaking to OG Anunoby. Now, what's going to happen is when OG Anunoby goes to another team, you're not going to be able to tell Almighty Finesse nothing. Otherwise, there is nothing a reasonable mind can tell Almighty Finesse if the Knicks don't go get OG Anunoby when they, of all the teams interested, have the most assets and the biggest need. Almighty Finesse, is this true? Do the Knicks have the biggest need for a sizable wing player? Do they not have more tradable assets than the Phoenix Suns? Almighty Finesse says we cannot let another team get OG Anunoby. Now, while I don't know one way or the other, I don't know about OG Anunoby, right? Y'all ask me, listen, in my mind, right? In my mind, in terms of an OG Anunoby trade, I'm like, yo, why are we going outside of the building to go get a guy when we have Cam Reddish and Obi Toppin that can't even get minutes? We talking about going to get OG Anunoby or Sadiq Bey, but we can't even give Obi Toppin and Cam Reddish minutes. Right? Basically, what I'm saying is before I go out to eat, I'm gonna just cook what's in the kitchen. That's what I'm saying. Give Obi a chance, man. Give Cam Reddish a chance, a shot to prove themselves. And then if they can't prove themselves, this summer, I say get rid of both of them, right? But that's my take on it. That's how I feel. But Almighty Finesse is saying, yo, the Knicks have the biggest need. The Knicks have the most assets, right? Where there's smoke, there's fire, right? Where there's smoke, there's fire. So why not? Okay. D Public Enemy is in the building. What's good, boss? Hey, man, it's good to see you, man. Hey, welcome to the Knicks, Sadiq Bey. The Knicks are not giving up 3 first-round picks for OG Anunoby. Right. Black 53 is in the building. All right. So I understand the patience thing. Be patient, right? But remember, it's Groundhog Day. See, it's not January 15th. It's not December 28th. It's not December 2nd. You know what I'm saying? It's not November 15th. It's Groundhog Day. And now everyone in the NBA is shopping or buying depending on the type of player. And when I say shop, right, I'm saying looking around. Everybody is shopping. They don't have to do anything, but you could be ready to do something. Y'all know what it is. Y'all been window shopping before. Y'all know what it is. Y'all been window shopping before. Y'all know what it's like. You go looking, you go browsing. D'Angelo is in the building. D'Angelo says, on top of it, this front office doesn't have any track record of success because they're a novice group. Shout out to D'Angelo. Right. The execution part, because they're new. Hartwell says, meet me and Jay Boogie at the game Saturday. Bim. I wish I could, bro. And Miss Geraldine says, that's what most Knicks fans thought last summer trying to get Mitchell. They said no other team could offer what we had where Mitchell at. Yep. Listen, I could end the show right now just off this comment. Summing up everything that we've been saying. Bim. When somebody says something where you got to drop the mic, bim. Bim. This is bim right here. Right? Most Knicks fans thought last summer trying to get Donovan Mitchell, they said no other team can offer what we can offer. Now, where's Donovan Mitchell? Drop the mic. Drop the mic. Nothing else needs to be said. Facts. Bim. As soon as I read it, all I thought was bim. As soon as I saw that, bim. Manchild is in the building. What's good, Manchild? My thing is with the Cam Reddish or with whatever move, I believe the Knicks, when in competition with others, don't really compete at that aggressive championship level front office. The Knicks don't compete at that championship level when it comes to other front offices. Other front offices outfox us, I think. Right? All right. Yesterday I chopped it up, man. I didn't get a chance to get back. I didn't get a chance to let everybody have their say. So early on today, man, I got some other stuff I want to talk about, man. But instead of doing that, what I'll do is I'm going to put the link in the chat, right? We'll chop it up about some stuff And then if things, you know, kind of, if ain't nothing here, then I'll get into my bag about other stuff, such as why Quentin Grimes has to start over quickly, such as why Miles McBride is going to be a diamond in the second half of the season. So I'm going to throw the link in the chat. Wiz says, since we will not play Cam, his value is Simpson. The faster the trade, the more we could have or can get in return. Danny Landis says, the future of the funk. Yeah, good, baby. Slow down, baby. Heavy Reese said yesterday we were on fire with the RJ take. Man, we got some stuff. The Miles McBride, when we talk about Miles McBride later on, bro, when we talk about Miles McBride, man, it's gonna be polarizing, bro. The Miles McBride thing is gonna be polarizing. And the reason why it is because these young guys, they need to play. And they need to play through tough times and mistakes. And it's the reason why Tibbs is not going to bench Quentin Grimes in favor of Emmanuel Quickley, because Emmanuel Quickley has the ability to thrive regardless of his role, starter or bench. But if you move Grimes to the bench, you may impede Grimes's growth. Right? And if you're a RJ Barrett who had everything laid out for you since day one, watching the other kids get a chance to play and play through their mistakes is frustrating. But in the grand scheme of things, what's being created here, and RJ Barrett may not like it, but it is open competition and accountability. See, the knocks on Miles McBride from day one are not the knocks on Miles McBride today. The knocks on Jericho Sims last year are not the knocks on Jericho Sims today. These kids have gotten better and better and better. The knocks on Grimes from last year, Grimes has gotten better and better and better. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing that one of the knocks on Tom Thibodeau is that Tibbs won't play and develop the kids. And then when Tibbs plays the kids, and I'm not saying Tibbs is perfect, because I think he's flawed. I think Tibbs, if Tibbs took a test today, I think Tibbs ultimately gets about a 35 out of 100. Because of the way he uses Brunson, the way he uses Randall, the way he develops the kids. I think Tibbs, from a score from 1 to 100, in my opinion, Tibbs is at about a 35. Right? But I don't want to talk about Tibbs. This is not a Tibbs thing. This is not totally a Tibbs thing. This is a Jericho Sims, Miles McBride, Quentin Grimes, Emmanuel Quickley thing. last year, and I know people hate when I say this, but it's absolutely true. Miles McBride was shook. He looked scared. He looked timid. And I know Knicks fans are often like, man, you know, why you say he looks scared? He looked shook. Because you could see it in his eyes. How about that? How about he was fumbling the ball? How about he was making nervous turnovers?
Let's get it. Y'all be spitting with your flows, I'm just podcasting.
That's right.
On the air every day, I'm just podcasting. You don't know what that mean when I say I'm podcasting. I'm broadcasting these flows with the podcasting. Every day of my life, I'm just podcasting.
Right.
Share my dreams with you, mean I'm podcasting. You can see my vision through the podcasting. But don't forget J Boogie when I'm broadcasting. I'm podcasting, he's podcasting. I've been spitting this venom since Karate Flicks. When Mr. Sims was sharing nothing but the Knicks. I guess you know by now, I seen some tough years. Now I know the reason why Freezy got them blowing tears. Closest thing to the
yeah, closest thing to the Reverend means I'm the deacon. Call up G-Mo. What? Nah, we gonna do that. What up, though, man?
What's up, boss?
Hey, man, you know what, man? Real quick for your, nah, I can't do that. Shout out, blessings, health, and happiness to the greatest people always first in the chat before I do anything. You know what I'm saying? I gotta always acknowledge y'all first. But yo, let me jump right this. You know, I was just paying homage to the new Billboard top 10 MCs, the greatest of all time. You know, Rakim and LL is not on that list. And breaking news, that's right. And breaking news from what Chuck D shared on the Shay on Shay's radio station. I did not know that also along with LL being the first artist to Def Jam, LL Cool J is also the first solo MC in the rap game.
Right.
Everybody else before him was in a group, a crew and all that. When L came, he set the trend as being a solo artist.
Yeah. And wanted to be that too. And wanted to be that.
Shout out to the great LL Cool J, James Todd Smith from Queens, you know what I'm saying? Get the money, Farmers Boulevard, Hollis, Queens, you know what I'm saying? You know, shout out to LL, man. What's happening with you though this morning, my brother?
Man, I'm chilling, bro. You know, LL says sunroof open so I can feel the wind blow. I don't give a damn if it cracks the back window. C to the O to the O to the L to the I to the. That means I'm chilling. LL, that's my man's. That's my man's.
And they didn't put him in. They made them brothers rest in heaven, but they put Tupac and Biggie in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame before him, and that should have been in reverse.
That should have been.
You know what I'm saying? Be honest with you. But Biggie always said one of his favorite lines is when LL said, "Pink cookies in a plastic bag getting crushed by buildings."
And people couldn't understand it, right? People couldn't understand pink cookies in a plastic bag getting crushed by buildings. But Jay Boogie, you know what he said before that? Before he said that line, he said he explained it. He was like, "Let me explain this." And when you go back and listen to the song, I swear it's going to be there. He says, "The art of making love is pink cookies in a plastic bag getting crushed by buildings." Right?
The art of making love.
Right. That's what he said. He explained it before he even got into the song. So shout out to my man.
Yeah, shout out for LL, man. He done a lot of things. First rapper in a movie too.
Yep.
Don't forget to the kid. You know what I'm saying? And what was that football movie? When they had the female lady coach in it.
Wildcats. Yeah.
He was in there rapping football.
Hip hop. Yeah, we know this stuff, bro.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. So shout out to all them brothers. When it comes to those lists, bro, I honestly don't know if the people doing the judging over the years understand the relevance and concepts. Like they don't understand the moment a lot. right? Because there are a lot of people. There are a lot of people that were really Melly Mel said one of the dopest lines ever in rap and poetry when he said, "A child is born with no state of mind, blind to the ways of mankind. God's smiling on you, but He frowning too, because only God knows what you'll go through." He said that, bro, and you like, what was that I just heard? You like, you looking at your headphones like, I can't believe what I just heard.
Man, you know, I was doing something and they played that beat, that don't push me. They played just that beat alone. And when I heard it, I was like, you know what? If you play that beat at the right time, it can almost sound like you never heard it before.
Right.
That's how thorough that track is. That person, I don't even know who made that track, but that track is thorough, man. But,
yeah, man.
But I don't want to get you that, you know what I'm saying, off topic what we got going on. Y'all know what time it is. We got the Miami Heat in the building tonight. So what? You know what I'm saying? We're gonna cater back to last year. When last year we felt like, you know what I'm saying, we was getting over the hump. RJ was having good games against Miami Heat. Maybe he might turn up the night and bring that game and get the going back. Because every time he see Jimmy Butler, you know what I'm saying, something clicking in with RJ, you know what I'm saying, he want to play, you know what I'm saying. This is our first meeting right now with them. This is the first time they ever played against us, and we got Jalen Brunson. We're here to set a trend and let them know, you know what I'm saying. We ain't trying to just get past Toronto. We trying to get past the Miami Heat too. You got to get past these teams before you start thinking about the big dogs. You know what I'm saying? Those are the steps that we have to take, and they all come in order. You know what I'm saying? From the day you was born, from the day you was crawling, from the day you was crawling to the day you was walking. For the day you was walking was a tricycle. After that was a big wheel. Then it was a bicycle with training wheel. Then you went from the bike into a regular bike, into a BMX bike, a 10-speed, from a 10-speed. You know what I'm saying? You might have had a go-kart, but you know what I'm saying, with the motor off the lawnmower inside the backyard. Then you might have went to an MB5, a Pathfinder, all that right there. You know what I'm saying? Those are steps you got to take, you know what I mean? And to get to where we at right now, we come a long way from where we was in the basement, but we still got some critiquing the things we got to do to get things in order, get things better, get things going in the right direction, what we want to do. But you know what I'm saying? The team got to, you know what I'm saying, they got to come together in them closing moments and lay it out there on the line and go hard. You work too hard to get to those positions to easily give them away. You got to protect what you work hard for. You got to close them games out. And it need to start tonight in our own building. We need to start protecting the crib. We got some games coming up at the crib. We got to protect the house, man. Don't let nobody walk up in our building no more from this day on, from this episode of Freezy Show on. Don't let nobody else walk in our building and win no games, you know what I'm saying, without us keeping them hostage, shutting them down, boarding them up. Let them know you ain't leaving. You losing tonight. That's the only way you leave. You ain't leaving with no victories, no wins, no nothing. You know what I'm saying? That starts tonight, man. I need everybody all aboard, man, ready to play, man. I'm all aboard. I don't forgot about the Laker game, you know what I'm saying? I'm on this Miami Heat thing right now. I need this dub tonight.
Right. Yeah, bro. I'm saying, but we got that, man. We in a spot where we can make some serious noise in this next stretch. Tom Thibodeau, it's incumbent on you to be a little flexible. I know discipline is what he wants to do. He wants to be disciplined and structured. Tibbs, you got to be able to adjust, man. You got to be able to adjust. Hey, man, Bully sent you a message. Shout out to Bully, also a member of the channel. Thank you for your membership, Bully, man. Appreciate you. He said, salute J Boogie. I apologize the other night. Never no disrespect. Let's go Knicks. Nah, man, we good. Bully, we want you.
Do your name, be your bully, man. We know it ain't nothing, man. Keep moving.
Bro. We from a certain place, bro. We talk hard, man. We don't mean nothing by. I mean, we speak a certain way.
That's right.
We don't mean nothing by it.
Long as in a professional way, because you know we on channels, your networks is watching, you know what I'm saying? Long as the profanity and everything is out of the window, come on, we can rock and you can build, we can say, we can speak upon any and everything, because we all want that one common goal, you know what I'm saying? That's to be at that parade dancing, throwing confetti all in the air, you know what I'm saying? Y'all can drink, I don't drink, I'm pouring up water, you know what I'm saying? We just want to that one thing, man.
I don't drink no more either, man. I just went to the doctor yesterday. I got to do I can't do no drinking, bro. I got to get back on weights hard. So, but anyway, yeah, Bully, nah, man. Hey, bro, as long as, nah, man, this channel here is not like, this is not like, Lawrence Tears is not like a lot of other channels. Like, I didn't create this or bring this over in order for it to be, you know, like reading the box scores or, you know, or acquiescing to a certain thing. This is a fans channel. This is where we come rock the spot. And I'm the #1 chief rocker. I'm just like y'all. I'm Rocky. I'm a fan just like y'all. We come up here, man. This is what we come to do. We come to rock the spot. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be on the ones and twos. Jay Boogie see the microphone up there. He know what to do with it. You know what I'm saying? That's what we do. You know what I'm saying? So Bully, ain't nothing to it. Ain't nothing to it. Man, Jay Boogie, though, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I wish there was a world where Cam Reddish, Obi, Quickley, Grimes, McBride, Sims could all play and get better, and we can win with that group. I don't think Tibbs see that. I think Tibbs is only going to play a certain number of young players at a time, and he's proven it. Right? He proven it. He like, yo, I'm only going to play like 3 or 4 young players at a time. That's it. That's anything over that is too many. And them young players that he going to play are Grimes, RJ, Quickley. You already know those 3 going to play, right? Them 3 going to play. Grimes, Quickley, RJ. You know them 3 going to play, right? Then you may see some Sims and McBride, right? OB, he wants to put OB in there. It's like he want OB to get to a certain place. I don't know what the deal is with him and OB, right? But Cam ain't gonna play, right? And then the thing about it is when you hear all those young names, you're like, yo, Tibbs, you should play all of them. But then do you play all of them and let them play through their mistakes at the expense of maybe winning or losing some games, right? That's tough because the mandate from the front office is we got to build a championship team and we got to make the playoffs.
That's facts. He said that.
Right. And so if you're Tibbs, and I'm not saying that Tibbs gets a pass because he don't. Tom Thibodeau's a big boy. He can handle it. He's been a coach for a long time. Tibbs coach, he was there with Philly and them when I think they had Johnny Dawkins and some others there. Tibbs been a coach a long time. He know the coaching profession, bro. He know this thing tough, right? But it's up to Tibbs to find a balancing act, right? How are we talking about going and getting Sadiq Bey when Obi Toppin is a better 3-point shooter, right? And then when you look at and I'm not gonna bash everybody over the head with advanced analytics, but the thing is when you look at advanced analytics, Obi's defense is comparable to all these dudes that we talking about trading for. So why not just trade? It's like why are we going car shopping when we got a car in the yard that all it needs is an alternator? You know what I'm saying? You got all the car in the yard needs an alternator. Why are we going out trying to buy a brand new car? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I get it. Getting new stuff is part of the appeal of sports. Fan bases love trades. That's part of it. Because it means that the front office has answered the call to action. Right? But, bro, how about play Cam and Obi, bro? How about play Cam and Obi? Come on. Dre is in the building. What's good, Dre?
Well, that scenario is over with, man. I mean, I can't even speak and build upon Cam and all that no more. That's over with. My thing is just don't bring him back after the deadline, because that'll be a disaster. Then you're going to have some heated fans, you know what I'm saying? We already upset wondering why, you know what I'm saying, this guy has not been on the floor from when he started out, you know what I'm saying? He was doing a pretty good. He was in tune. He looked like he was in the stage of ball where I'm going to go hard and play hard. I'm going to make some mistakes, but the mistakes that I'm going to make they can't be correctable if you pinpoint them out to me. You know what I'm saying? That's where Cam was at. And then, like last year, Cam, I mean, well, before that, Cam looked like he might have even had an interest, what time the bell get ready to ring, I'm getting ready to go in the hallway, you know what I'm saying, talk to some girls, That's where Cam was at one time. But at the beginning of the season, Cam looked like, you know what I'm saying, he wanted to fit in. He wanted to be on the court. He had something he wanted to prove that, you know what I'm saying. And if I'm doing something wrong, if you pull me to the side, assistant coach or head coach, and tell me what I'm doing wrong, then maybe the next game, when I go back in the game, I can do it better. But right now, I don't know what the situation is. I'm wondering, is the door closed? Maybe they ain't letting it out. Did Latrell Sprewell choke the coach or something? I don't know what it is, but he's not going on the floor. So, me, I'm just, I'm moved on from him all the way until February 9th. I don't even want to see him February 10th, 11th, 12th, any of those days no more, because you already said you're not playing him when we could have been using that guy for over a long, good stretch period of time, you know what I mean? But Obi, I don't know what it is with Obi, It's a difference from playing and working hard to get on the court than working and playing hard because you belong on the court.
Right.
Obi doesn't believe he belongs on the court no more. You know what I'm saying? So that's why if you look at his body language and everything, he's looking and feeling like I don't know what's going on. I don't belong out here no more. He don't have that, you know what I'm saying, that no more. He's not even running the floor, you know what I'm saying? Obi, best thing he loves to do is a wide open dunk on nobody. And reason why I say that, Obi is not even in the dunk contest this year. You're not even going to defend your own dunk title. You know what I'm saying? You're not injured. Most people that don't go back and defend, they're normally injured. But you're not injured. You don't even want to go do that. So I don't know what's going on with Obi's motor anymore. I mentioned it yesterday. Now when Obi come for the game after the layup line, after they do the starting line, when they throw the tip, Obi is sitting on the last bench of the bench.
Yeah.
Pay attention. Obi is sitting all the way down at the end. You know what I'm saying?
Disinterested.
Yeah, that's crazy. Most ball players, they want to sit up close as they can to the coach to let them know, I'm energized.
I'm ready.
I'm ready to go. And even when the coach ain't trying to turn and put you in, you whisper, "Coach, I'm ready. I'm ready to go." You know what I'm saying? You force the coach to be like, "Yo, move out of the way. I'm coaching on it." But you ain't even doing that, and Tom not even, you know what I'm saying, at the bench. He's at the scores table coaching. So you're not even up there by Bryant, no nothing. So that shows me you really don't have an interest. You don't want to get in the game. You're not turned up. You're not motivated or anything. You got to be motivated, you know what I'm saying, to want to be on that floor. Always say, what you do on the layup line is going to carry over to the game. You know what I'm saying? Do you have your jersey on up under there all the time, up under the warm? I don't know what's going on with Obi, man. He bugging, man.
Yeah, man. So we got my man backstage. Hold on just a second. Let me. Dre with the Rock Marcy beat. Okay, I hear you. Dre, I hear you with the Rock Marcy entrance.
Only thing that can make it better is if Boogie put a 16 on it. That's about it.
I was already thinking. I was like, Dad, what would I be drop? What could I drop it? Only if things was different. Would I ever do it the same? Come back and let my life change? I was working on something on that. I was like, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yo,
Good morning.
I
How you
wanted
doing?
to. I'm doing lovely. I'm doing what up, Freezy? What up, you boogie? I wanted to
What's up,
chime
boss?
in and the things like you're noticing about Obi and his body language, and you can see it in Cam. Feel like part of this has to do with us losing the voices and the mentorship that Mike Woodson and Kenny Payne had on that bench to
Okay.
rein the younger players in, and we're kind of seeing the same process that Tibbs has gone through with other organizations where he has that immediate impact. He changes the culture almost immediately, and then his mannerisms and the way he operates starts to wear down on some players.
Right.
And he plays favorites with some others. Whereas, like, I'm not gonna say he's a bad coach. This is patently false. There are just certain things. There is an expiration date for Tom Thibodeau.
Right.
It's just simply that that's what it is. Like, not every coach is destined to coach 10 years with a team. You know what I'm saying? Like,
With a team. Yeah.
he has an expiration date. He can establish discipline. He can establish a culture. But after the 3-4 year mark, there's a cutoff where he wears thin on specific players, the fringe players, the role players, the guys that don't play 40 plus minutes a night. Those guys are the ones that get
He
left
did
out.
it in Minnesota. You remember how he ruined Gorgie Jang? Gorgie Jang, remember
Gorgie
him?
Jang, yeah.
You remember how
Like,
promising he was?
yeah,
And then Tibbs just brought in Taj Gibson to play over him.
you could say that for a multitude of players over his duration, where they come in
Tony
like
Snell.
exactly, like, for instance, when Tom Thibodeau went to Minnesota, around the league, even like the casual fan or people from outside looking in, were like, "Ooh, maybe this will be a championship contending team because they have so much of this young talent."
Okay.
And as soon as he got there, he kind of alienated. You saw the talent. You saw Wiggins average 20 on like very high efficiency the year before. You know what Cat was. We saw an up and coming Zach LaVine, and he came there and alienated so many people, and then immediately tried to move them because he was a GM and he had that sort of
Right.
control. Whereas he does this thing where he basically tries to he over micromanages, if that makes sense. He overdoes it. He doesn't let
Yes.
growth. He doesn't let anything flourish organically. If he sees something that he doesn't like, even if you're doing well, even if you're playing well, he's still on you. And like, remember, I don't know if you remember this quote, but when Derrick Rose first came here, he was talking to IQ and he was like, if Tom Thibodeau is on you, just don't look at him. And like, that's not the type of environment you want to deal with on a day in and day out. Like, you got to remember, this is a job, bro. Like, that, hypothetically speaking, Tom Thibodeau is like their supervisor. Would you want your supervisor breathing down your neck off of every little thing, even if you're doing your job well or correctly?
Right.
Like, after a certain point, there's discipline and structure. But when you get to this level, 3-4 years in the NBA, you know how to be an NBA player. You know how to get your body right. You know how to play.
Right.
At some point, you can course correct. You can help. You can suggest. But nobody wants to hear a coach screaming and hollering at them when they're 3, 4, 5 years in the league, and then yank them and jerk around their careers. Like, it's not something like Tibbs is the coach you bring in when you're out of a culture and you need to establish something. But after you have it
To
set,
give you an example,
no,
Dre,
yeah,
let me, because you mentioned a lot of points. Let me slow Dre down.
Yeah.
like Dre come out like with 8 points, right? And I'm like, Dre, let's do 1 point at a time, bro. So I'm gonna stop not on your first point,
yeah,
but on the last point that you just made, right?
Yeah.
A perfect team for Tom Thibodeau right now, the Houston Rockets. Right now, they have all the talent in the world, but they are the most undisciplined team you've ever seen. You have never seen a team this undisciplined in NBA basketball, bro. Yo, the center bringing the ball up, you know what I'm saying? They trying to figure it out. A whole bunch of young guys. They have a small forward playing point. They have a 2 guard that wants to shoot every shot won't get the ball into their promising young center. The promising young center can have advantages all game long. They won't even give him the ball. You know what I'm saying? The power forward they drafted third they won't let anything for him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a ton of isolation basketball, and I would say, I know certain things about the Rockets organization. The coach on the Rockets doesn't really get autonomy. Besides a few things,
Steven Silas,
yeah. So like, as soon as Tibbs would get there, he would clash with that front office because the front office would tell him what to do, and basically, when on the Knicks, Tibbs has free reign to do whatever he wants to do. Leon Rose is not going to challenge him. He's basically
and Dolan either.
Yeah. Dolan basically said he's hands off. Like of the last 10 years, he's not meddling which is it's fine. Like most owners aren't completely involved like that. But on this was the perfect scenario for Tom Thibodeau to be Tom Thibodeau while not really having the pressure from the front office to do whatever the front office wants. And if he was on the Rockets, he would clash with the Rockets because, for instance, they brought John Wall over and the front office was like, do not play John Wall. Tom Thibodeau would play John Wall even off that Achilles 35 minutes a night because he wants to win.
Eric Gordon.
Yeah, and he would bench those young players.
And make them earn it. And make them earn it, right?
Which is what they might need, but I'm speaking from the point of that he would clash with the front office, and that's even just more toxicity, and that would bleed out onto the court, and you can see it at times too. Or like, for instance, even RJ was upset because he got benched, and he was picking it up in the fourth quarter, and he got benched for IQ and Deuce, not IQ and Grimes. So you can see how it's wearing thin on some players. I wanted to chime in one thing. Did you see the report that Cam said Cam went to one of the coaches and was frustrated that he wasn't getting playing time, and then he immediately just not played in like the last 2 months. That's according to Ian Begley's report.
What? So they snapped on him. They flipped on him.
Yeah. Basically, when Grimes came back, Grimes got the lion's share of the rotational minutes, and Cam was speaking to an assistant, like wondering, can I play? And Tibbs immediately just took him out the rotation permanently.
What?
Well, you know, for Cam to go talk to assistant coach, that's really on Cam. If I got an issue and a problem that's going on, I'm going off of what the details. The details is telling me that, first thing first, Tom has said that Cam is playing hard in practice and Cam needs to stay ready. So that means to tell me every game that, it's a possibility of me getting in the game. But then I gotta talk to Leon. I don't understand why I'm not playing, dude. I don't understand it. You know what I mean? I've done everything what is supposed to be done. I work hard, you know what I'm saying? I'm long gifted, I'm athletic, I'm talented, I can shoot, I can dribble, I can do all the unnecessary things. I can take the 3 and D, I can do everything. I don't understand why I'm not playing. He needed to have went to Leon and asked that. Because if this guy is not playing me, dude, I don't want to be here no more. You need to figure out a way to get me up out of here. Don't trade me because this guy is not playing me. Trade me because he's not using me as I should be on the court. So going to holler at assistant coaches and all that, man, I'm not even going to talk to them dudes, you know what I'm saying? For real. Because for real, they should be talking to me, telling me, stay motivated, get ready, blah, 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 blah. Your time is coming, you know what I'm saying? Something going to happen, something going to get. They should be talking to me. I shouldn't have to go talk to them about what this guy's doing.
And Boogie, that comes back to the point of us not having a Kenny Payne or a Mike Woodson, because those guys would probably be on Cam in that way to get his mind right.
Mm-hmm.
But
I don't think it's a Cam issue, though.
From the looks of it, it looks like one of the assistants just told Tom Thibodeau how Cam felt, and probably and maybe Mike Woodson or Kenny Payne would have handled it a little bit differently.
But Dre, hold on right here. Let's before we zoom past it, let's do a deep dive to what it is that you're saying. Yeah. Are we alluding to maybe this coaching staff doesn't have the cachet of a veteran coaching staff? These young dudes behind Tibbs don't carry no weight.
I'm inclined to agree. I think
Okay.
the only like I've gone to Knicks games, and like the only assistant that they really interact with is the young black man. His name slips my mind, but
Johnny Bryant.
Johnny Bryant. He's basically the skills coach. So like IQ and RJ and Obi, they all interact with him for the most part. And like Dice is the Asian guy that's usually there.
He's the strategist. Yeah,
yeah, he just sits behind the bench. And they don't really interact. And then they have the video coordinators where they come over and they look at the tablets here and there.
Yeah,
but for the most part, if they're trying to pick like an assistant's ear, they're in Johnny Bryant's ear, trying to ask. But
right.
But that there's something to be said where Kenny Payne was very essential towards Randall, for example, and Woodson as well with the young players, and we kind of lost those guys. Where those guys were very experienced and they were former players. You can't really take.
So how is that? So how is that Cam Reddish's fault that the Knicks don't have veteran assistant coaches?
That's not Cam Reddish's fault. I want to say, like, I think, like Boogie, like you said, if you were to went to Leon Rose is the one that traded for him, and he came here under the pretenses that maybe the front office and the coach were in lockstep, but they aren't. And he realizes that they aren't. So him going to Leon Rose is not going to change how Tom Thibodeau is going to act, because Tom Thibodeau does what he wants. We gave up a first rounder for him, and he doesn't want to play him. At that point, that's enough sign to say like Tom Thibodeau does not care what this front office.
I would say just real quick. Hey, CWC, how you doing, brother?
What's going on? Salute,
y'all. Superstar YouTube sensation. CWC is in the building.
What's good? What's popping? What's up, Jay Boogie? What's going on? I don't know who that is right there.
That's Dre.
What's up, Dre?
What's up?
The problem is Tom. It's the coach. He need to get fired. He need to get out of here, man. Cause why you not playing Obi? McBride almost getting more minutes than Obi.
Right.
Come on, man. What we doing, man? Number 8 draft pick. Ain't getting no shine. Almost had a broken leg. Came back. Playing ball. You know what I mean? AJ Boogie, I know what you mean. I know what you're talking about. You know, you want him to be on the bench with Tom, next to Tom. But it shouldn't have to go that way, man. Tom playing who he want to play. He playing Quickley and Grimes.
McBride.
Come on, man. Why you ain't playing Obi?
Right.
That's crazy, man. Then you got a problem with Cam, because Cam probably curse you out. Like, yo, what are you doing? Why ain't getting playing time? You playing Randall 38, you playing RJ like 41. Like, what are you doing, man? And RJ ain't playing no defense.
Right.
Are you serious?
Well, the Cam thing, if we could just stay on this topic just a little bit. The Cam thing, I think, is the more I hear others' opinion and perspective about the Cam thing, the more I'm disheartened about the Knicks leadership. Right? Because as an employee, if you can't talk to your boss, then who can you talk to? You know what I mean? You got to go to HR now. You know what I'm saying? Because if the thing is with a team setting, bro, you should be able to talk to your teammates, be open with your teammates and with the assistant coaches and leadership. You should be able to talk to them like, hey man, I'm frustrated in my role. I feel like I can take on more responsibility and do what's best for the team, but I don't feel like I'm getting a shot. You know, what is it that I need to do in order to get more responsibility? And then for them to just flip out and just stop you from playing altogether lets me know that either Cam Reddish's camp is lying about the way he approached the coaching staff, because maybe he did flip out and cuss at somebody or something, do something unprofessional, or he went and did it the right way, and the leadership is to blame because now they like Cam Reddish trying to tell us what to do. We know what we doing. That ain't what that man said. That man he just passionate about playing. He just want to play. So either way, I think it's a little bit of this and a little bit of that. But ultimately, as an employee, as a player, the person, you got to keep this stuff in house, right? You don't want to have this stuff all over the papers, and and things of that sort, or skipping leadership and all that stuff. Like how it should be is whoever the coaches you have a relationship on a daily basis. Say Daisho Shimoto is there with Cam and Obi. Like, you know what I'm saying? Game day, practice time, skills training. He talking to them every day, gathering balls. Hey, man, work on your left-handed finishing. We just at the rim working on. That's that time you like, hey, man, listen, what do I need to do to get more minutes? And Obi like, yeah, man, what we need to do? Both of us want to play. And Dice is like, well, coach is doing this 3-guard lineup thing because he felt like we getting beat on the perimeter. We giving up too many 3-point shots, man. So he want to go with smaller, quicker guys on the perimeter to stop all this 3-point shooting. And Cam and Obi is like, well, since you took us out of the lineup, the 3-point shooting has gotten worse. Why not give us a shot? Give us a chance. You know what I'm saying? And so he say that to and I'm just using this as an example. I'm not saying this is how it happened, right? So Dice go to Tibbs and be like in the coaches meeting, because coaches meet. From my experience, coaches meet once a day in an official coaches meeting. They together all day, and some of them even eat lunch together. You know how you have friends at work. Y'all have friends at work, man. So let's not act like we don't know how this thing go. And they say to Tibbs like, hey, coach, like we ain't trying to tell you what to do or whatever, but Cam and Obi say they ready, right? And so it's up to Tibbs to say, well, hey, listen, we trying this certain thing on the perimeter. If they show me in practice that they can do this thing on the perimeter, I'll put them in the game. But if Tibbs was like, I know what I'm doing, now it's like one of them situations where he flip out and both of them dudes are on limited. One dude ain't playing, the other dude in limited minutes. And they just exacerbated, give up. They're like, I don't know what else to do because I did everything the right way. And the response to me trying to talk to somebody man to man, running it up the flagpole, like talk to somebody man to man, I tried to do it and he flipped out and acted crazy.
Like Freezy, we gotta call a spade as far as Tibbs is concerned. Like he's kind of done this everywhere he's been, legitimately, right. And he doesn't like to be questioned about anything. When reporters ask him about a certain move he makes, it's I've seen the film 3 times.
Right.
Why are you questioning me? He doesn't like to be questioned. He doesn't like to be challenged on his.
And maybe he did. And maybe he did watch the film. Maybe he did watch the film 3 times. But you don't have to wave that in their face. Because some of the stuff I think he says is true. But the way that it's not what you say, is how you say it. Is what I'm getting at.
Hey, if I'm playing a shooting team that can shoot, right? What you do? What kind of defense you do? You play zone, man. Cause you be right there with the 3-point shooter. Why don't he play zone?
That's not part of
I don't understand
principles. He never plays zone. He wants to play.
I think he's trying to hold people accountable when they play like man to man to see who messed up.
No, it's more of a thing that he's rigid and he wants to play a defense that works with Mitch out there, but we don't have Mitch to cover up all those mistakes, and he doesn't want to adjust. So it's one of those things where he's like, okay, there's certain things that make great coaches. The ability, like malleability, the ability to adjust on the fly, have adjustments in third quarters, fourth quarters. If you see teams doing a certain thing, we adjust to it. I don't think we ever really truly practice zone. So for us to pull that out in the middle of a game, it will require a lot from Tibbs to do that. Like we don't do that. That's not part of our scheme. It's not what we do. If you know one thing about Tibbs, what you see at the beginning of the year is probably what you're going to get at the end of the year, just with minor tweaks. You're not going to see drastic changes in how the Knicks play. You'll see them from year to year over a training camp or a summer, but you're not going to see them mid-season or even mid-game. The only thing that might be different is the rotations or who is in and out of the lineup. But from a principal standpoint, the offense is not going to look any better. The defense is not going to look any different. We're going to play the same type of defense. We're going to rely on our guards to try to fight over screens and try to have Mitch or Eraser on the back end. That's what we do. The only adjustment we've tried to make since then is because we don't have our Eraser, we're trying to set our guards to go under the screen a little bit more often just to save us from getting attacked in the paint. But even now we see that's not even working anymore, and teams are teeing off from three on us now. So it's the adjustment. The adjustment is on a year to year with Tibbs. It's not on a game to game or month to month. Like the drastic, large adjustments, like implementing a defensive scheme like that would take a training camp and him to drill it in over the course of a season. He won't let us start doing a 2-3 zone or a matchup zone in the middle of February because it would require too much of him to do that.
Because you didn't practice it all summer.
Exactly. Yeah. So what you're gonna get, the changes that you see from Tibbs are on a year to year. It's not on a month to month. It's not on a game to game. Not even on a quarter to quarter, because we don't implement these things throughout his whole process. And he's so much about structure. And if you deviate from the structure, and he has any sort of breakdown from a deviation from the structure, he will bench you, just like he did with Cam. Cam deviated from the structure, which young players tend to do,
and he can't trust it.
Yeah, and even getting to that, we talk about how IQ does legitimately every single thing that Tom Thibodeau wants him to do.
Yeah,
and it only took until his third year to get near 30 minutes a night, compared to his contemporaries like Maxey playing damn near 33, 34 minutes in his second year.
Right.
He does not trust young players generally to play a ton of minutes immediately, not until they're in their third or fourth year, unless you're a generational talent like Derrick Rose. That's right. Basically it.
Or Karl-Anthony Towns or Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
IQ came out busting out the gate from a rookie though. He played when he was a rookie. And he played the playoffs, everything. You know what I'm saying? So IQ,
but he was playing 20 minutes, Boogie.
Yeah, but I'm 20. Just saying, it's just the difference with IQ. IQ like to shoot the ball. That's what he like to do. He like to catch and shoot. IQ can't catch and shoot, and his shot is off. IQ know how to go do other things. Other tangibles of his game start, standing out. He know how to do different things, and his defense don't never slack up. True. And he's getting better at rebounding. See, those are the things you have to do, you know what I'm saying? When your best thing is not working, you have to be able to go do other things to show the coach, you know what I'm saying, that I belong on this floor. And he's worked hard to be on that floor. I can't take nothing away from why IQ is on that game. He can break down some shots. Now IQ even got a mid-range. You know what I'm saying? He's doing and working on everything it is for his game to stand out while he's on the court. And he substitute his game while he's on the court. If this ain't working, I do this right here to make this work while I'm on the court. He's substituting and doing multiple things. A lot of these other guys, they can't do multiple things on the court. They get stagnated when they bread and butter is not working. And that shows that you're not working on your game completely in the off season. What are you doing?
But Boogie, I want to say, like, this is where a good coach, the difference between a good and a great coach. A good coach, if he can't figure out how to amplify a player's certain best skill set to mitigate their negatives, then he just doesn't play them, or he just lets them languish, like Hartenstein, for example, for 70% of the year. Hartenstein was playing soft for all the years, for basically the whole year, and he didn't know how to Tibbs didn't know how to utilize the skill set he was best at to help mitigate his negatives. Whereas, like, not every guy is gonna be IQ. If that was the case, if we had 12 IQs, we damn near wouldn't lose any game. if that was the case, if we had a bunch of two-way players that did every single thing, even if their shot wasn't falling. But that's just not the reality of the NBA. You have to try to maximize the best out of your players and minimize the worst out of your players. And you're not necessarily going to get that from Tom Thibodeau with this current roster. The roster construction is bad, but a great coach will try to extract whatever good is there and try to minimize whatever negative is.
Yeah. So why are you saying the roster construction is bad? What's bad about the way the roster is constructed?
We don't have very many wings, and the only wing on this team is currently bumping heads with Tibbs, like a traditional switchable wing that's athletic. And then we have like a bunch of redundancies on the roster as far as skill set. And the guys that we do have that don't have redundancies in skill set, the coach doesn't necessarily use those particular skills. Like I'm sure we would like a pick and roll big that would love to roll, but Obi got drafted to be that type of guy, but we kind of put him in the corner to be a catch and shoot guy. Now he's actually worked on that role. He's shooting 37% from three, which is pretty good. Okay. But that's not what his best attributes are, and that's not maximizing his skill set. And playing, I think he's averaging like 11 minutes since he came back from injury. That's like, what can we really even say about that?
And you know what, too? These point guard Bronson, I don't know what's going on with him. They're not looking for Obi on the open court. Like, they playing selfish ball, and I don't like that. You're supposed to get everybody involved. Then you can get to the selfish ball.
I'm inclined to agree, but that's part of the offense, because in any, like, would you, when we signed Brunson, did you think it would be okay for Brunson to take 29 shots in a game?
No.
Well, that's what happened the last game. He took 29 shots. That's not what you want your point guard to do, but that's a symptom of this your turn, my turn isolation basketball that we play, which is the read and react system that Tibbs implemented, which is, I won't say it's not a system, but it requires like a very, very high level of IQ for that system to work consistently. And if you don't have that, if you have lapses in judgment where, like, you see Randall and RJ have lapses in high IQ play, you'll see stagnancy, you'll see bad forced shots, you see long 2-pointers. And it works for Brunson. It can work for Brunson because he's an elite shot maker. But when, like this last game you saw against the Lakers, when you're not seeing shot making from RJ and Randall, this offense looks horrendous. And that speaks to not maximizing skill sets. That's just throwing your chips out there and saying, yo, here, go ball. When you don't have physical advantages. Like, making Randall isolate against a top 75 player is not a wise decision 4 seconds ago. That is a coaching decision, especially if Brunson is cooking, which Brunson was.
Right. So let me do this real quick. The play Tibbs drew up was not a bad play. Was it great? No, it was not a bad play though. Randall destroyed that play. As soon as Randall caught it,
he ain't looked to pass.
Identified that 2 6'8" players were headed his way with 3 seconds left on the shot clock, on the game clock. Randall should have kicked that ball out to Jalen Brunson wide open on the wing for 3. You know what Randall did? Immediately dribbled the basketball
and went into his move. But the thing is, go ahead. My fault. You got it.
The thing is in that moment, you have to understand time and score, right? You have to understand time and score. Randall is thinking, let me get a shot up. That way, if I miss, we can scramble for the rebound and maybe get a putback. What he should have been thinking is, in a tie game with that amount left, knowing that this game can go to overtime, get a wide open look from a player that can knock down wide open looks, right? Because even Tibbs himself said that there were multiple options on that play, right? I think Tibbs said there were 3 or 4 options. I didn't see 3 or 4 options. I saw 2. I saw Randall in the catch from the baseline, and that's his sweet spot. Baseline Randall is a real thing, right? But the Lakers coach knew that the first 2 options were going to be Randall and Brunson, right? Randall catching that ball had Jalen Brunson. When you go back and look, Jalen Brunson is wide open for three on the wing. That's not Tom Thibodeau's fault right there. That's the player's fault right there.
And
right.
And I want to say LeBron knew the personnel, and he knew Randall was not going to pass that ball with that much time left. So he
as soon as Randall faced the rim, everybody else sold out towards Randall, because even if Randall would have kicked it out after that, he wouldn't have had time. Nobody would have had time left to get the shot off. So as soon as Randall caught it and went into a move, nobody else was going to have time to get a shot off.
But like
go ahead, Dre.
Like Freely, like, where does coaching come into this? Because this is the same thing we've seen for the last 2 years.
The coach drew up the play. He can't go out there and play.
But like when I'm watching the play, if Brunson was going to be like initiated in it, we probably would have seen Brunson come do like a little rub just to force the defense to react. Brunson gave them the ball and cleared all the way out. At that point, if Tibbs wanted the Randall to like kick the ball or anything, it probably would have came off a rub screen, because normally if we clear out like that, Randall's just gonna go straight isolate. Like there were options. Like if it was LeBron in that situation, LeBron would have seen that double and kicked, and then Brunson would have probably dribbled down a lane, or if that defense were to react to Brunson, Brunson would have kicked for the hockey assist. But there's no hockey assists in this offense. So when Tibbs is talking about 3-4 options, that's the hockey assist is also one of those options. And we never even saw that. Like he turned around, faced, and went into his move, no rub screen, and Brunson cleared out like he knew it was going to be isolation from the jump. And
I didn't see. So I didn't see that. I thought Jalen Brunson gave that. I think
he gave in the ball. I don't know if you could put up the clip, but he gave in the ball, and as soon as he came from out of bounds, he literally just beelined and went to the top of the key or closer to the wing. Like he didn't.
Where was the nearest defender on Jalen Brunson?
It was LeBron. LeBron was on Jalen Brunson, and
halfway between Brunson and Randall, because he was crashing on Randall.
Yeah, and then he cheated off to go to Randall because he knew it was 3 seconds left, and at that point, Randall was going to put up the shot, or if Randall was going to put up the shot, no one else was going to.
Randall should not have gone into that move right there against Anthony Davis, seeing LeBron. It don't matter how we talk about it. Randall made a stupid play.
Right.
Yeah.
It don't matter who did. Randall made a dumb play. Right. No matter how we describe it, bro. It's no matter LeBron coming, he halfway through. Randall made a dumb play right there. Right. And I know the chat is going to defend him. I know people in the chat are going to defend Randall. Like, man, you got to get a shot up there. It's only such and such amount of time and blah, blah, blah. Nah, man. Randall made a boneheaded play right there.
Look, Brunson took the ball out, right?
Go ahead.
Brunson took the ball. Brunson took the ball, right?
Yeah, he gave it to Randall out of bounds with like 4 seconds.
See, that's your first mistake off top. I'm not going to have the one that's got me here taking the ball out of bounds if I'm not making sure I hand it right back off to him. That's number one. Number two is we are capable of the hockey assist, because we saw that the other night with 32 seconds when Julius pushed the ball up straight up court and he passed it to Brunson, and Brunson hit RJ for the tray. Right. That is a hockey assist from Julius. Now, the third thing is, Tom, you drew the same play up that you drew up against Boston. That high same level, that same area for Julius to go quick fast when Julius got fouled and he went to the line and knocked 2 free throws. Every play from every game doesn't consist of you doing the same play. So you should have been in your bag and drawing something up different to make sure your man Brunson get that rock. And if Julius can't receive the pass, who else am I going to get a ball to in that moment? I got to make sure I have my 2 players. If you'd have been in the LA Clippers, Kawhi and Paul George would have not been taking that ball out of bounds. Both of them would have been either the receive. So those are the things that Tom had to do inside. Get your playbook. You develop your plays. When you call them timeout, you got to get that right. The end game situation, you got to get that right. You can't run plays over because it worked the other night. Then like somebody else might not know it and see it. LeBron see that. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody see it.
They immediately attack that. So, me, that's really on Tom. And then Julius, you know what I'm saying? I don't like Julius being in so many situations where he got to think out of double team. And when you put him in that situation, you know what I'm saying? You got to live with the results. You have to.
It's hard
You
to
have to.
evaluate talent with Tom Thibodeau because a lot of times he puts guys in precarious positions to succeed. Like we all know what Julius is good at. Well, we also see him be put in scenarios where there's no winning.
Right.
Like,
But
I was gonna.
But Dre, just real quick, just to that first point, the first point that you made, right? The first point that you made just now, right? At that time when Julius Randle caught that ball, Julius Randle was 6 of 18 from the floor.
Hey, you should have just gave it to Brunson. Brunson was the high hand. Exactly.
Right.
He should have never even came to that.
Right. So I'm with Jay Boogie there, right? So Jalen Brunson had 30. What do he have? Like 33 points at that point, 35 points at that time, right? The Lakers. So why we even going to Randle? Yeah, why we even going to Randle when Randle was 6 for 18 from the floor, right? You know what I'm saying? You don't even let Grimes touch it because Grimes at that point was bricking everything in sight.
He was shell shocked.
Right? You know what I'm saying? He was bricking everything in sight, right? The only player that was consistently good at that point was Brunson, even though we know Quickley will hit big shots, right? My thing is though, Randle though, and this is just a coaching strategy. When time is limited, you don't put the ball in your big man hands. When you low on time, you give the ball to your guards because they can create quick shots for themselves or others in a limited amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
That's just it's like even like regardless how good. Say for instance, you got Shaq and Kobe, right? With 4 seconds left on the clock, I'm not giving the ball to Shaq. I'm giving it to Kobe. It just makes sense. You know what I'm saying? You want Shaq to be dribbling around, pound up? Nah.
As soon as that ball got inbounded and you saw LeBron was on Brunson, I would have kicked it right back to Brunson. Because that's food right there.
Right.
LeBron cannot stop Brunson 30 feet away from the rim from getting to whatever shot Brunson wants to get to without fouling at this age. Maybe 28-year-old LeBron can, but right now, no.
Shut everything down, but nah, not this LeBron.
But you say with 3 seconds on the clock, though, right? With 3 seconds on the clock?
That's an eternity for someone like Brunson.
Yeah.
With 4 seconds on the clock. All Brunson has to do is get to 1 or 2 moves, and he's going to get a shot off, whether it's a step back or he's going to draw a foul.
And Dre, and to your point, if you remember, with 4 seconds left on the shot clock early in the game, Jalen Brunson was able to create a shot. Now, the refs called it goaltending, and they turned it into a block afterwards.
Right.
But Jalen Brunson showed you with 4 seconds left on the shot clock, he can create his own shot, get his own shot up.
He's done it all year.
The referees overturned it, but you know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying, the act of getting the shot up is what I'm talking about.
Okay, Al. The act of getting shots up.
Yeah.
Hey, before you switch the topic, man, when you was talking about Cam, there's just something that I wanted to ask, and I wonder, because I would love to hear one of them conversations. I wonder what the teammates talk or say to Cam when they're away from basketball. I wonder how do they socialize or kick it with him. I mean, I just wonder, man. Is he just really out there on his own? Do anybody have any concerns? Do they have any feel? How do the players feel? Do they talk to him one-on-one to try to keep him, motivated? I don't know. It's an odd, ugly situation.
I'm gonna say this, Biggie. Like, I think they do, because you got to remember this is the AAU generation of basketball. These Cam, IQ, RJ, Grimes, they've known of each other for 5, 6, 7 years now. They've known each other, played alongside each other, All-American games, or been in AAU circus against each other. They've known each other for years. So, and Obi is kind of an anomaly, but he's also in that circle where they've known of each other or been adjacent to each other. So I feel like their bonds, like, especially when Cam was out of the rotation, RJ was his man. They definitely talk outside of the game. So RJ was probably trying to keep him confident, and tell him to hold it down and wait for your time to come. what I'm saying? I can't speak on the dynamics between Cam and Tibbs, but I do know all of those players. They've known each other for years, and you also, like how IQ and Obi have this bond because they were drafted together. Like the younger guys usually stick together, and if you see them out, they're usually together. So like I know they know each other for years and years and years, and they all consider themselves friends. And there is the brotherhood in being in the NBA. So I feel like they probably spoke to Cam. And when you see Cam on the bench, he's still rooting and cheering on his teammates. Like for the most part, he's still out there. When RJ is doing well, you see him, he's the first one off the bench agreeing them.
That's not what I saw. And when I see Cam, I saw Cam maybe 2 or 3 times this year. When I saw him, he was pouting.
Well, I saw him at one game and he was looking pretty content. Like maybe he just.
I think I may have saw him twice. I think he was pouting, and I'll see Cam.
He got a lot of love in Atlanta too. I mean, he had a lot of smiles and everything. That I think he needed that heart to heart. Feeling good. But I just don't want to see him after February 9th.
Yeah,
but we'll find out the truth. We'll find out the truth when Cam Lee go to a different team. I guarantee you that
right now. Like as soon as that, it's funny. Like as soon as you saw like the reports, like RJ didn't want to talk to the press after the game. Then the next day, the Cam report came out where he was like, Cam said he spoke to like an assistant coach and he got pulled out the rotation. And there's another report where it's like, if Cam is still here after the deadline, he is not interested in DNPs. That's what Cam said. Well, out of Cam's camp. So
I don't blame him.
Money. Go ahead, Freezy.
I don't blame Cam at this point because as fans, we see what we feel like is a weakness on the team, and we also feel like we see what could be a strength on the team. And it seems like we should take that strength, the perceived strength, and shore up the perceived weakness with it. Right? We feel like that. Like when we look at for example, give you an example. I'll go back to the Milwaukee Bucks game when Drew Holiday knocked down them 2 daggers in Quentin Grimes' face.
Right.
You remember that? Remember the Bucks were up by 4.
Right.
We came down
like 3 of them.
Right. Yep. They were up by 4. Remember Brook Lopez hit a 3. They were up by 4. We came down, hit a 3. They were up by 1. Drew Holiday isoed on Quentin Grimes and knocked down that step back 3 in Grimes' face. We came down and we hit a 3. And we were jumping up and down, super excited. Oh my God, we back in it. It's a 1-possession game. And Drew Holiday came right back down on the same play with the same defender and knocked down that 3 in Quentin Grimes' face. Right? In that moment, that was so deflating because we felt like Quentin Grimes is our best defender. And if we giving up clutch 3s like that with our best defender out there, what is it that this Knicks team can do? Right? Now, fast forward to the Brooklyn game, right? Fast forward to the Brooklyn game. Quentin Grimes is walking out on Kyrie Irving, right? RJ Barrett goes to him and switches with him, right? He switches with him, right? And Kyrie Irving goes right by RJ Barrett like he was standing still, goes to the basket, right? And then on the next play, RJ comes up, Grimes waves him off, Grimes stayed with him, and Kyrie Irving hits the 3 from the logo that takes the lead from 4 to 7. Right. So in those cases, it's like, and I'm bringing this up because in these cases, what's happening is, one more. The 3 LeBron hit, the dagger 3 LeBron hit. You're like, okay, at this point, what are we even doing out here? Like, how are we just giving up? Because this is not even a play that's being run. A guy's just isoing and just knocking down that 3 on our guys. So what are we doing out here? Now, knowing that this had been the pattern all year, why isn't Tibbs looking to do something different there? Right?
Blitz, like something.
something.
You got some like you see teams throw junk defense out there all the time just to throw off rhythm. Like when teams see us, matter of fact, tonight when we play the Miami Heat, we're gonna see so much matchup zone and junk 2-3 defense. It's gonna make our head hurt. And we don't even attempt to do that type of stuff. Not even
Hey, I'm in Florida too.
Yeah. So we are we playing in Miami or are we playing in New York?
New York.
Okay, we in New York. But we gonna see junk defense for sure, Ted. For sure from Smoke.
Yeah.
Especially if they know we want to get into the paint. We're gonna see a whole lot of junk defense.
But Dre, my point is we are gonna see it, right? But when Tyler Hero gets hot, are we gonna throw junk defenses out there?
No, we're just gonna try to play him one-on-one straight up.
Put a hand in the face, not try to get the ball out of his hands.
And that would work 10 years ago. But now in today's NBA,
these guys are so good, bro.
Every team has 2 or 3 bona fide shot makers. Like for example, Victor Oladipo comes off the bench for that team, bro.
Yeah.
And he would probably be the best perimeter shot maker on his team outside of Brunson.
Right.
And he's not even the third best on that team.
Right.
It's Butler and Tyler Hero, and sometimes Kyle Lowry can get busy from creating his own shot. Like we have to, like trying to play this. You have to junk it up. You have to send multiple bodies. You have to send different looks because these guys are too good. They practice these one-on-one drills the entire summer so they can eat off one-on-one. That's how guys make their hundreds of millions of dollars in this league, bro. You can't just send one body at a guy and expect that to be fair. Like one-on-one there is no fair matchup for an elite creator one-on-one in this NBA. If you send one-on-one defense at Jalen Brunson, what you think Jalen Brunson gonna do? He gonna cook.
Yeah.
He gonna cook. He gonna cook your best. No matter who's your best defender, he gonna cook them. Which is why teams double him. Get the ball up out his hands.
Get the ball out of his hands. Because these guys are so skilled nowadays, bro. This is what I'm saying. Well, ultimately, what I'm getting at, Dre, J Boogie, what I'm getting at CWC is a team sees Thibodeau's defense and it's predictable. A certain distance away from the basket, Tibbs is not going to implement anything. So the other team's playmaker catches it about 30 feet because they know Tibbs' defense is not going to, the best part of Tibbs' defense is not going to extend out 30 feet, right? So you can work a defender to about 25 feet and knock down that pull-up ISO 3 on one person, right? Mitchell Robinson is not going to be way, Jericho Sims ain't going to be way out there. The defense ain't going to be rotating way out there. Ultimately, at 25 feet, it's just our guy versus their guy, and sometimes we lose. That's the point that I'm getting at.
And I want to say
that's why I wanted Miles Turner. That's why I wanted Miles Turner.
But the thing is, he would run Miles Turner in the drop. Miles Turner wouldn't be all the way up on top of the ring. Nah,
right.
He would just put him in a drop, try to protect the rim or protect the lob. And for instance, we've seen Jericho Sims have the ability to switch out in hard heads and trap all the way on the perimeter, but we don't ever do that until it's
scramble, roll out, and peel. Yep.
We don't ever do that until it's too late. We should be implementing that to throw guys off in the second quarter. Like once you get a lot of these guys, once they see one shot go in, that's all they need. They see one or two shots they see in the first quarter. Those one or two shots they see
to get their confidence. All they need is the heat check, like Drake been saying. Once they get that heat check mode mentality going, bro, it's hard to stop an NBA player once they get rolling.
Same thing is basically what happened with the Brooklyn Nets. All their shooters got one or two shots in the second quarter.
Easy looks.
And that rolled into the second quarter and the third quarter and the fourth quarter where they're just taking contested threes and just
off 1 foot falling out of bounds and it's wet.
Because they had the confidence.
Because they had the confidence to take them. So Danny Thomas, thank you for the generous contribution. Danny Thomas says or asks, what realistic player would you guys want the Knicks to acquire at the trade deadline? I just read a thing where the Toronto Raptors don't want multiple first-round picks. It's an article on Bleacher Report, according to Where is it? I think I may have closed it. Some guy on Bleacher Report. Let me give Bleacher Report the credit. They want multiple young players for OG Anunoby. Are you guys willing to trade multiple young players to the Toronto Raptors for OG Anunoby?
Yeah, the reason I would trade, I even though it would break my heart, trading Obi and McBride or Cam could be in there. We need a defensive stopper, man. We need a defensive guy. And plus, OG could score too.
Okay.
Now, if he couldn't score, it'd been something different. You know what I'm saying? So, I think he would help RJ out a lot, and Randall, and Brunson. He would help a lot of people out. So when you have OG and when Mitch Robinson come back, you know what I'm saying? That will help out a lot. So Obi need to spread his wing because he ain't getting no playing time behind Randall. And McBride, he only playing like 9 minutes or 13 minutes. So you have to trade them pieces.
CWC, would you do Obi, Grimes, and Cam Reddish for OG Anunoby?
Nah. I ain't trading Grimes. Nah, you say they want 2 young players, right?
No, that's not what I said.
So I thought you say the Raptors want 2 young players.
I said they want. It's if I said 2, then I misspoke, but I don't remember saying 2. The article said they want multiple.
And so draft pick.
I said 2 is when?
You just said
2 young players.
I did. Okay. So I'm wrong. So I'm wrong. I'm wrong then. But the source said multiple young. The source said multiple young draft picks. So if I said 2,
I'm gonna tell you what it said. Not to cut you off, but this is a quote from Brian Windhorst. The Raptors are looking for young players and trade talks centered around OG Anunoby and Fred VanVleet. Per Brian Windhorst, quote, guys in the league to put around the core that they have already around the rookie of the year, Scotty Barnes. They want young guys. Like, for instance, so if they were to come to us and ask for something, they would straight off the bat, they would ask for IQ or something. Like that's right. How they moving. They're not so much hung up on draft picks. They want like known young quantities that can grow. That's what
I will give you RJ before I give you Quickley. I will give you RJ before I give you Quickley.
I tell you right now, if we offered RJ for OG, they wouldn't ask for anything back. They wouldn't ask for a draft pick. They wouldn't ask for nothing. They would just take that straight up.
Where is that?
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
But if I give you RJ, you ain't gonna get 3 first pick, 3 first round. I give you 2 RJ and 2 first round.
That speaks to the perceived value of RJ, whereas they wouldn't give up any picks, and I'm not giving up RJ for OG. That's just a lateral move, in my opinion.
No, man, RJ, man, I've been seeing RJ playing defense. Everybody blowing by this guy, man. What's wrong with him, man? If Hero blow by RJ, man, it's a wrap, man.
It would be something you would have to consider because the Knicks already let it be known, and with the Donovan thing, you know, they was more willing to get rid of RJ than Grimes. So if you're making your choice that Grimes is going to be my 2, you know what I'm saying? Then hey, they looking at Grimes at the 2 more than RJ. So it would that'd be something to consider for us swapping RJ and OG. But I wouldn't want to see none of our young guys like that go. You know what I'm saying? Then, you know, it's hard to move a guy that's got a contract coming on. He got the poison pill thing, whatever. You know what I'm saying? He's already booked with money coming on starting next year. But if you're looking for young guys, man, I like to start with Obi and McBride. And if you want to sweeten the pot, maybe I'll give you the Milwaukee thing with that. But this is what I'm gonna give you. And then I'm going to take that Cam situation. I'm getting on the phone. I'm calling Philly. I need to get a little bit more athletic and more defensive on the wing, you know what I'm saying, and go holler at them about, what's his name, Matisse Thybulle. You know what I'm saying? If I can add OG and Matisse Thybulle to this team, And also, you know what I'm saying? And I got a Quickley and Grimes out there, and Mitch come back there on that floor. I got a solid defensive squad, you know what I'm saying, around the board that I can, you know, put on the floor at any given time. Which I think we're going to need at least 2 perimeter guys, because most of the guys, like say if you got Matisse and you got OG, then you already know who you got checking Tatum, you know who you're already checking, you know what I'm saying, what's his name, Brown. And then if you're in Brooklyn, you know who checking Kevin, you know who checking Kyrie, you know what I'm saying, at different, you know, situations. Not saying that both of them going to start, but you know, hey, you know, it's times where you could play Thibault more than Grimes going down the stretch, and you already know OG on the floor. You know, so that's something I would look at, you know what I'm saying? I think that'll be a good swap for Cam and for that guy. I think he's not getting much money at all. You know what I'm saying? So, and they really not really using him in that rotation. He can shoot and he can play D and he can swap out from the 2 to the 3. You know, that's something that, I don't know. I'm just trying to do like everybody else and try to figure out what's best for the Knicks.
Hey, Jay Boogie. Hey, hold on, Dre. Hey, Jay Boogie. You know who hollering at that guy from Philly? What's his name? Ty, the defensive guy you talking about?
Yeah.
Golden State Warrior hollering at him.
I know.
Golden State Warrior.
Matisse Thybulle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he can shoot. He can play the perimeter D. You know what I'm saying? So that's
he a streaky shooter. He's
an offensive player, bro.
Yeah, he's kind of like Andre Roberson.
Yeah, he shoots
a little bit better.
He's more a defensive player than an offensive guy.
Yeah. But he's elite defensively.
Elite defensively. But let me just real quick. Kent Gourier says y'all know OG can't stay healthy. Yeah, hey boss. Hey, the thing about wing players is wing players are not gonna stay healthy. I don't care what their name is. And I don't care if it's Michael Cooper, the original 3-and-D. He ain't gonna stay healthy, bro. Wing players, you ask them to, and I say this a lot on the show. You ask these 3-and-D guys to do too many different things. It's like asking your starting center to stay healthy. Y'all know a starting center ain't gonna stay healthy. Mm-hmm. So anytime you start talking about such and such is gonna miss games, these guys are gonna miss games because you ask them to do everything. You ask them to be a big defensively. You ask them to be a small offensively. You ask them to rebound, get out in transition, get steals, do all these different things. But then you ask, your point guard to create offense. Wing players are gonna stay hurt, bro. It's you don't. Yeah. I'll give you an example of wing play. Grant Hill, Tracy McGrady, Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, OG Anunoby. Wing players stay hurt, bro. It's just a part of it. It's just Jamal Mashburn. Anybody in here remember Jamal Mashburn?
Yeah. Kevin Durant.
They stay. When you look at LeBron, because LeBron is durable, LeBron is the exception, not the rule. You know what I'm saying? Wing players stay hurt, bro. It's just part of it, man. So when you get OG Anunoby, you know you're gonna get 65 games max. That's why you go get that's why you get a bunch of them dudes. And Danny Thomas,
OG gonna play 43 minutes.
Says, would you do Fournier, OB, Cam, and McBride for OG and Gary Trent? Danny, hey man, would I do Fournier, OB, Cam, and McBride for OG and Gary Trent? Yes. Will Toronto do it?
No.
Nah, you gonna get one. You gonna get one of them. You ain't getting both.
Right.
Yeah, they tearing it down in Toronto. They looking to go ahead and build that thing around Barnes. You know what I'm saying? They looking to get rid of Fleet too. I wouldn't be surprised at the end of the deadline you get the breaking news Fleet be over there. You know what I'm saying? And with the Clippers, because Kawhi shopping very hard for at least 2 out of the 3 guys. You know what I'm saying? From that championship Toronto team, and that includes them 3 guys of Van Fleet, of Kyle Lowry, and Ibaka. Kawhi is really like putting it down right now. He's telling them, I'm back. Yo, go get these guys. The Clippers are starting to make their move now. And I said at the beginning of the season, if they healthy now, they're going to be somebody to deal with. They're going to be somebody to deal with.
But Clippers don't get no draft pick. They don't get nobody. Who they don't give up for Van Fleet?
I'm gonna tell you what
They don't got nobody.
I'm gonna tell you what Superfly told that dude when he told him, "You don't got my money tonight. She going out on that strip." So what?
So what?
They got killers.
Money ain't an option for them, by the way. So cap space doesn't really exist. Steve
It's
Ballmer
the
is
plays. Who
richest
they gonna
owner.
get back for Van Fleet? That's the problem. Who they gonna get back? They don't got no draft pick, man.
Hey,
They blew all that draft pick for Paul George.
CWC, let me throw this thing out there, because for one, I like challenging y'all, not in a sense where I don't think y'all are right, but I like
You gonna buy me a Dodge?
Oh, you could challenge me anytime, Uncle Freezy. What's up?
Yeah,
You gonna buy me a Dodge?
a 68 Dodge.
Long as it's a challenge.
Long as it's a challenge. Amen, brother. You know what I'm saying? But my challenge to y'all is this. I don't think the Knicks need more defense. I think the Knicks have enough defense to be a playoff stud. I think what happens with the Knicks is that they go through too long of a stretch during the game when their offense ain't clicking, and it wears down their defense. I think it's a Buddy Ryan. I think Tom Thibodeau is a Buddy Ryan, so to speak, where you get so much defense that the offense don't do nothing, and it wears down your defense, right? And before y'all jump in and knock my head off, I'm gonna read out some numbers to y'all, right? On the season, right? Teams are shooting 45.4% from the field against the Knicks, right? That is second in the NBA. The New York Knicks has the second best field goal percentage against, right? That means when it comes to shooting, teams shoot the second worst against us, right? When it comes to three-pointers, right? The New York Knicks are sixth best in the NBA, right? Teams shoot 34.9% from the floor against us on three-pointers. They don't even shoot 35% against us overall, right? They don't, right? What happens is we are shutting teams down, but we can't score either. And so what happened, in my opinion, what happens is by the time that other offense gets back on track, our bad offense is not back on track. And so what you get is a situation where the Knicks are always behind. The defense played good for stretches. We get behind. Now you bring Miles McBride, Quentin Grimes, Hartenstein, and whomever, Obi, off the bench. They can't keep track with the other team's second units. The lead grows. You bring Brunson and Randall back early. Now you're playing them 37, 38, 39 minutes because they can't keep pace at the end of games. Now you're seeing Randall making these dumb plays at the end of games. Right? So here it is. I have the cure for that too. Play RJ Barrett and more stretches with the second unit so that he can get buckets against other teams' second units. Because the facts, no matter what we can say, more defense. Well, the Knicks have the second best field goal percentage against in the NBA. The only team better than us is the Memphis Grizzlies, and they are barely better than us. And we don't give up that many shots a game. We're giving up 89 shots a game to teams. So it's not like teams are zooming up and down the floor. We are accosting teams all game. What happens, though, when Grimes not making shots, when Mitch not scoring, you know what I'm saying? When Obi rough. And it doesn't matter if Julius Randle and Jalen Brunson are borderline all-stars, because you got 13 other dudes on the team that are inconsistent offensively. Period.
And you can see how it, like, statistically, we should be amongst like the top 10 teams in the NBA, but because we gas out towards the end of games, we lose close games that we shouldn't be losing.
Right, like the Lakers, like that Lakers game. When the Lakers got that lead from us, they knew they could cruise because we weren't gonna have enough gas in the tank to come back offensively. What I'm saying to y'all is this, and I know RJ plays with the second unit. Some y'all, listen, that's not. I'm not saying that RJ Barrett doesn't play against second units. Is RJ Barrett featured against second units? Is what I'm getting at. And there is a distinct difference being out on the floor, playing in the flow of the offense, and blah, 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 blah. That's cool. But is RJ Barrett being featured against second units? And what I'm saying is, if you're gonna have RJ Barrett in this role right here, then the Knicks definitely have to go out and get a Jordan Clarkson type player to go on that second unit. That's going to be a certified bucket getter, but it's going to thrive in that 6-man role. So what I'm saying is, I know people are like, well, Quickley is the 6-man. Yes, but numbers don't lie, bro. Numbers don't lie. You have to equate one thing for another. If you go out and think about it. If you go out and get OG Anunoby and Matisse Thybulle, like what Jay Boogie says, will our defense be more elite than it is right now? Heck yeah. But what happens when we need offense? What is Matisse Thybulle going to give you? This is my thought, because I was thinking 2 days ago that I would do Matisse Thybulle for Cam Reddish straight up. I like Matisse Thybulle a lot. What would I give up for Matisse Thybulle? Cam Reddish straight up. That should be easy for both sides to do. Matisse Thybulle for Cam Reddish, book it. But my thing is, now what happens when Grimes' shot is not going and you got Grimes and Matisse Thybulle on the floor at the same time with Miles McBride?
Oh my God!
Now what?
I wanted to mention one more thing. We're like 23rd in transition points per game,
right?
Which is, when you're a team that struggles to score and you rely on so much half-court isolation, become so predictable. We do not get easy buckets to transition, which is something that I wanted to mention Hartenstein can help with. That's part of his skill set, outlet passing. Right. Obi lives in transition, but he barely plays. RJ's best trait right now, his most efficient thing, is attacking in transition against not really set defenses.
Last year he was 4th in the NBA in that, right?
Yeah, and he didn't even get as many attempts. And it's just like,
but he finishes in transition.
Yeah, like if we were to attack in transition, a lot of our offensive problems would disappear just because we get an extra 3, 4, 5, 6 points a game. Like for instance, the top of the league in transition offense are the Pacers, the Grizzlies, the Pacers because of Halliburton, and they're just a bunch of young teams. The Grizzlies because they play defense, and that's the thing. Like if you play defense, you should be able to get out in transition.
Hey, but we don't. Here's the thing. Let me get to your point. Let me get to the point that you made. What's the difference between Memphis, the roster makeup of Memphis, Indiana, and the Knicks?
They're young and athletic. And long.
Right. And so the thing is Memphis has athletes that can deflect passes, disrupt passing lanes.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Force bad passes. And
they get live ball turnovers. We get dead ball turnovers and bricks.
And that right there is the reason why I give Tom Thibodeau a 35 out of 100, right? Because you have athletes on the roster that can do those things, and you didn't play them. And day one, Jay Boogie and CWC, y'all remember this. Y'all remember in Summer League this past summer, right? I was like, yo, this Cat Farron Hunt, if you play him and Cam Reddish, 6'8" athletic wings, you saw what Farron Hunt was doing in Summer League. Now, do I say that's going to translate to the NBA? No, not in long stretches, but in like 2 or 3 minute stretches in a game, you can play Farron Hunt 6, 7, 8 minutes where he could just get out on the floor and just be an athletic disruptor. All you need is 1 or 2 transition buckets the other way. Can you imagine what an athletic lineup looks like with Farron Hunt, Cam Reddish, Obi Toppin, Mitchell Robinson? Now, instead of us saying we don't have athletes, we go from not having athletes to one of the most athletic teams in the game. But with Thibodeau is the opposite. Thibodeau prefers strength at every position. If you look at everybody that we play, look how big and strong everybody is as opposed to long and athletic they are. Right? Look at Brunson. Brunson is stocky and stout. Grimes, stocky and stout. RJ, stocky and stout. Randall, stocky and stout. Right? Stocky, stout guys. Even Mitchell Robinson put on the weight trying to transform his body from being a lean athlete to stocky and stout. And it didn't work out for Mitch. Mitch had to get that weight off and get back to who he really was. Right? What I'm saying is Dre is right. I believe Dre is right with the live ball turnover thing. It's too hard in this league to ISO a lot of possessions and think you're going to get buckets. Because when the ISO thing is not going, bro, you got to get easy buckets other ways. Right? You got to be flexible. That's the reason why I'm hard on Tibbs, but Tom Thibodeau can take it. He's a professional coach. Tibbs know what I'm talking about. Right? When Brunson's shot is not going, when Randall's shot's not going, when RJ's shot's not going, you got to try other stuff. How about trapping the full length of the floor? Like, you don't have to run zone, but Portland did it. Look, Portland
create like you got to create confusion and havoc, and you got to manufacture easy points. You can't live and die by the ISO the entire game. Unless you got Durant and KD out there. I mean, Durant and Kyrie, where you can just ISO all game. The only truly elite isolation player we have is Brunson, and he is 6 foot on a good day. So 5'11", 5'11", 5'11".
That man come up to my shoulder, man. That man was.
So like
even the teams with them type ISO type players, they got a system they run.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The ISO is only needed for, like, you know what I'm saying, fast breaking, you know what I'm saying, when you're pushing the rock, or for missed rebound, you're pushing the rock, or the shot clock is running down, or it's game 6 or 7 in the playoffs when everybody, they know what you're going to try to call. That's when you need ISO ball playing. But we don't have a system, and I agree. We do need a system in there to offset other people on the defensive end, because everybody's pretty much reading and they just backpedaling to you know what I'm saying, till they get to the area that they know the Knicks is going to come to. So yeah, we do need something else to go on. I'm gonna get ready to jump off. I got some things I gotta handle at midday, but before I go, I want to shout out, you know what I'm saying, to Breanna Stewart for coming to the New York Liberty. You know what I'm saying? The parade is coming. Might not be what we wanted, but the parade is gonna come. And I'm gonna be there to support, you know, the Liberty much as I can. I watch and I like women's basketball. I like all basketball. But if the Knicks was to sit down and watch some of the women play, you'll learn how to play team-oriented basketball, moving, cutting basketball. The women play the best basketball it is when it comes to that round ball. Better than college, unless you're women, and better than NBA. Women play the best basketball because they know how to play together, team ball, and stick to the script, man. But y'all guys have a great Thursday, you know what I'm saying? And leading up to have a beautiful weekend. I talked to maybe some of y'all guys after the game tonight. Maybe we get a W. I hope we get a W. You know what I'm saying? Miami Heat, maybe we take them out the freezer and make them Miami, you know what I'm saying, melt. You know what I'm saying? Do what we got to do tonight, man. If anybody going to be at any of the games this weekend, man, I'm going to be somewhere in the building somewhere around Clyde Frazier, right behind him. You know what I'm saying? For the Clippers and the Sixers game. You know what I'm saying? Pull up, you know, in the building. If you see you're in the building, pull up, holler, you know, let's kick it, you know, dap it up, man. Let me meet you, you meet me. Whatever it is, got to do, man. It's about meeting the people.
Show some love.
I get more appreciation than meeting the people at games than I do watching the games. I can watch the game anyway. When I go to these games, I'm looking, you know what I'm saying, to meet people, mingle, you know what I'm saying, dib and dab. Y'all guys have a great Thursday, man. Yo, CWC, man, I'm mad you ain't bring me no breaking news. This is breaking news time. Normally your time. Oh, man, Dre, keep doing what you're doing, man. You and Fizdale.
All right, Jay Boogie.
Salute. 3 capital S's.
Yeah, boss.
I was going to mention before you got off, like when you saw the Nets play, they didn't isolate the entire time until the fourth quarter when it was winning time, but they had so much more ball movement than we did on a possession to possession basis. And it's kind of like deflating because you can run that isolation basketball when you're out talented because you don't want the possessions to go up and down. But when you have comparable talent to another team, you would want the pace to go up and down because our talent will shine when the pace continues to go up. Right. But when you're going against a team that's like stacked and has 4 or 5 players better than us or whatever, like whatever that may be, the equalizer is to slow the game down and limit possessions and play isolation basketball. But at that point, when we're going against the Nets and it's Kyrie and a bunch of role players, you got to push the pace because they can't keep up with our level of talent. But we let them dictate it. We let them dictate what they wanted to do. And of course, they have better shooters, but some of those shots, come on, man.
Some of those, And so the thing is with the Knicks, like CWC said, man, Tibbs show some different looks occasionally. Like you ain't got to change your whole system. CWC is on to something when he said, "Yo, come on, just show them, make the offense at least think about something different." Yeah, so you ain't got to stay in zone all game, but you can mix it up.
And like, plus, if we don't get 3-point shooter, try to use Fournier. He our best shooter. Try to put him in the game. See what he could do. You know what I'm saying? Because threes is more than twos.
Right. CWC, and to be honest with you, I think Evan Fournier is on our roster. He is the best at creating his own 3-point shot. Yeah, when it comes to creating a 3-point shot, Fournier is the best. You know what I'm saying? Now, does he hit all of them? Nah, but he at least can create his own shot, create his own three.
You know what, Freezy? And like we're so predictable. Like we should just throw in wrinkles. Like let Grimes like initiate like a Spanish pick and roll or something. Like just to have a different option. Because we saw the pass he made the last game when he had a pick and roll, but that was like the third or fourth option where that happened.
And listen, the funny thing about it is, I think Grimes is the new Quickley, right? And I think Grimes is the new Quickley, right? And here's why. And I think McBride is the new Quickley also, which is double talk. But hear me out on it. Grimes catches the ball, gets a screen, goes to the rim, right? The defense collapses on Grimes, who rarely shoots at the rim, right? He throws a pass over his shoulder without looking to Hartenstein, and Hartenstein gets the dunk.
I've seen it.
Hartenstein wasn't even expecting that pass either.
Wasn't expecting a pass, right? But the funny thing is how the pupil is mocking the teacher, right? Because Tibbs is like, okay, so here's the thing with Tibbs. Don't force any passes. It's the reason why Mitchell Robinson is averaging 8 points a game. Don't force passes into traffic, right? And don't turn the ball over. Our offense is risk averse. That's why you see, us struggle sometimes because Tibbs in a Kyrie Irving type point guard, Tibbs would faint. Tibbs would spaz out every game, right? Because Kyrie Irving is a unpredictable. Tibbs with a John Morant type point guard would spaz and legit have a baby rhinoceros on the floor because you can't control certain guys. And Tibbs and James Harden, Tibbs would legit internally combust if he had James Harden, right?
He almost puts the shackles on specific players or specific skill sets,
the shackles.
Which is why, like, when we see Hartenstein throw a long outlet pass that goes out of bounds, I'm not even necessarily mad at it, but Tibbs is gonna blow a gasket, and I'm
That's exactly. Hartenstein throw that long outlet pass, and it gets picked off. You know what Tibbs is doing. Sims, Jericho. But why, Tibbs? Come on, bro.
You need to take chances.
You gotta take chances in this league, bro. And so, Dre, the reason why I brought this up, right? I'm gonna point out something to you, right? So, in terms of teams go, the Knicks are third in turnovers per game. The Knicks average 12.1 turnovers a game. So that's about 3 turnovers per quarter, right? That's very low. That's almost historically low, right? Almost historically low, right? At the same time that you don't turn it over, right? The Knicks are 28th in the league in assists per game. Right? So basically what that means is Chad Pennington is running your offense. That means for Jets fans, Chad Pennington is running your offense.
It's
right.
It's risk aversion, and like we gotta. It's this thing where we do this because we have Mitch out there, so it's better off to just get an ugly isolation shot off, so Mitch can clean it up. But there's no Mitch, so we're not dominating on the offensive glass. We're not getting 100 shots attempts per game because he's not there, and that hurts you in the long run. So playing the same way without the same personnel is just hard-headed. You cannot play the same way without the same personnel, and we have to take into account a bad isolation shot at the rim is no different than a live ball turnover. In my opinion,
live ball turnover. Yeah,
it is.
Yeah,
no
because
different.
They'll grab the rebound and outlet it the other way. The other team gets a good look in transition. Doesn't mean they score in transition, but for the most part, they get a good look in transition.
Exactly.
Whether it's a layup or a wide open three off from the corner.
Exactly. So if you're so focused on getting like isolation shots up, even if it's a bad look, and we don't have the horse at the glass to get the offensive rebound, is a turnover.
Right.
So like when we look at what Tibbs probably thinks turnovers is the end all be all, but if we probably look up our points per possession in isolation from anyone that's not Brunson, is probably at the bottom of the league.
Probably at the bottom of the league. We'll have to research that. So you know where the Knicks rank in terms of steals in the league?
Bottom
30.
Yeah.
We're the worst team in the NBA in steals.
Because we don't gamble. I think because we don't gamble. I want to say something. I saw a statistic. I'm hold on, let me bring it up and read it to you. Where is it? Okay, I got it. A rough RJ Barrett stat. His 0.8 deflections per 36 minutes are dead last among 170 players who have played at least 1,000 minutes this year.
Yeah.
We don't generate deflections. We don't generate steals. We don't. If it ain't Mitch getting the block, that's the only way we gonna get a deflection.
Right. And
so what we gonna do tonight, guys? What's the game plan tonight?
Let me finish this one. Let me finish this one point real quick. All right, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24. The Knicks are ranked 24th in blocks per game. So our defense is funneling towards Mitch, but what? We don't get blocks. All right. The number one team in the NBA in blocks are the Brooklyn Nets, the Memphis Grizzlies, the Indiana Pacers, the Washington Wizards, right? Right. And so the reason why I'm pointing out this stuff is because I think we are Knicks fans are in the mindset that we need more defense. Man, we need more defense. The numbers say, and the flow of the game says, that the Knicks need more wide open layups and dunks at the other end. We need more easy baskets. Right? We need a guy off the bench that can average 17, 18 a game. And even though we're satisfied with what Quickley is doing, averaging about 12 and a half, 13 a game, that's his career high, we actually need Quickley to average about 17, 18 points a game.
He's been doing that the last 20 games or so. He's been around 17, 18.
Yeah, it's the last 40 games, bro. You gotta give him his credit.
Is it
Quickley's
40? I think it's been
Yes.
20. Oh, okay.
Yes, Quickley has been balling since the beginning of December, bro.
Right.
Yeah, I'll bring it up and show it to you. I'll do the month by month breakdown for Quickley, right? But ultimately, what I'm saying is with an Emmanuel Quickley type player, we need more out of Quickley. Quickley right now is averaging 12.7 points per game, and I'm going to go to his game log based on ESPN.com. Right? Let me go back to game log. In January, Quickley averaged 15.5 points a game, right? In December, Quickley averaged about 15 points a game. And November, he averaged 9. And October, he averaged 8.
Mm-hmm.
So my man is averaging. So I was off. He's probably about 15 points a game in that stretch, Dre. And that looks like about 34 games, 33 games. But he did have some clunkers in that too. Against Chicago, he was 1 for 12. I mean, the 1 for 12 game.
Yep.
He had a 2 for 8 game. But in January, he's been balling. He hadn't thrown out a clunker. I don't see 3 for 9. He had 1 3 for 9, 3 for 7. But in January, Quickley shot 52% and 38% from 3. Wow. I didn't expect to see that, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, his efficiency has gone up. So, like,
on less shots, bro. He's taking less shots in January than he took in December. He took 12 in December and 10 in January, and is averaging more points.
It's a pretty good revelation. Like he's turned the season around. If only him and RJ didn't start slow every year.
Right.
But
yeah, man.
But besides them, it's kind of tough sledding for the rest of our offense because we don't know what we're gonna get out of Obi or Hartenstein or Sims or Deuce or even Grimes. We don't know what we're gonna get out of them, and they're role players, but they're not even consistent at on offense in particular. They're consistent at other things, but on offense, they're not necessarily consistent.
Right. Yeah, man. I honestly think the defensive conversation, as Knicks fans, we look at the point totals and we look at it in a vacuum. Like we don't. I think one of the biggest things with the Knicks fan base, who I love and I am a part of and a staunch supporter of, I think we get so focused on everything in Knicks universe that we don't ever give a look to what happens in the NBA universe. Right? And the reason why I say that is because the Knicks defense, man, for the most part, is really, really good. The only thing though is it can only be good for so long without teams scoring, without us scoring.
Freezy, I was gonna say, like, our defense is almost like an objectively good defense that, like, an NFL defense that stops teams from scoring in the red zone and stuff like that.
Right.
But we don't generate the timely turnover ever.
Nope.
But you know what it is too? Oh, my bad. I ain't know you were still talking.
Go ahead.
No, what I was saying, you know what it is too? Because the coach is overplaying their players. They have tired legs. That's why I say once they play zone to give their legs some rest. And when you don't play zone, man, and you play man to man all night long, they get tired. I know they're NBA players. I know they're in shape, but they still human. You know what I'm saying? You won't get tired eventually.
Right. Yeah, man. I'm with you, bro. And on that CWC, like I'll give you a number that goes to CWC argument, right? So the Knicks are 20th in shot attempts per game. 20th. That means teams get up a lot of shots up on us during the course of a game, right? They get up a lot of shots on us, right? So we're 20th in shots given up, but we're 7th in shots made.
We're not a good shooting team.
No. This is teams against us.
Oh.
This is what teams do against us. We give up 20. We give up that we're the 20th best team in a number of shots that are taken, but we're 7th in terms of shots made. Right? And so what that tells me is that teams wear us down over time, going to CWC point that this team gets tired. Tibbs, you gotta play more people, bro. Or go to zone or mix things up.
Yeah.
You gotta try something different, because when you look at these numbers, man, yo, Ron Cleveland is in the building. Okay, I see you, Ron. I see you.
What's up, Ron?
Nobody
hey, Uncle Freezy.
Says man like Ron Cleveland. What's good? What's good, CWC?
You think the coaching staff telling Tibbs like, hey, give your the guy needs some rest, man. You think the coaching staff?
I think the performance team is telling Tibbs that on a daily basis. I think they're giving him reports. They emailing him, right? They because every team has
they are there. Team. They are there simply for suggestions. Tibbs is there to not listen to them if he doesn't feel like it. That's they are merely there for suggestions. They are there to suggest things, and Tibbs will do whatever his heart truly desires.
Basically.
Cause one guy on the Knicks creator, the one guy on the New York Knicks creator, right? He trying to say, well, they NBA players, they made millions of dollars, they should be in shape, so they could play a lot of minutes. I like. First of all, they human too. Just because they make million dollars, they get tired. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Like crazy stuff.
Right. And but CWC, Dre, you know how I talk to you about a standard? Like what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So if you say NBA players get paid millions of dollars, they should be in shape or whatever. We should say the same thing for coaches. NBA coaches get paid millions of dollars. They should have better. Yep, they should be doing that.
Yeah, it should be adjusted on the fly, like nothing.
Right. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If we talk about relatively what people make based on their profession, then everybody should be judged at the same standard. Nobody should be exempt. Tibbs out here running dudes in the ground, he make millions of dollars too. So why are you gonna say Cam make millions of dollars? He should be in shape. When Tibbs make millions of dollars, he should be able to coach.
Leon Rose gets paid top 3 out of all executives in the NBA, and is he performing like that?
Right.
Is he performing like the guy from the Warriors, Bob Myers?
And yo, how are they getting tired of Bob Myers and Golden State? Golden State is crazy. That's what I'm saying, man. Organization is crazy, bro.
Man. What's up, fellas, man? What's
up,
on,
big dog?
Hey guys, my phone going dead, so if it turned off, it's not me, it's the phone. What's up, man?
Man, but CWC, aka the mask. What's going on with you? Man, fellas, man, it's been a minute, boy. Been a minute. Your boy been busy, man. Busy.
As long as you safe, that's all that matters, man.
As long as you got that health, man.
Yeah, as long
Pops,
as you safe.
You know what I mean? Running back and forth with Pops, man. So, but yeah, man, I got a little time, man. So I said, let me check in with Freezy. I was listening to you yesterday. You and Free Keith. You know what I mean, on that Knicks freestyle.
Yeah.
And you touched on something, man. Freezy, that's why I'm gonna tell you about you, man. A lot of people might say Freezy be trolling, Freezy that. One thing I know about you, you give players a long leash. And once you come to a realization, you're gonna let it be known. You change your stuff based on new information. And that's
you got to.
And you can't just say a player playing great when you know they're playing bad. You can't do that, because then you can't. People can't respect a person's opinion when they do stuff like that. I know I can't. You know, if you see a player playing like trash, hey, you got to call it. You got to call it, and I appreciate that about you, man. Yeah. But man, this New York Knicks situation, man, it's a roller coaster, man. It's really a roller coaster. And what really is the problem with this team? It is that we don't have a real third option on this team. We do, but that third option has to come off the bench because the bench don't have a consistent firepower on that bench.
Right.
And y'all know who I'm getting ready to call, man. And this guy, I'm surprised. He surprised me. I didn't see this from him, but Emmanuel Quickley is our third best player on this team. Emmanuel Quickley, ladies and gentlemen, and I stamp it. You can time stamp it. He's the third best player on this team. That boy is a two-way player, man. Two-way player. And Freezy, we know that's hard to do in basketball.
It's hard to do.
It's hard. But that kid is a two-way player. You can count on him offensively now. And his defense is what really surprised me. I didn't think Quickley had this in him defensively. And so I got to call it like it is, man. It's not RJ. He getting paid like he the third man on the wheel.
Right.
But it's not RJ. RJ's inconsistent, man, and always has been. So, you know what I mean? He doing what RJ does. But I'm gonna tell you this, man. Some people gonna get some feelings hurt in this Knicks universe, man. This Knicks fandom.
Right.
And I always talk about this, Freezy. You know my motto, man. Don't get attached to players.
Don't get attached to players, man.
Don't get attached to players, man. You better get attached to progress.
Yep.
Because if you get attached to players, you're gonna get your feelings hurt.
Yep.
You know what I mean? There's gonna be some people get their feelings hurt, and I'm gonna tell you. When I heard that the Knicks is looking at OG Anunoby, of course I didn't like the amount. Because if you're giving up 3 first-round picks, I don't care if they're protected or unprotected. You better be bringing back at least a star to a superstar. You better be bringing that back, not no role player. But, however, I understand the Knicks' dilemma if they pay that. Because, again, none of us can – we're not the GM. So if they decide to make a move, I'm trying to look at why would they do that and hand that many picks. Well, we know we're devoid of a small forward because Cam is up out of here. And I'm gonna show you how that intertwines up. So when you look at the fact that the New York Knicks is trying to get OG, right, for picks, and then it's reported that the New York Knicks is looking to trade Cam to Milwaukee for Grayson Allen, right?
For Grayson Allen. Mm.
So Freezy, let me ask you something. You bring both of them guys over here. Where you think them guys going?
The bench.
You think they're going to the bench?
Talking about Grayson Allen? Grayson Allen definitely going to the bench.
I don't know, Freezy.
I don't think he start over Grimes, man.
I don't. Now that could be questionable. That's the only thing I thought about. But I'm gonna tell you like this: if OG's coming here,
He a starter.
RJ is not gonna be on this team. I don't think. I'm gonna tell you right now. I think that would be the precursor to RJ getting traded probably in the offseason.
Okay.
Because you can't have OG and RJ on the floor together. You can't have them. Both of those guys like to slash.
Okay.
And you need somebody who can spot up and shoot the jump shot and cut to the basket, receive cuts. That's where Grimes come in. But that's not RJ's game. We know that.
Right.
So it's when I heard that they're looking at that, I said, oh man. And then we all know they weren't committed to RJ in the offseason. Let's just call it what it is. Everybody else was getting them extensions.
Right.
RJ was sitting on ice. Only until they pivot away from Donovan Mitchell, and then they pen that fake love letter. You know what I mean? But how much they felt about RJ. Nah, you felt like that, you would have paid me off the rip. It ain't what you say, it's what you do.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at the tea leaves, man. I would not be surprised if they try to trade RJ in the offseason.
Right.
If they try to trade RJ and oh my God, I'm not even mad at the idea of trading RJ, but if we were to like triple down on this like Randall and Tibbs marriage, I'm gonna just lose my mind, bro. Because it's like Tibbs is coaching for his career at this point, and Randall's playing at an all-star level, right? And we're still just a playing team. Like we have to like really reassess the direction and like what upward trajectory is. And I'm keeping it a stack. This ain't it.
Hey, I agree 100%, man. Hey,
this ain't it.
The Knicks could be a solidified 6th seed if Tibbs got out of the way.
100%. How many games we lose down the stretch, bro?
Man.
We lost about maybe 5-6 games down the stretch, which is bad coaching.
Yeah, because it's stuff that Tibbs did, and I'm gonna defend him in this last game. I can't believe I'm saying it, but that in the regulation, that's all on Julius Randle, man. Hey, come on, y'all. Y'all know y'all played basketball, man.
It's all Julius Randle.
Who's the most dangerous player on the inbound? On the inbound play, who's the most
inbounder? The inbounder.
Exactly. So when Jalen Brunson, even though the play was ugly because he didn't really run no action or none of that to get nobody open, it still worked perfectly because LeBron screwed up and went down there and tried to double off of Jalen Brunson, who was the hottest guy on either team on the floor. Jalen Brunson was wide open. And I said right there, I said, oh, he kick it back to him, it's over.
And even if Bron stayed on Brunson, can't stay in front of him.
To get by him because LeBron can't stop Brunson.
You know what, man? You know what? You know, LeBron just got that bad. He probably thinking Randall get himself trying to be the hero.
CWC, you sound like computer love.
I know what he was saying though. Like he was saying, he said Bron has like the IQ and knew he wasn't gonna pass that ball, so he was gonna trap him. Regardless.
You know what? Now that's a great take. That's a great take. Because Julius will try to play hero, and that's what happened, man. He played hero ball right there when he didn't have to, and he wasn't even hot that night. I was mad with Julius so bad, man.
But Ron, this is where I put it on Tibbs though. Brunson had the hot hand, right? The whole time. As soon as Brunson inbounded the ball, Brunson curled off because it looked like, and then they showed another angle where you see the back of Randall's head. Randall was not passing that ball. It was an isolation straight up for Randall.
And you know what? I'm gonna tell you what. If that's the case, Tibbs need to be fired today. First thing smoking. I'll drive him to the airport for free.
It looked straight up like if it was intended for Brunson to get the ball back, he would have got it back. If it was intended to run an action, like if it was intended to run an action, he would have set like that little rub screen that they do to get like a mismatch.
Quick. to get the man open.
Yeah, but we didn't even do that. We passed it in and we cleared out, and everybody was on weak side.
It's still on Randall too. Randall know he ain't had no chance to get that shot off, man.
Not against a top 75 player.
Man, come on, man. And then you got LeBron coming down, man. You got some common sense gonna tell you if two men on you, somebody open. Well, come on, man. And the guy that open was the guy who threw you the ball.
I'm gonna keep it real, Ron. We've seen Randall last 4 years.
Yeah, this ain't.
He has tunnel vision. That's not his skill set. We know, and Tibbs knows he has blinders on. So at that point, you got to handicap your offense to stop guys from doing the things that they're not good at.
Yeah,
and,
I agree.
And in that situation, Brunson got it going. You do not let Randall get the ball and isolate. You tell Randall, hey, pass the ball to Brunson as soon as you get it.
I'm going to tell you what, I wouldn't want Randall nowhere near the last play. Knowing how Randall played when the game get tight, I wouldn't want him inbounding the ball because he might get a 5-second. I wouldn't even want Randall trying to set up no screen because he might get a little too aggressive and knock the man down and get an offensive foul.
There's a statistic. I'm saying Randall's legitimately the least clutch player in the entire NBA.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely.
I would have rather they subbed RJ and for RJ to take a half court shot than whatever that was. It's like.
Now I'm glad you brought up RJ. I'm glad you brought up him. RJ got to do better. RJ got to do better, man. RJ got to do better because I'm gonna tell y'all like this, man. It's defense first for me.
His defense has been bad, man.
And this dude ain't been playing no defense. And now I'm gonna tell you, this is something that I definitely didn't agree with. And I didn't find this out until Freezy said it. That guy didn't go to the press conference after that loss.
He was frustrated because in the fourth quarter.
I'm glad you said that, Dre. I'm glad you said that. Let's think about this, right? All of us didn't work on somebody's job, right? All of us didn't have supervisors, right?
Right.
Supervisors do something you don't like. You gonna tell your partner to go tell the supervisor, or you gonna go talk to him yourself about something he's doing that affects you directly.
You're supposed to go talk to him.
And that's what a man does. That's what a man does.
But this is the thing, though.
Your boss, because evidently,
this is the thing, though. This is the thing, though, Ron. Cam Reddish did that, and he's been bent on the bench for the last 2 months.
Yeah, but you know,
right. Hey, hold on for a split second, y'all. Hold on for a split second, man. Nav coming in here disrupting the conversation.
What's going on, Nav?
Nav disrupted the conversation. My bad, Rod. Hey, Nav had been sitting back there, man. So I want
okay. It's all good. It's all good. I'll finish that thing up for what you call it. But come on now. We all had supervisors, man. And if you got a problem with what your supervisor doing, you don't tell your coworker, hey, go talk to him for me.
Right.
You go talk to the coworker. And you know what I quit?
Well, supervisor, you go talk to your supervisor.
You go talk to your supervisor. You know what I quit? What he did to exactly what KP did by skipping that exit interview.
Yeah.
You had a problem with Phil, but you ran home.
Right.
You know what I mean? Hey, you getting paid $100+ million. You go talk to Tibbs if you got a problem. Don't send Cam. Cam, ain't nobody checking for Cam. Cam ain't been doing nothing. And then
he ain't been doing that because they don't want to play him.
And then you putting even more of a bullseye on Cam back because now they already know Cam disgruntled and want up out of here. You running.
He just want to play. Cam just want to play though.
Yeah,
Cam Reddish just want to play.
He want to play, but he disgruntled. We know he disgruntled.
Yeah,
he want to play, but he disgruntled.
He disgruntled because he want to play.
Yeah,
he wouldn't be disgruntled. He just not a malcontent. Now some people are malcontent, right? But Cam. When Cam scored 27 in that Memphis game, first game of the season, all of us thought that that's the Cam or some semblance of that is what we was going to be getting going forward.
I felt like he should have stayed in the lineup.
Yeah, about 14 points a game, maybe start, maybe come off the bench, defensive stop. That's what we thought we was going to get from Cam, about 14 points. That's all we wanted. And I think he scored. What did Cam score in that game?
I would have took 9 points a game, man. Just any production.
With that defense he got, and the length that he can cover. I mean, he covers ground fast too. You know, getting out to the closeout and stuff, man. But I'm gonna tell you, RJ, and I gotta say this, man. And anybody who love RJ, you gotta call it like you see it, because you know if this was Julius Randle pull that stunt. Oh, wait a minute, he did that last year, right?
He missed like a bunch of games in a row.
Everybody was
front
killing
office, and the front office covered for
you got to get on RJ for that, man. And RJ wasn't playing good anyway for him to have such an attitude. I can see if you was lighting it up and pull your behind out.
But Ron,
and then benching. You wasn't playing defense. You really wasn't scoring.
Ron, hold on. This was the way the game was turning out. It was turning into like one of those games where RJ plays terrible the entire game, but he figures it out in the fourth. And he was like 4 for 4 in the fourth quarter, if you recall. Right. And they took him out at like
5-13 in that game.
Yeah, he started 1 for 8 or something like that.
I'm gonna tell you, terribly. I can't count on RJ, man. I don't trust RJ no more than I can Pete. And I don't trust Julius Randle neither. Neither one of them. I don't trust neither one of them. Julius is playing the best ball between them two, and really one of the better balls on this team. But when the game is tight, I don't trust Julius at all. But RJ, man, I gotta call it like I see it, man. And everybody know if that was Julius Randle, and we can't make no excuse for RJ, man. This year 4, and RJ looking like this, man. Come on, man. That defense, that's why Tibbs really pulled him, because of the defense. It wasn't the offense. It's the defense. He's suspect. Look what LeBron was doing to him. Old man Brown. Come on, man.
They had Randall on Braun.
Early on, RJ got in that foul trouble. He got it from LeBron.
It was because Braun was like, it wasn't even his man. He was coming over to help and he stripped. But anyway, like in that game, Tibbs was matching Randall's minutes with LeBron, which is why Randall's like rotation was weird. Like he would come out earlier in the third, and he would come back in. He was coming in and out based on whenever Braun was in the game. He does that with Giannis too. Like he does that with like superstars that play the 4. He tries to match Randall with him, and like it was.
Quite frankly, I don't blame him either.
Yeah, I don't blame him for that. Like we need, for better or worse, we need Randall at his best to compete.
We do. Without Randall, it's a lottery team.
Yeah, so without Randall or Brunson, it's
without Randall and
legitimately.
Brunson, we going straight to the lottery, 100 miles and running.
But at that point, like you supposed to go with what got you there. We were down by how many points?
Brunson was supposed to take that shot. That was so disappointing. But that game, man, they couldn't stop. Brunson was doing whatever Brunson wanted to do in that game, man. And to know that last play came down to a guy who wasn't even on fire,
he wasn't
known to
well
make bad
at all.
decisions in those spots. To your point, Drake, known for making bad decisions in those spots.
That's on the coach.
And the coach did that. That's coaching malpractice, man.
Yeah.
And I'll say this in Grimes. The only reason why Grimes stay on the floor of RJ, because I know somebody will say, well, Grimes don't be shooting good, but he be on the floor. You know why? Because his defense is better than RJ's. That's why. If RJ was playing defense and struggling offensively, he would stay on the floor.
Is Grimes' defense better than RJ and Quickley though?
Not better than Quickley's. I don't think it's better than
Quickley's, but I think.
But it's better than RJ.
I'm not about to just say that I'm right off the numbers, but the eye test shows me like he's physically more capable. Because what we do with Grimes is, remember when last year we put RJ on like the hardest assignments, the wings, 2s and 3s. We do that with Grimes this year, except he's covering 1s, 2s, 3s. Like Grimes is legitimately the only player in the league I've seen, besides like Mikal Bridges, be told, yo, you gotta guard John Morant and then come back and try to guard Jason Tatum.
Giannis and Luka.
And Jason Tatum, like that's
anybody that's the man, he getting thrown on him.
Right. But here's the thing though, with a defense only guy. Right. And y'all know the league historically has been full of defense only guys.
Oh yeah.
Right. At center, it's been cats like Mutombo. Right. Mm-hmm. On the wing is Tony Allen's, Bruce Bowen's. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Right now, Javon Carter's. You know what I'm saying? And Grimes. The thing about that though is when they struggle defensively, you can't play them. Right? Because think about y'all remember Mutombo in Houston behind Yao? Remember when Mutombo was watching his defense was going? You could not play Mutombo because historically he never offered you anything else to start with. So when he struggled at his best thing, you had to sit him. Mm-hmm. Whether he still had NBA talent or not was not relevant.
True.
You know what I'm saying? Because Mutombo still had stuff left in the tank. You know what I'm saying? Like he could rebound and all that stuff at an average big man clip and all that stuff. But when he was not the best version of himself, you had to sit him, bro. And sometimes I think that's what Tibbs had to consider with Grimes. When Grimes is the Drew Holiday situation, when Drew was cooking him in the fourth quarter, if I'm Tibbs, I'm like, you know what? They figured out a thing to their advantage. We got to at least mix up the look, right? Do we put a bigger man on him to smother him with length, or do we put a quicker man on him to make Drew Holiday work for his shot better? But when you put Grimes on him, all he did was separate, elevate, and knock down the shot.
But Freezy, to your point, though, and I don't. Most people might not remember, but there have been a few games where he pulled Grimes and had Quickley in there. You know what I mean? Had Quickley closing over Grimes. There was a few games I saw like that where Grimes couldn't do nothing. He brought Quickley.
I would have in that scenario, that last game, like the way it closed, I would have taken Grimes out and put RJ in. Just because RJ was getting going, and in the fourth quarter, RJ is probably the most clutch guy on his team, because no matter what's going on, he's due to hit like a big time shot when it comes down the last minute. He will play terrible the 98% of the game, and for whatever reason, he can hit a clutch shot. For whatever reason, am I lying, Ron?
Laugh, but you're right though.
Am I lying, Ron? Matter of fact, he can't make free throws. He'll take ugly free throws in the second quarter, and at the end of games, he gonna drill all his free throws.
Yeah, and put him in that corner for that corner three, and it's all day.
But like,
you're right.
But like the way they were setting up, like they were loading up. They didn't really have like an elite 1-2 out there. They were going to AD and LeBron every time down. At that point, you probably would be better off of just putting in RJ for Grimes, because I guess our defense wasn't that dire. Like, who were we losing to at the end of that game? Who was killing us?
Exactly.
It was Braun is gonna kill whoever.
Whoever, it don't
Braun is
matter.
Braun. Yeah,
and I'm gonna tell you what, man. This guy don't get enough credit. Money making Mitch, man.
Oh yeah,
Mitchell Robinson. For all them Knicks fans that talk about, we need to get Mitch out of here. And Sims this and Sims that. Sims is good. Don't get me wrong. Hear me out. Sims is good, but he is not Mitchell Robinson. And you watch him struggle with length. When he got to deal with them guys that got length, he has a problem. Mitchell Robinson. Since Mitchell Robinson been gone, people been coming in Madison Square Garden, driving their cars, parking it on the garden floor, giving the keys to the valet, having dinner dates in the lane. A lot of that been going on the minute Mitch left out of here.
I'm watching this game, and like AD was going to all his moves in slow motion. He wasn't rushed. He was taking his time. He was getting to wherever he wanted to get to. And I'm just like, I'm not gonna say Mitch would stop AD, but he would have made it a lot harder. And those
he would have his
the rebounding numbers would not have been what they were for AD.
And so the thing is, AD and LeBron gonna get theirs. I think where the Knicks lost that game is those Hachimura putbacks and Thomas Bryant rolling to the basket.
Well, that boy had about 21 points, didn't he?
Yeah. If you got Mitchell Robinson there, I think Mitchell Robinson either wipe out all of that or the majority of it. Thomas Bryant ain't going to the rim dunking on Mitch.
And you know what else?
I ain't never seen. When's the last time you saw a dude look our center in the eye, look Mitch in the eye, and like, I'm a dunk on you? When has that ever happened?
No. Mitch told you he 270 now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It ain't happening. I'm watching Mitch playing bully ball down there with centers. I'm like, ooh, I said this Mitch is a new improved Mitch. And that game, man, I'm gonna tell y'all what is our record since Mitch went up? Because I doubt that we over 500. We might not even be 500.
Let me check.
Since Mitch gone. That's really what hurting us, man. It is really hurting us. And Hartenstein tries his hard. He tries his hardest, and I got to give him props for trying hard. You know what I mean? There's something to be said for trying, but he just ain't. That ain't his game. That ain't his game.
Okay.
1 L, 2 L's, 1 2, 2 2, 2 3, 2 4. We're 2 and 5 without Mitch.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
But that's like but on a lot of teams, when you say, hey man, how is your team without your best defensive player? A lot of teams gonna struggle.
They're gonna suffer.
Yeah. A lot of teams. So it's not just a Knicks issue. If say for instance, how would the Bucks be without Giannis, their best defensive player? I'm not calling Mitch Giannis. I'm saying that just the best defensive player thing.
Yeah, they'd be in major trouble.
Right.
And then you think about the way our defense is structured. Everything is structured to funnel things to Mitch. You know what I mean? Mitch is that backbone. And even watching Russell Westbrook the other night, man, I can't recall this year watching Russell Westbrook go to the lane as much as he was going. Mm-hmm. Russell Westbrook looked like he was like he reverted back to the OKC Russell Westbrook, just constantly getting in the lane.
Hey, Rob, but let me disagree with you for a little bit on that, right? Let me disagree with you on a little bit on that. The Cats going to the paint on the Knicks, I think for the most part, I think we're fair. I think we're average. I think we're so-so interior defense. The point that I was getting at is when you see Russell Westbrook pull up for three with confidence, your perimeter defense is struggling.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I was getting at when I pointed out Kyrie, LeBron, Drew Holiday, all these teams that we've been playing against lately. Seeing them pull up on the perimeter from three against our perimeter defense has been a struggle for me to watch, because ultimately in previous iterations we have been known for a team that even if you make 3-pointers against us, it's because we blew an assignment, which happens. If you're a Knicks fan and you think the Knicks don't miss assignments on 3-pointers, you crazy. Because occasionally you will see a man so wide open for three, you're like, how did we miss that? That's a blown assignment, whatever. Even with those, the Knicks still don't, peak teams still don't shoot 35% from three against us. They still don't shoot league average against us from three. Still don't, right? But my point is, when even if Mitch is here and Russell Westbrook can pull up on the perimeter for three, LeBron James, a notorious non-shooter athlete that is a decent shooter, is pulling up with confidence from three. It's a perimeter defense issue. It don't have nothing to do with Mitch.
Absolutely, yeah.
It don't have nothing to do with all of them.
Perimeter.
Drew Holiday, a notorious defensive all-around player, is pulling up from on the perimeter multiple times over Grimes with confidence. That has nothing to do with Mitch or the interior defense, man. That's got something to do with teams have found something against our defense to exploit. It's on film. They found something on film, and every team is. You remember the Pascal Siakam game? Where Pascal Siakam
but looking like
the
Giannis.
same play over and over, and that what happened is we lost to Luka, we lost to Dallas and Luka. Then Toronto came in, right, and Siakam did the same thing Luka was doing, high ball screen at the top of the key, with a four man, and then your small guards had to scramble to the double team to protect the rim, and Toronto exploited that.
And that's normally when you're gonna have your breakdowns.
Yeah,
after that initial man get beat, everybody's in scramble mode and they don't help recover properly.
Also, like Ron, it's to say it's because Mitch is our only guy that's above average in length and athleticism at the same time.
You're right.
These guys, if you watch these NBA guys do their drills and they're doing it over chairs and doing pull-up jumpers, they're doing it because they can shoot over Grimes. Grimes 6'4", man.
Right.
If Grimes was 6'7", he would have went top 10 in the lottery.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Yes. Like you can play hard-nosed defense all you want, but there are physical limitations.
Right.
If you're not the fastest, if you're not the tallest, you can. If these guys are gonna do dribbles like you're a cone and shoot over you like you're not there, because they practice it.
Right. They practice it over and over and over again all summer long. And so what I'm getting at, Ron, is this: we are very like the number of games I've been to don't even matter over the last season or two. The point that I'm getting at is when you watch them live, the Knicks are a very physical perimeter team. Like the dudes that set the screen for the other team, he gonna feel it because we gonna run through screens. And it's gonna make him not want to set solid screens over the course of the game. I saw Grimes slam Grimes like wham in the Plumlee. Both of them crashed, stepped back a little bit, and both of them kept playing. But when you do that over and over and over the course of the game, Plumlee started kind of dodging them screens a little bit because of the physicality of the perimeter defense.
Don't think twice about it.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And so what I'm getting at is while the style of perimeter defense that we play with, like everybody is kind of thick with us. Brunson, Grimes, RJ, Randall. We don't have that 6'11", 220 pound
slinky looking guys.
Yeah, the athlete that could just jump over the crowd. We don't have a Stromile Swift, Tyrus Thomas.
We do got to be on the bench. Cam.
We don't know guys that can teleport and be in two places at once.
Yes, like Cam.
Let me say something about that 3-point stat Freezy put out. To me, that stat is very deceiving because there are a lot of games we have played excellent defense, and then for whatever reason, we give a barrage of freeze. So while it might look good,
well, no, you got to say the context though.
Yeah, for instance, the Milwaukee game. That would be an excellent example. We played pretty good defense up to a certain point.
Yeah,
and then Milwaukee went on a hot streak and just started hitting a number of frees. So the stats can be a little deceiving in that sense because there are times when we have played games like that where or we have started real bad where we give like the Boston game, we gave up so many threes. 27 if I remember right.
Right.
So there are times where
You're talking about made threes, 27 made threes in one
made
game.
threes, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why I think the stats is a little deceiving, because if they take, I think Boston had taken like 57 threes in that game. So the stats ain't gonna look all that great. 27, that's like 50% in above 50% or around there. So the stats, to me, that's why the stat, it can be deceiving, because it's still a long shot, and teams only need to make a certain amount, like 18, 19, and if they take like in the 40s to make 18 shots, that's still under 50%. So so that's why I think we are suffering. There are times where, to me, we are suffering, giving up wide open threes, much more than the stats is showing. So that's all I got to say on that.
In that game that you mentioned against Milwaukee, though,
Yeah.
in that Milwaukee game when they started hitting threes, two things. It started with Mitchell Robinson not closing out in the corner on Brook Lopez, and Brook Lopez hit them 2 threes on Mitch in the corner, right? And then once they started pulling Mitch away from the rim, Giannis was going to the lane behind that. And then once Giannis started going to the rim, that was leaving their other wing play. It was like the snowball effect.
Yeah.
And you know what else, Freezy, in that game?
And they took 49. They took it's just real quick, Ron. They took the Milwaukee Bucks took 1 3 per minute in that game. They took 49 threes. That means every minute of that game, they was at least chucking up 1 3 against us.
And to your point, too, in that game, Grimes, if I can recall that game, I remember Grimes was giving Holiday fits. He was giving him fits, and Tibbs pulled him out of that game. And late in that game, he was out of that game. And by the time he brought him back in, Holiday had then got comfortable and had it going. And it was too late.
Okay.
Because remember, Holiday was the one who actually closed that game. I think he had maybe 3 3-pointers in that game, late in that game. Okay. I was like, you bringing Grimes back too late. He didn't got comfortable. And once a player get comfortable, it's a wrap.
I was gonna say, like, statistically, we give up the second most threes per game in the NBA, but we're like 4th in best percentage from stopping them. So, like, what we do is we kind of have a preset rotation based on when Mitch does play, where we funnel, and then teams do driving kicks on us. And we kind of have a preset rotation where we know where we're supposed to be and we know how to close out. But we bait teams into basically driving and kicking. Teams drive, they see Mitch and immediately pass the ball out, and then they put up threes. And then we have our help side of the weak side that come help, and our rotations are predetermined.
The sad thing with that defense we run too, Dre, is that it always seems like we in scramble mode. Like we always trying to get out to the perimeter, and the man just to Nev's point. How many, man, if we were to look at all these games and just somebody was to chart, how many wide open threes teams get on us, whether they make them or not, it'll probably be so staggering. We'll probably get a headache.
We're second to the Houston Rockets in most 3-pointers attempted against us.
38. Yep. We give up 38 threes a game. And for some context, the team that gives up the least amount, the Phoenix Suns gives up 31.2.
But you know what they have? You know why that is? Because they have a bunch of wings that are long and athletic that can close out. Well, we're in scramble mode because our guards and our wings are not long and athletic. They can't cover a ton of ground fast to run people off the line to make them attack a closeout. Because if we had that, for instance, we'd make teams drive and kick up multiple times over because they'd be driving, kicking out. We run them off the line. They try to run right into Mitch again. But what happens is we drive, we stop their initial action, they kick, and then they're like, okay, we'll just take the jumper. We'll just take the jumper then. Because
we need some length on this team, man.
We're not gonna close out enough to deter them from taking the jumper at all. We're just gonna close out to make it hard for them to take it. But they're like, you're still 6'4", bro. Like, I'm gonna just shoot over you anyway.
At the end of the day, you still just 6'4".
Man, this team. I told y'all that, man. The last time I think I came on here, Freeze, I said we built like a '90s team, man.
Yeah.
This team is built like a '90s team, late '90s, early 2000s. Because even our center, and I love Mitch, but even he's more in the mindset of, to me, like a Tyson Chandler type.
Right.
You know, catches the you ain't running no offense for Tyson Chandler, just like you ain't running none for Mitch.
Right.
He's just there to gobble up rebounds, putbacks, dunks, and block shots.
I mean,
hey, hold on, AJ. Let me bring my guy in real quick.
What's up, Adam?
Hey, what's up, Adam?
What's good? What's good?
What's going on with you?
Cleveland, Nev, Dre.
Yep.
What's good, y'all? Salute to y'all. Salute to the channel. Salute to the panel. To the chat. And my man, Uncle Freezy.
Yep.
Yo.
I was gonna say, Ron, that there's a place in the modern NBA for a Mitch. There's always a place.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's just we don't actually use Mitch in that place, because if we had like for instance, you see how many points like someone like Capella averaged over his course of his career when he was playing with elite playmakers that always threw the lob.
Mm-hmm.
Mitch should not be at 8 points a game. It should be at 12.
Yeah, he should.
He should be at 12, 13.
Yeah, easy. Let me bring my guy in real quick. Hold on.
Yo, what's up, fam? Big shout out to the panel. Big shout out to the chat. How y'all gentlemen doing today? Glad to see all y'all.
Yeah, man. I just want to win some close games, man. I'm tired of losing close games. You heard me?
I'm on that same time as you.
Yeah, man.
So it's like to chime in, like we have like a bunch of mismatching parts that don't necessarily fit in the modern NBA, and we're kind of just winning off of sheer like straight up talent sometimes. Like the ability that Brunson has to always get his shot, the ability that RJ has to always get 2 feet in the paint, the ability that Randall is a bowling ball, but are we actually putting them in the most ideal positions to succeed? I doubt it. Like, I highly doubt it. Like, I feel like we probably would be a much more efficient offense if we ran things a little bit differently instead of your turn, my turn. We don't really set up advantageous positions for ourselves on offense. And on defense, it is what it is. Our best defender is out, so can't really say too much.
To your point, Dre, I 100% agree, man, because we think about it. If a player don't get enough shots, right, you can't affect them. You can't expect them to be effective. When the 3 guys on this team shoots, I mean, I've watched games, and I'm not even joking, where I've seen us run at least 5 to 8 plays, where it might even be 10 plays before Grimes get a shot. or anybody else. It's like Julius Randle sometimes and Brunson, the only two taking shots.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous to watch. And I'm like, how can this coach sit back and just watch this? And for anybody to say we ain't a heavy isolation team, because he even brought that out of his mouth that we really don't do ISO. Man, what are you smoking? That's all we do is ISO.
ISO.
Even with Quick coming in the game, and I love Quick, it ain't nothing but a bunch of ISO going on with this team, and that's why we lose games, man. Because everybody is not being involved. And you know, like I know, Freezy, everybody know this. You to get people to really be involved. If you want them to be involved defensively, you got to give them some touches offensively.
But the thing is,
that's true.
The roster construction is weird, man, because okay, so when Randall touches it and Brunson touches it, right? You want guys to cut and move away from. You want to have off-ball actions, right? But you have a 6'5" Grimes who's not an elite athlete or leaper, right? And then on the other side, you have a RJ Barrett who's a 6'6" guy that's not an elite athlete, leaper, or shooter, right? And then you have Mitchell Robinson on the floor who's a lob threat, but he doesn't give you anything outside of 5 feet, right? So now it's like when you have Randall with the ball and Randall is looking for a cutter, you got Quentin Grimes cutting to the basket. Quentin Grimes ain't jumping over nobody yamming. Quentin Grimes ain't Euro stepping to the basket, finishing in traffic. RJ Barrett is not leaping over the top of nobody. So their best attribute is to catch it and then make a move, which looks like ISO ball. It's not really. It gives a perception. But the thing is, if Randall has the ball and he's going to the basket and your baseline cutter was Kelly Oubre, Cam Reddish, somebody like that, then you can throw the ball over the top of the defense instead of through the defense for a lob. But you can't do that to Grimes because Grimes is not that explosive type athlete. Now, what he gives you on a defensive end, it works. On the offensive end, though, you can't be mad at Brunson for not throwing that lob to Quentin Grimes. Because if he throw the lob to Quentin Grimes, what is Grimes going to do with it? It's dogs chasing cars, bro. It's dogs chasing cars. The dog going to chase the car. But what's going to happen when the dog catches the car? What are you going to do with it?
Hey, Freezy, I wanted to even point the picture about the isolation thing. I'm gonna name the top 10 teams in most isolations per game as a team, and I'm gonna see which team sticks out to you. Okay, number 1 in isolations, the Dallas Mavericks. We know who's on that team, right?
Luka.
Yeah. Right. Number 2, Philadelphia 76ers. We know who's on that team.
Harden.
And Joel
Embiid.
And Maxey.
Number 3, the Brooklyn Nets.
Kyrie.
We know who's on that team. Yeah. Number 4, the Lakers.
Bronny, Eddie. And
Number
Russ.
5, us. Number 5 is the Number 6 is the Portland Trailblazers. You know who's on that team.
Damn, Anthony Simmons.
Yeah. Number 7, the Hawks.
Trae Young and DeJounte.
Right. Number 8, Clippers.
Yeah.
Paul George, Kawhi.
And now when we get to 8, 9, 10, the Celtics are 11th, and they have 2 bona fide isolation guys, and they're not even top 10.
But you know what the Celtics do?
But they have more ball movement than us.
Yeah, they have better ball movement.
Yeah, and I was gonna mention the team that's 8th is the Raptors, and they're 23-30 because they don't really have great isolation players. They have guys trying to do it. Well, I mean, Van Vliet tries to isolate, and he's inefficient. And Pascal's not an isolation player. He's almost like
Barnes
Giannis.
is not a point guard, man.
Right.
They're not point guards, bro.
And number 9 is the Thunder, and they have a guy averaging 30 on isolations right now. So it makes sense for them.
SGA.
That's not gonna be sustainable for winning.
Not in the long term, but for right now, for right
now, he's eating off of
regular
off
season
of a high diet. Yeah, he's Alex English. He's Adrian Dantley right now.
The Knicks
Lost a
roster
lot
right
of
now is a
buy-in.
whole bunch of players playing 2K in the rec. Nobody trying to get the easy buckets. Everybody just playing isolation basketball. Just think about it. Every time the Knicks actually make an easy pass and make an easy bucket, you're more excited than that than the isolation bucket because we never see that. The Knicks never have team assists. They never make the easy plays. They always make it difficult on ourselves. And that's really what it is. We shouldn't have to
Greedy,
go
that's a
down
good
and
point,
depend
man.
on ISO shots every single time. Like, come on.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Like that,
Yeah,
just think
because
about it. If you come in, like think about it. How many times you seen the Knicks run a pick and roll and everybody else is stagnant? Like set a back screen and get a mismatch for Mitchell Robinson, or have RJ go in the corner, or Grimes, or have it set a backdoor screen so they can come off that banana curl going straight downhill at the rack with a mismatch to get fouled.
But Greeny, when they catch that
Make the
ball, based off
baskets
of
easy.
Greeny, when they catch the ball, what is Grimes gonna do? It's dogs chasing cars, bro. Because even if
But the
Grimes
thing, the
catches
thing
it,
is, you got to put Grimes in a
Breezy.
position to score. Don't give
um,
Grimes the ball at the
Folks,
3-point line where he's 32 feet away, and
you
now he has to pass it back to Brunson.
you killing me right now.
folks,
What
folks.
I'm asking you is this: not all that other stuff, because we all agree with all the other stuff you said. When Grimes catches the ball, what is he gonna do with it?
To be honest, bro, when Grimes get the ball in the
is he gonna saw somebody up and make somebody fall and hit a mid range? Is he
it's
gonna
not
get
that. The
momentum?
thing is,
Is
he
he
has the
gonna
ability to
get
do all
momentum
that.
going to the basket and throw it down over three people?
But that's not
No,
what you're looking for out of Grimes. You're looking
guys,
for him to make a play for himself or Mitchell Robinson, which he does
folks.
a lot. How many times you see Quentin Grimes get in the lane and drop off a nice, beautiful pass to Mitchell Robinson for an easy bucket?
He's
That
great at
doesn't
it.
happen
He's
a
great at
lot.
it. Look at that pass he
It
dropped the
doesn't
other
happen
night.
a lot. How many times you see Quentin Grimes get to the free throw line when a team breaks in the zone and he pulls that mid range and it's cash? Like,
Greeny, can you name 10 times that Grimes has did that all season?
how many times does he get the ball? Because the offense is stagnant.
You know what? You know
When
what?
he gets the ball 26 feet away, and he has no choice but to
What?
give it back to Brunson. He can't. He's not ready to just put the ball on the ground and hit him with 2-3 counter moves to get to the rack. He's not ready for that yet. He has to
Right.
still get in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's still not 82 games in the season.
My point though is what you just said. If Grimes is not ready for that, then why not just continue to bring Grimes along instead of forcing him to be something that he's not yet?
So
But I don't think we're forcing him. You got to put him in that role right now. You got to put him in that right now, or then you're just gonna be putting off another year of evaluating
I don't
Grimes.
want to force.
But then you're gonna do. Then this is what you're telling me. You're gonna sign a veteran to come take his minutes so that Grimes can develop more. And
Right.
No, give him the shot now so that you can get him out of here and evaluate him. That's what you got to do. Or you're in a loophole of signing veterans and stopgap guys and never letting your youth develop.
We can really have both worlds. We don't need to totally get away from the ISO, but we do need to create a motion offense, especially on the second unit.
Never say that louder so Tibbs can hear you.
Yeah, we can use both worlds. We can have the ISO on the first unit because that's the type of players we have. But the second unit, those players basically are motion plays.
Yeah.
And we don't use motion. We have guys standing there on one side of the ball for 23 seconds.
Right. But okay. So what it sound like in my ears is, do y'all have a concept of player archetypes? It sound like we just blowing through this. Just because a dude is 6'6" don't make him Michael Jordan, bro. Just because a dude is 6'6" don't mean he Kobe Bryant, man.
But
really, this is what we doing.
That's real fine there. I ain't even thinking about none of these guys.
Just because a dude is 6'7" mean he Dr. J. What I'm saying, Grimes is not that guy.
Let me make a point, please.
Okay, make sure it better be dope because you cut me off. This point better be
dope. Think about what you said, Uncle Freezy. Think about hold on. Before you go, Nev, think about what you said and think about the point that Dre made. How is Grimes going to get the shots that he want to get? And the Knicks is one of the heavily isolated teams in the league.
The point I am trying to make. The point I'm trying to make. The easiest way to run a good offense is a motion offense and get easy shots. That's the easiest way. So why we're not incorporating it? That the easiest way for some of our players, especially their players that likes to move around. Why we not incorporated in the second unit? It drives me crazy. I
Okay,
mean,
all right. So here's the thing. Because you used a bunch of buzz phrases that what type motion offense should we run?
uh, actually,
What type motion offense should we run? You brought
hold
it
it,
up.
Humphrey.
Name
Hold
the
it,
type
hold it.
motion offense we should run with this personnel.
With this personnel, I would run I call it a 3 second motion offense. Like any player cannot stay in one position for more than 3 seconds. Literally, you know. So I putting the onus on the player to move. So
That's
he
risk
cannot.
aversion,
So
though. We're a risk aversion on this team. That's why,
I
like,
know.
when you want to talk about switching offenses, that's not going to happen. Oh, in the middle of the season, that's going to happen in the off season if you're lucky with Tibbs. If you're lucky, but it would probably more than likely happen with an entirely different coaching staff, because it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Like for instance, if you want to say motion offense or have guys that are complementary with each other and have multiple actions off of it, you can look at the Sacramento Kings right now. They are, I think, third worst at isolation per game,
Right.
but they have the number one offense in the NBA.
Because they run a and see, and so this is the reason why I asked Nev. See,
And where do they stand in the standings?
They're like 28 and 22, something like that. In the
Yeah,
West.
No, I mean in their conference, where they rank in their conference.
Like fourth or fifth.
Yeah, they good, bro.
There you go. There you go.
But the point I'm getting at is like we throwing this stuff out here, and it's like sounds good in theory. It sounds good in conversation, but it don't make sense ultimately. The Sacramento Kings run a motion offense, which is called Trident, right? Their Trident offense gives every offensive player 3 options every time they touch the ball. Every time they touch the ball, there are 3 options, and it's an in-depth offense, which means everybody who touches it has the option to create something to 3 other players. They have 3 options, right? But saying that we should run a motion offense, everybody just running around like it's a fire drill or something, don't make sense.
No.
It also doesn't make
But
sense.
you know they come back to
it wrong.
You need high IQ players, though. You need high IQ players.
I tell y'all ultimately what this comes down to, and I've come to the realization that people have been saying it for a long time. But we talk about ceilings with players, right? This team is at its ceiling with Tom Thibodeau. Period.
Right.
Tom Thibodeau. What have you seen Tom Thibodeau run from 3 places? All three of his stops. It's the same thing. It ain't no difference. It ain't no difference.
Gonna run. You know Tibbs is gonna run.
The only difference that Tom had in Chicago, he had a superstar in Derrick Rose.
Generational.
Exactly. When he got to Minnesota, what did he have? One of the better centers, even though people think he's trash. You had Cat and you had Wiggins. When you
all three of those dudes,
and Levine too, right?
Those 3 dudes you mentioned were the number 1 pick in the draft.
There you go.
Rose, Cat, and Wiggins. What do we have?
We got a bunch of cast-offs.
Journeyman dudes from other teams that are trying to make their name in New York.
We got a bunch of cast-offs.
Right. And so to say that this magic thing is going to be the cure for this thing, what you have to realize, this team has a devoid of upper echelon talent. If Tibbs runs every time, I pointed this out to Dre about 3 games ago. It was so predictable. I think me and Dre were laughing at it. Right? So the Knicks come down, they run read and react. If read and react doesn't get you an initial mismatch, they call for the high pick and roll ball screen. And if they don't get anything out of that pick and roll, right, with no bad action, then you ISO with Brunson or Randall within 10 seconds of the shot clock expiring. That's 3 different things they run down the floor every time. Tibbs runs stuff. You may not like what Tibbs is running, but in a read and react offense, everybody is moving. There is no spot up. This guy is in the corner and all this stuff initially down the floor. Initially, it's read and react. Everybody is involved. Then it goes to high pick and roll. You'll see Mitch come from out of the paint up top to set a screen for the ball handler, whether it's Brunson, RJ, Randall, whomever, right? And then after that, if the team has a set defense that shut down all these angles and passing lanes and shots, then we ISO with about 8 to 10 seconds left on the shot clock. That's what we run. Now, if you don't like the way it looked aesthetically, then that's okay, because we all have our preferences. But to say Tibbs don't run anything is crazy.
It would work better if we had multiple elite isolation players, but we don't.
Right.
So it looks worse.
Running this.
So like the way we play in offense, like if you want to mention the Kings, they play a lot of tit for tat. I'm gonna play off of you, and they get the ball at the elbow or the nail, and then they make decisions. Like guys will cut through, you hit the back door, and you wait for the secondary option to come off. It also takes chemistry. Yeah. And like when we watch these guys play, has RJ ever had chemistry with Randall?
No. We all know. We've been saying they need to separate them guys. They need to make a decision. One need to go. We've been saying it.
Is it that, or do we never ever see them play 2-man game? Like ever? We don't even see them do it.
Yeah.
So I can't even rule it out that they can never do it. We never see it. So
but the thing, Dre, is the thing in the 2-man game though. In the 2-man game, who's the ball handler? Right? Because in the 2-man game, you would expect both of them to be able to handle the ball, right? In a 2-man game, you want both of them to be able to handle the ball. That way, if one gets a mismatch over the other, he can still create for himself or others, right?
Right.
But the thing about it,
it's frustrating because I would love to see like Randall get the ball at the elbow, 16, 18 feet extended, and wait for a cutter to cut through or for the cutter to pick which side to go on. And for him to be a decision maker, when to drop the ball off, or when to like get a mismatch or attack a confused defense. We kind of just play very stationary. And in this iteration of the NBA, like if we're doing a read and react, if we're doing that's not me. That's not me.
Somebody said they're typing on a keyboard or something.
I think that might be Greeny.
That's Greeny.
Yeah, but my point though to what y'all saying is, in theory, what we saying makes sense, but y'all not even thinking about the archetype of the player that's executing this stuff. You're talking about well, just tell so such and such to cut to the rim.
It takes IQ. It takes IQ and skill set.
But if you're talking about Grimes and RJ cutting to the basket, if they cut, ain't nobody gonna respect that.
I disagree, man. I totally disagree.
Of course you disagree.
Maybe not Grimes, because RJ can get fouled.
Because you think Quentin Grimes is an elite athlete that's going to dunk on three people.
I don't. He doesn't have to be. It's the movement you want.
How else is he going to threaten the rim? He's not a finisher at the rim.
When the Nets just kill our ass with movement. They were not high athletic. You ain't gonna tell me Curry is a high athletic guy or Harris or any of these guys.
And you also did not see Steph Curry cutting to the rim. I said cut to the rim, and you said Steph Curry. What are we talking about?
I'm trying to tell you, any one of them that are moving all over the place on us. They're not.
They killed us with ball movement. They killed us with ball movement
around the perimeter. The perimeter, they killed us. They didn't
kill
us going to the rim. You didn't see Steph Curry and Joe Harris going to no rim.
No, it was perimeter ball movement. What we need to be trying to do in New York.
And these are two different things. That's what I'm saying. They have a certain archetype of player. They have perimeter players, so they move the ball on the perimeter.
So Freezy, you know what we got? We got neither perimeter players nor post players. Let that sink in. Goes back to what you was talking about, talent.
Brunson is our post player.
Brunson is a post player.
And that's sad. You're right. You absolutely right. But that's sad. Our point guard is our only real post player.
But Ron, let me ask you: is Mitchell Robinson a player that's going to post up and get post touches?
No. You know, it looked like they was trying to get him going with that stuff. I've seen a few games where they tried to give it to him to let him do
at the beginning of the game, and then they went away from it. They tried
they'll go away from it. They don't stick with it.
Right, Obi Toppin.
Yeah,
Is Obi
that's
Toppin
the
a
thing.
post player?
No way.
Right.
He's a Ferrari.
We don't know.
Right.
Because I haven't
I
seen
He's
do
him
not a
know
post player.
he's
He's not
not.
a
He's
post
not.
player.
Come on, man.
He's not a
Come on,
post
man.
player.
I haven't
He's a,
seen
he-
him in the post.
he's a face-up player. He's a
See
He was
what I
transition
see what I
basically
player.
mean?
space on a run.
Then
That's
you
what
gotta
he was.
know your personnel. You gotta know your
But that's
personnel.
why you need to run a motion offense because Obi
Which
Toppin, that's all he does.
Nev, which motion offense? Name it.
Dude, I don't know offenses like you do. So
Bro,
I'm not
what
gonna
I'm saying is
I'm not
you
gonna
can't
pretend I have all the knowledge.
we can't say run something that we so you offering up a suggestion that you know nothing about.
Yes, I do. I have seen
What
plenty
I'm
of
saying
it.
is if you want to run the motion in your scenario, I say run a 1-4 Euro motion type, right?
Yeah.
With one big, that big being Randall. Mind you, if you run this 1-4 motion type, you got to take Mitchell Robinson off the floor because he can't dribble, pass, and shoot. So you got to play Randall at the 5.
But I am not saying with the first unit thing. It's the second unit that kills me. I'm tired of guys standing around that cannot even make their own shots. You stand around for 15 to 20 seconds of the shot clock.
Nev, did you just hear what I said? You ain't even listening to what I said.
But you're going with the first unit.
I didn't. I did not say the first unit.
You said Mitchell Robinson. That's the first unit.
Right. And I said Julius Randle. That's the first unit.
That's the first unit.
Right.
I want the second
but you
unit
don't have
to run something.
Okay. All right. Go ahead then, bro.
But Freezy, you hit the nail on the head, man. And I think that's
I didn't. Nev hit the nail on the head.
No. I'm saying what you said about talent. And I think that's something we really got to look at.
Man, this is not
we devoid of talent on this team.
Okay, so what I was getting at before Nev cut me off with the first unit thing is just because dudes start don't mean you can't run a motion offense throughout the 48 minutes of a game. There is times during the game when you can take Mitch off the floor and not bring in Hartenstein and Sims, bring in Obi and let Randall play the 5. And run a 1-4 motion where you create motion on the floor where guys create mismatches, and the ultimate mismatch is the other team's 5 against Julius Randle at the 5.
See, you hit it on the head right there.
Which we can take. We would like that. Or we take that all game. I would love to see Vucevic guard Randle.
That's why the Knicks offense is terrible. Because the Knicks run a read and react to make mismatches and don't take advantage of them. How many times do you see the big man on our team with a little tiny guy on them, and the Knicks just move out, move the center to the short block or the porch area? Like, you have to take advantage of that, and that is part of the easy baskets. The Knicks don't get those. They don't get them.
That's the thing.
We don't.
I'm getting at. We got to because Greeny. What I'm saying is, if we offer up these suggestions, we got to offer up stuff that makes sense. Like the play, we got to understand the personnel that we have. We don't have elite athletes in our backcourt. We don't have a Zach LaVine, a Ja Morant.
And that's a good point too, because I was listening to the commentator. They were saying the Knicks get easy baskets. I was like, what?
Right.
We don't get no easy baskets.
No, we don't get easy baskets,
we do not.
bro.
I think I can count maybe 4, if that, fast breaks a game.
We don't get easy buckets. We get timely isolation buckets. That's what we get.
Right. What I'm saying. What I'm saying to Nev, I want Nev to understand where I'm coming from. I don't dislike the idea of running a motion offense or you know what I'm saying, trying something different. What I'm saying is you have to understand that the personnel on this roster is put together clunky.
It is.
Right? You don't have elite athleticism in the backcourt that creates mismatches from the guard position. Right? And then we're not playing Cam and Obi significant minutes. So now everybody on the roster is a power player. Everybody that's playing is a big, strong dude for the most part. The Knicks play about 7 to 8 big, strong dudes, right? And if we not getting the calls when we go to the rim, if the referee not giving us foul calls going to the rim, then that takes all those big, strong players out the game. You got to understand the player archetypes. When RJ Barrett's not getting the whistle, going to the rim, getting fouled, that totally takes RJ Barrett out of the game. When Randall not getting the whistle, going to the basket, it totally takes Randall out of the game. So you got to understanding this, you know, you got to run a system that balances it out. When RJ Barrett and Randall are not getting foul calls going to the rim, then you got to run something else. And sometimes that something else is ISO, right? ISO where they can create shots based on their physical gifts and advantages. If it was a situation where we had Zach LaVine and John Morant in the backcourt, I'll be like, okay, let's just run this perpetual motion offense all the time and create these backdoor cuts and lobs at the rim. If they sag down, then we get wide open threes on the perimeter. I would say go to that. But you can't do that when Quentin Grimes is your starting shooting guard. Quentin Grimes is not Zach LaVine, bro. Quentin Grimes is not Anthony Edwards. You know what I'm saying?
But again, Freezy, we do not disagree. I am not saying run it with the first unit. I don't want it because we have ISO plays.
Yeah.
But when we have to bring the second unit guys like McBride, Quickley, Obi, that will benefit them. The emotion offense will benefit them, and even RJ, because we brought in IHAT for this particular purpose, and we're not using, and he plays on the second unit. So there's absolutely no reason to run not to run a motion offense with the second unit, because that's basic what IHAT supposed to be doing.
But the problem with the second
Okay, I
unit,
can't.
the reason why
we actually
Hey man, I'm gonna let y'all rock for a few minutes. I'm gonna go
Nah,
outside.
Freezy right about this, bro.
Freezy, before you go, I want your
never
hands
blowing my mind up. I'm gonna go
because
outside.
this is something that a lot of people ain't thinking about too. You know what I mean? When we think about that second unit, why that second unit was so much better last year, is because they had a Grimes in that second unit who could play off IQ. Who you got in that second unit right now that's going to play off IQ?
Nobody.
Exactly. That's why the second unit is messed up right now, because they don't have a player that can play off of IQ. You know what I mean? And Deuce is what he is right now. Inefficient offensively. But
And that's why this offense trying to play ISO offense on the second unit is ridiculous to me. I mean, why?
But it all comes back down to talent, though. The Knicks need some talent. We need some serious talent on this team, and it's really amazing that we even sitting that way we sitting at in the standings when you think about it.
Talent
With the way
that
this
we
team
don't
is
have.
constructed.
Go ahead, Adam.
Talent that we don't have.
Okay. It drives me crazy, man. I don't like to see all of our guys standing around doing absolutely nothing. Especially in the second unit. I can take it with the first unit because I know we have ISO plays. I don't know what type of plays we have on the second unit.
Nev, in theory, it sounds cool. I mean, it sounds right. You want to run a different offense for your second unit, but most teams in the NBA run the same things 1 through 15, no matter who's on the court. It's just Tibbs doesn't know how to adjust when he doesn't have a specific type of talent on the court at any given time. So it's kind of hard to expect the team to run two different offenses if they didn't come into the camp running those same principles. Like, you can't do that in the middle of the season. And teams are just going to run what we've been running for months and months and months. That would have to take an overhaul in coaching philosophies and ideas. And that won't happen in the middle of the season. It can happen in the off season. It can happen with a training camp. It can happen when you get coaching, when you get a certain player on this team, a certain type of skill set or IQ. But right now, what we gonna do if we do a trade, we gonna get a placeholder or a Tibbs type of player. Like, you know how we went and got Derrick Rose? Derrick Rose was a Tibbs type of player, and Tibbs knew how to use that skill set. You better believe they're gonna get a
Tibbs player, especially when the last player they went and got was a guy Tibbs didn't even want on the roster, and Cam. You better believe they're going to go get a Tibbs player.
So it's one of those things where you want the desired change, but the desired change can't happen mid-season. Not when we almost 55 games in.
Yeah,
Like,
it's too late for any major changes. You got to wait
2/3
till
of
the
the
end of the
season is
season.
over already.
Yeah, you got to wait till the end.
That's why they're not going to make any moves at the trade deadline. They're going to hold their moves to the offseason.
It won't
Because whatever
surprise me,
move they
Cleveland.
make right now is not going to make them move forward in the next season. It's going to keep them actually backwards. You know what I mean? They can't make a move now. Because if they make the move now, there's no move in the offseason. You know what I mean?
That's a great point. And for me, I said this before. I'm a proponent of waiting until the end of the season. And I'm going to tell you why, because there are going to be a lot of teams that tear stuff down, man. There's going to be teams that we didn't even expect that's going to pull like what Toronto did a few years ago. When they got DeRozan up out of there, nobody saw that coming. You know what I mean? They even got rid of the coach. Nobody saw that coming. You know what I mean? So, and even this past year, look at what Utah did. Nobody saw that coming. You got rid of both of them guys. At the least, they thought they would keep at least one. You know what I mean? So things like that happen, man, but it's more apt to happen at the end of the season. And then you think about this, too. Everybody going to try to be positioning themselves for that draft, too, if it's as good as they're claiming it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But I got to say about them guys, man, they're unproven. You know what I mean? You can be great in college, but you're unproven.
And I said that a few days ago that this front office may not.
Yeah, I got the list.
Go ahead, Adam. Adam, you were saying something?
Adam saying something?
Well, I was just saying that I said that a few days ago that this front office may not make any moves.
I don't see them making any moves because
if they do anything, it's going to be super marginal. We're not going to give up no picks for anybody right now.
And I
It wouldn't make sense anyway because it wouldn't make sense anyway because the players that are available, are any of them going to make us a second round team? No.
Nope.
No.
So what would we have done at that point? The picks will only appreciate in value at this point, rather than trading them right now.
Right. What I would say is this: knowing that we have clear deficits in certain areas, the perception is that we have deficits in certain areas. The organization, I feel like, doesn't feel like we have deficits in certain areas. Like, I would not be surprised to see the Knicks, instead of going out and getting an athletic wing player, go out and double down and get a guy like Josh Hart.
I have a question. I got a question for that wing athletic that y'all want. Would y'all want at the trade deadline right now to go trade to get, let's say, a wing defender? Let's just say OG Anunoby, because that's just the high praise right now. OG or like Jay Crowder, let's just put those two out there. Would you rather go for them two, or would you rather hold your picks for a potential wing that's coming up in the draft, where the wings are deep in this draft? You got wing defenders, wing scorers.
That's what I would prefer.
I'll just wait till the draft.
Yeah.
Because you're already a young team. You know what I mean?
So,
just go ahead and get you a young fella that can build for the long term and not no stopgap.
Right.
And you're saving your money.
And see,
exactly.
Hey, hold on, let me do this real quick. Hold on, y'all. The real AD is in the building.
Salute. Knicks fans, salute. Good afternoon.
What's up, boss?
What's going on, Mr. Gold?
What's going on? What's going on, Ron? Long time, Ron.
Yeah, man. Been a minute.
It's been a minute. What's going on, gentlemen? I hear y'all chopping it up. What's the latest question? Nev wants 3 different teams? Nev, you think this is NFL? You want a special teams, a defense and offense?
I just want a team that's more versatile, man. I tired of watching the second unit just stand around. Right. That drives me crazy.
Yeah.
So AD, what do you think they're gonna do? What do you think the front office is gonna do? You think they're gonna trade for a player, or they gonna just hold their cards till the end of the season?
As I've stated on other shows, I have to stay consistent. They got to show me something. I refuse to speculate on what management. I mean, I know there's guys that I would like to see them go after, but as far as this management, do I believe that this management, they've never shown us that.
I'm going to tell you.
Outside of Derrick Rose at the deadline, they've never shown us that.
They traded the corpse of Dennis Smith Jr. in a second rounder for him. So that wasn't really much that we gave up.
I can't even mention Cam. He's so bad. He's so bad now.
Way outside the box with this one, man, fellas. I want y'all to really think about this one. Everybody in the chat, man. Me and Soulfinger was talking the other day, man, and I told him, the Knicks talking about going to get OG, right? We know Toronto gonna blow that thing up, right? We know that, right? You know what I'm gonna do? If I'm in that front office, I'm swinging for a grand slam, man. I'm gonna try to get Pascal. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get him.
Well, then Randall had to go. Then.
Hey, guess what? When I tell you I'm swinging for the fences, Randall would be gone.
Yeah, I don't.
Randall would be gone, but I'll go get Pascal.
I don't think jury's ready for the insane asylum just yet.
Hey, they're blowing it up talking about
the front office is not going to show Randall.
Everybody's saying Toronto is blowing it up, but I haven't seen Toronto make one move yet.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I don't think
they're waiting for the best offer. You know your jury gonna wait for the best offer.
They're biding their time at this point because
he's gonna wait for the best offer.
The time is running out. So what? Less than 2 weeks now.
Well, what's happening over there? And I've watched them a couple of times. It's Barnes all of a sudden seems stuck.
Yeah. That's a great point.
I've watched him a couple of times.
That's why I would try to get Siakam from him.
I'm like, this would frustrate me right now because he's stuck. OG's injured. What do I do? What's going on here? That would frustrate me.
Fred VanVleet regressed.
And Fred has regressed.
Yeah.
He's playing well right now, but majority of the season he was trash.
Or maybe you've overemphasized, because I'm a Fred fan, right? But maybe you've given him too many minutes. I've always seen Fred in the role when they rolled to the championship that year, and Kawhi was doing his thing, no doubt. Fred was nasty.
Daggers.
Oh yeah.
And in that 3-guard, because I've always liked a 3-guard offense. If you can get 3 guards in here that can really do it, when they were, the star is going to be the star, which what Kawhi was at that time. And I know we don't went into Toronto basketball. I'm sorry, Knicks fans.
Oh no, this is pertinent. This pertinent because they tied this in all these trade rumors. So this pertinent.
But you see what I'm saying is that you have that you're not wearing him down because he's another thing that what we forget is a small man doesn't get bigger as he gets older.
He gets slower as he gets older.
They get wider. They get slower. They're small. You got to get the best out of a small dude. You got like a 5 to 6 year stretch. To get out of a small dude, and then after that,
you're right though, Andy.
You're
right.
banging up against big guys all day, every day.
And I want to say, they also run a ton of zone over there to save their legs, by the way.
And that's why I brought up Siakam. That's why I brought up Siakam, because I'm glad you brought that point up about the young boy being in hole pattern in Barnes. Because it's going to be a tug of war between those two. You see what I'm saying? Between him and Siakam. Siakam, the older of the two, between them two. And this young fella is coming for it to be his team. So what you going to do with Siakam? Think about it.
Leon Rose is not giving up his picks for Siakam.
Well, you know what? He ain't giving it up for nobody the way he's been acting.
He's stubborn, boy.
He just like to keep his groceries to himself. He don't like to share.
Yeah.
I think Toronto would listen.
They would listen.
I think Joey would listen, but that's I can't. He's not gonna get that up. He's not gonna get that up like that. He's just not gonna. You're gonna. That's like a Mitchell trade.
I saw a report. OG, Raptors are not interested in them protected picks.
They want unprotected.
Yeah, and well, they can kick rocks.
Yeah, they crazy.
Why would you want protected picks?
And no. I understand that nobody wants protected picks, but OG ain't worth no unprotected pick.
No, he ain't worth 3.
Exactly.
He's not worth no 3 first-round picks. No way.
He's in with his right to ask for them picks. I'm also in my right for thinking he crazy. Yep.
Would you give up 2?
2 unprotected joints for OG? Absolutely not.
I'll give him a 1 and 2 2s and a bench player, one of them players off the bench.
I'm gonna ask you this question, AD. Do you think OG is as good as DeJounte Murray?
No.
And that's what DeJounte went for, 2 unprotected joints. And it isn't really affected Atlanta that much as far as the ceiling right now.
I mean, 2 different players for. I mean, I get it. You can't, compare that 2 different players, 2 different positions. But
right, for sure.
Here's the thing, though, with the Knicks. He super fits a need.
He fits for sure.
He fits a need because we have a guy sitting on the bench that we refuse to use. That's why he fits the need.
You're right. He fits the need for the Knicks, but does he fit the need for the Knicks to be sustainable winners for the long term, not just 1 year and this year?
Is he gonna be the piece?
Who we talking about?
OG's 25 years old.
OG is like 27. He's not 25.
No,
he's 25 years old. He's 25. But
he stays injured. That's my problem with him too. He stays injured.
Yeah, I was about to say that's my thing with him too. Dude, stay at the hospital. He's not even in the locker room. He in the hospital.
3 picks. I can't give you 3 picks for somebody.
You gotta also remember, OG been in the league for 7 years already. The most games he played in the league was his rookie season. That's terrible. That's terrible.
Let me ask you this, Ron.
Yeah.
Okay? If you're not gonna go out, and somebody got a loud echo in the
somebody
back.
TV.
Yeah. If you're not gonna go out and make the game changer, right?
Hey, Green.
Yeah, somebody got a major.
That might be Adam.
It was Green.
Yeah.
It was Green.
If you're not gonna go out, right, and make the major move. Whatever, whether it was Donovan, whoever, DeJounte, whatever. How else are you supposed to find your chips if you're not going to take a chance here and there? If you're not going to take a calculated risk?
I'll give out 1 unprotected and like a bunch of them protected joints, but I'm not giving up 2. Not for OG.
And I'm definitely not giving up no 3. I hang the phone.
I give them 1 unprotected and 2 protected joints because look, it like we gotta call a spade a spade. The Raptors are trying to sell high or try to evaluate how much their talent costs, or whatever their perceived value is. If their value was as high as Masai thought it was, they would not be 23 and 30.
That's a good point. But you know what the problem is for us? Is they know that we need a wing.
Yeah, because wings are at a premium.
Yeah, they know we need
one.
But I'm going to tell y'all, before I go get OG, and if I can't, like I said, I'll swing for the fence for Pascal, I'm going to have to call Washington.
Again,
for what?
Another player that
I'm going to have to call him
as
for
well.
Kuz. And I know people saying, well, they said they ain't going to trade Kuz. Hey, money talking, we know what run the marathon. So, man, the Knicks got them picks. And if you got to throw a player in there, man, but you go get Kuz, man. Kuz look like Kuz on the fringe of that thing, man.
Thing is, you gotta pay him. Would you commit? But the thing is, Ron, you do that, you gotta pay him, right? And then you have 4 guys making $100 million.
No, I ain't gonna have 4 because I'm gonna tell you who's going.
You gonna trade? You gonna trade RJ?
Oh, you already know I'm driving him to the airport fast, quick, in a hurry. He's out of here. Your services is no longer needed in the community. He's out of here. If Kuzma's on this team, no way RJ would be on this team. If I'm in charge, he's gone.
You might as well send RJ to the airport, Ron.
Oh, he's gone. If I'm getting matter of fact, I'm sending him back in the deal to Washington, so the money can match. I'm sending him back. Yeah, and ain't nobody. Hey, Kuzma is an upgrade, major upgrade. Come on now. Kuzma, that dude, man. You know, if people keep trying to talk about RJ going to be an all-star, what do you think Kuzma be? The way he's playing.
Oh,
yeah. He has been.
Kuzma's just not a Tibbs guy.
Yep.
Hey, guess what that means? Guess what that means? I'm Leon. I'm telling Tibbs, hey, this your man. You better make it work or you ain't going to be here.
I agree, but
And I ain't gonna lie, I don't want no divas on my team.
They never gonna tell Tibbs that.
Man. And I'm gonna tell you, and I don't think that kid a diva, man. I'm gonna tell you that boy's a baller. And another thing about him, the boy played defense. Come on now. He don't be falling asleep, looking lost.
No, I agree with you, Ron. I agree with you. I would definitely go there as well. I would look to Washington as well. Washington is no man's land.
That might be the first stop. Go call Washington, man, but
it looks like they want to pay Kuzma and they want to commit to the KP.
Hey,
Kuzma
people want to do a lot of stuff, Dre, but hey, sometimes you can make a player become available.
They would be smart.
That would mean overpaying.
And guess what? Yes. But that Kuzma would be a move that could push the Knicks. That would be the move that could push the Knicks.
Totally agree.
What a whiz.
Wisdom.
What's good, boys?
Yo, Jen, great dialogue, man. Serious stuff. I just dropping
They already gave RJ that contract. I don't even. They probably would move RJ, but I don't know.
Man, I think they regret that contract. I think they regret that contract.
But they're the ones. Hold on, Ron. Hold on a second here. They're the ones that drew the deadline. Right?
Yeah.
And you had to give him I've said this so many times. You did not have to give him the money right then and there.
100% agree.
You did not have to give him the money right then and there. You could have waited.
That was their backup plan. They wanted to make sure it was solidified.
They still had him under control.
They still had him under control.
Yeah.
That was a rush.
What was he gonna do? Threaten not to come into camp?
Let me just throw in quick points. Nev, Island man, I've got your back. Because boy, we sit on Jamaica, man. I got your back.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Brilliant concept. The idea is right. The right idea. But wrong coach. Wrong time of the year to make any adjustments as far as having the motion offense. And I definitely could do all kind of motion, dribble and drive, but partially also wrong personnel, because motion offense requires high IQ players. So we do got to move players. And right away, when Ron said Kuzma is my favorite of all the options we have right now, although I want RJ gone, I still want to do a motion with Kuzma, but unfortunately, Randall messed it up because low IQ. So we can't even implement it because we got a low IQ power forward who would actually, when you do a dribble and drive or 5-out, whatever kind of motion you do, you got to be thinking and moving in the right places. And Randall will just either get frustrated and stay in one place or grab the ball every time he has dribble and drive. It means that when he gets the ball, he's got to dribble and drive. Unfortunately. But right now, I'm saying the only motion we should make right now is to move Cam, move Fournier, and it doesn't matter to a certain extent what we get. Just got to get the personnel, at least emotionally, at least buying wise, support wise, to get out there and make the move. That's all.
So I'm gonna tell y'all right now, I ain't excited about no OG. I don't want no broke down tires on this team. I don't want that, and he don't move the needle for me. I'm sorry. I mean, yeah, he averaged 16 points and played great defense, but the man always hurt. I don't need that.
Does he play
you got people who cry about Mitch. You got people in this fandom that cry about Mitch missing time.
Does he play ferocious?
OG is like top 3 in defensive player right now.
Answer that question. Does he play ferocious on both sides of the ball?
I'm gonna tell you every time I watch him.
His defense is gonna be his defense no matter what it is. But if he came over here, we would have him in the corner taking
no way
jumpers.
No way.
Yep.
He's not an isolation player, man.
No way. No way. No way do I.
Player.
No way do I. No way. That player right there, that young man that I've seen up in Toronto, is going to stand out there in the corner, in the Knox corner. No way.
That RJ
No way.
corner. That's what he's gonna get.
No way.
You know that's what you're gonna get though if he come over here.
He attacks the
OG and an OG.
He attacks
Yeah.
the rim too. He attacks the rim too much, too naturally. He attacks.
But that's
the
what
rim
RJ does. RJ is like top 10 in the league.
No.
At paint
But here's the
touches.
thing. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing with RJ and an OG.
One, OG plays better defense for sure.
Hold on.
Not even close.
Not even the defense. One is an above the rim ball player.
Yeah.
You see,
RJ got OG on a poster though.
that's fine. Anybody can get anybody on a poster. Anybody can get lucky one night.
I mean, but RJ got posters. That's not just the one poster he got this season.
OG has posters. And I'm not talking
So
about...
this season, OG got more posters than RJ? I'm talking about currently. I'm not talking about past.
You know what? I probably would say yes, right? Because of that person's athletic ability. His athletic ability
So
is
right
far
now, you
superior.
think OG has more posters this season than RJ? I don't even think OG played enough games to have posters.
I would say yes.
Yeah, I don't think that's no.
I would say yes. If I had to beg, I would say yes. RJ is not that type of athletic player. They're not in the same room in athleticism. Nowhere near.
Yeah, RJ more the type where he got to get going to dunk on somebody. Where OG, if he got the ball, he can just rise up. He can just rise up.
Y'all telling me if scenarios. I'm talking about currently what happened. We've watched RJ dunk off multiple people this season.
And most of the time when you see them dunks, it's with him in motion already. It's not him just rising
It
up.
don't matter. He done. It's above the rim. That's what y'all just said.
He is not an above the rim player, fam.
I can't take that from him. He's right. He does post to people too now. Herter was the first person I can remember in Atlanta during the playoffs. That was the first one.
Right. RJ can get above the rim, but he doesn't live above the rim.
Yeah, he don't live there.
But I wouldn't take OG over for one reason. Because I think Crowder or Josh Richardson are cheaper options. The only reason why I don't want to spend money. They assets.
No, that's way too much for that kid, man. That's way too much.
True. Right, for OG. Yeah.
Yeah, that's 3 first-round picks. No way.
Crowder and Josh Richardson give us a similar type of performance for very, very cheap. That's why I wouldn't go for it right now, because I want to make a move in the summertime if we can.
Yeah, wait till the summertime and go get Kuzma. Go get Kuzma, because hey, Washington can say what they want to say right now, but the end of the season, teams talk a new theme in the summertime. They might want to try to get in that Wambiana, whatever that young fella name. I don't want to tear his name up, but y'all know who I'm talking about. They may want to get in some kind of sweepstakes. You know what I mean?
Right now. Kuzma is his player option, which he's not gonna exercise. So it means that he decides. But Washington should be making moves with him right now. Of course, they Kuzma is CAA, which means that we need to get a call to Liam Son to say don't sign anything yet. There's money out there to be made.
Don't do that, Wiz.
Kuzma is CAA.
Don't do that, Wiz. Don't do that.
Kuzma is CAA.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah.
They listened to anything. Like CAA players. You know what I'm saying? This is some of the things that irritate the crap out of me, yo. You know what I'm saying? I go back. Let me tell you how far. All right. I went to Vegas one year. The first time I went there, Eddie Curry was gonna make his entrance with the Knicks. Eddie Curry, CAA Eddie Curry.
Oh my God.
And I was like, yo, baby, you know what I mean? I know you're gonna do a little shopping or whatever. I'm gonna do a little gambling. Let me just slide over. I'm gonna watch the Knicks. I'm on vacation and I'm going to watch a team that won like 23 games the year before. That's how much of a fan I am. I like stress. I like stress, Dre, right? Do you know the man did not show up? Do you know the man showed up without his sneakers?
Yeah, that's a red flag right there, man.
The man wears like a size 17 triple E, as if someone in the gym just has a size 17 triple E laying around that he could put on. That's the CAA legacy with the Knicks.
By the way, you know who negotiated Kuzma's contract for last contract?
Leon Rose.
Exactly.
Oh wow.
I'm just saying.
Oh hey, you better be on to something.
They don't got here. And you know who negotiated Chris Paul's other contract before this last one? Leon Rose. How did that benefit the Knicks?
But you know why we didn't get COVID. The reason why we didn't get Chris Paul, because he said it out his own mouth. He said his whole thing of wanting to come to play in New York was to play with them fans, to be in there with them fans. But once that happened, he said the draw for coming here wasn't going to be worth it for him.
Also got to take into account how much money they gave that man.
Yeah, this contract here was a crazy one that they gave him.
You never really take into account how much like major market teams are at this disadvantage to getting like the fringe free agents, because we tax so much more than every other place outside of like California. It's actually ridiculous. Like guys would legitimately make or not lose around $6 or $7 million just avoiding signing with us.
Yep, especially if you go to places like Houston, you go to Houston or you go to Miami. Ain't no state tax.
They legitimately save $6, $7, $8 million. Like I'm not even getting into it, but you remember Tyreek Hill? Tyreek Hill could have been on the Jets, but he realized he was about to lose about $10 million.
That's my wide receiver.
Here's the throwback with that though, Trey.
I'm Miami to the core.
Here's the throwback with that. Everybody can't get paid mega dollars.
Right.
Every team does not have the ability to pay somebody mega dollars.
Right.
So you're telling me that if the Knicks have the opportunity and the cap wise is there or whatever, some dude is gonna go around and go like, yo, I'm gonna wait for some team to be able to come within $7 million. It don't work like that. Money don't work like that.
I'm talking about the fringe players. The fringe
Oh
players
yeah, the fringe players. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Don't make the highest.
Yeah, that makes sense. Why I'm gonna go
affects
some
them
place and eat up all my money when I can go someplace else and play the same role and get more
like the
money.
superstar that's going.
That's all we have over here is fringe. That's all we have over here is fringe players.
That we paying like they're superstars.
Ain't no superstar over here.
Only one who ain't overpaid for. We ain't overpaid for Brunson. And you know, Julius Randle is actually earning this contract too. RJ is the only one right now we overpaid.
Brunson was going to come here regardless.
You guys remember why?
And Fournier, them two guys.
Fournier will pay so much.
Yeah, Fournier too.
Rose Paul was offered $9 million somewhere else.
And we overpaid Fournier, by the way.
That was a do right by Rose. We gonna look out for you, Tom. Wink, wink.
Fournier is the ugly dress. Fournier is the ugly dress in your wife's closet that she pretends like she didn't buy. She pretends like she got it for Christmas. That's what Fournier is.
Hey, you know what, AD, I'm gonna tell her that dress ugly too.
Same, AD, like,
I'm gonna tell her that dress ugly because I don't want you to wear it. I don't like that dress. Don't wear that one.
Like AD, like for example, we overpaid for Fournier.
You think?
No. I'm saying like the he would have taken a contract in Miami for $15 million, but they didn't want him. Like
because they were smart, they knew.
Like we gotta overpay for the fringe talent. We gotta overpay.
We paid for that contract too.
We did not overpay for Fournier. We paid
for that because think about it. Him and Kimber both got let loose from Boston.
But we didn't have to sign Fournier. We could have signed Oubre. I don't know why we didn't go after
should have been the man. That should have been the pick. He would have been more in line with
the player. We went after.
But you know what happened there? Is they tried to change our philosophy. Because think about it, they got rid of
Reggie.
They got rid of Reggie Bullock. They got rid of Alfred Payton. Hey, we all know how Alfred Payton was. But you change the team. You try to change the team identity from defense to offense. You brought in Kimber and Fournier, trying to up the offensive production. And them guys' defense was atrocious, and their offense wasn't consistent. So now you in some serious problems.
You brought in a man that had Bob. 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 You brought in a man that had Bone on bone.
Yeah, crazy. That's what retired Curtis
But-
Martin.
Bone. You gave this man $16 million for 2 years with one leg. With one
You know
leg.
who signed?
But AD,
You know who signed
he
one
from the
more
Bronx,
contract?
man. It's a homecoming story, man. What you mean?
You know who signed a contract for $2.6 million? A 1-year deal, $2.6 million? Dennis Schroeder. They offered Dennis Schroeder $5 million for two.
Man, I was yelling Dennis Schroeder for two or 3 years, man. That's the guy that would have fit perfect on this team. Perfect.
The Kimba move was a marketing move.
You know, I can't argue with that. I can't argue with that at all. I always say Kimba came 5 years too late.
The Knicks been doing a whole bunch of marketing moves for the last couple of years. If you think about our draft picks, all our draft picks are international. They're trying to get in that international money. Think about
that's something that I do get mad about too.
Think about who they promoting right now. OD on the Knicks. RJ Barrett, Canadian player, international player.
Joker Bidas, a waste of a pick. He ain't coming here. Don't look like.
Kristaps Porzingis, Frank Ntilikina.
Yep.
Andre Bargnani.
Yeah, but
the list goes down the line.
But those were different.
Izzy Brosdakis.
Yeah, but those were different regimes, and as an NBA team.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's marketing. Your marketing comes from your owner. When the owner wants to make money and spread his marketing around, it has nothing to do with.
Yeah, but that's fine. But as an NBA team, you would be flagrant not to have some kind of overseas connections. Look at this current Knicks squad. What overseas person do you hear connected to the Knicks?
What's that kid? That long center.
You said what overseas connection we have right now?
What? Which one?
Evan Fournier. Evan Fournier. We just paid him big dollars.
Evan Fournier. They didn't sign him from France. Evan Fournier was already in an American team playing. I'm talking about.
But that's international money.
But everybody else. The good teams like Dallas and people like that, you have international scouting waiting to pluck.
What I'm trying to say is the Knicks are targeting international marketing. They don't care about the players. They're trying to get the money from the international people. They don't care about the players.
So how are you getting the money without good international talent?
Yep.
Because New York is probably the biggest melting pot in all of America. You probably have the most foreigners here. So when you sign in foreign players, the foreign players are gonna cop the people from their country.
I'm not gonna hold you, Rennie, but the Knicks could sign 12 clones of me and run them out there, and they gonna print money. So,
facts.
I don't necessarily think it's just that. I don't think it's an international angle. International play. If you're doing due diligence, some of the best players in the entire NBA are not born here. Period. And it's gonna be like that going forward. So I'm not about to just say if you're doing your due diligence, you're going to have international players on your team. That's just what it is. You're gonna fill them out with role players. If you look on any team in this league, a lot of their guys or their role players are international. The top 5 guys in the league damn near international. Giannis, Joel, Jokic, Luka.
So if the Knicks been so involved in the international and been scouting, why can't they draft these guys if these guys all fell lower than the first round? The Knicks had an opportunity to draft most of these guys that you're talking about are top candidates besides one of the international players.
Greeny,
if you're so well at internationally scouting, why you didn't get these guys, bro?
I got your answer. I got your answer, and everybody got to really think about this. I'm listening to y'all, and I'm sitting there, and the thought came to my mind. You know what the problem is, man, and I hate to say it because I hate to have to bring them up, but everything goes back to the front office, man. All these teams that are powerhouse teams in this league that are consistently good. Look at the front office. Look at the front office. Miami. The Warriors. Golden State. Dallas.
You say the Sixers.
One can even argue Brooklyn. They ain't win a championship, but they own us right now. 9 straight. We can't even get a win against them.
Even when one of them or both of them are out, the top.
Yeah,
games,
even when one. I mean, just think. Hey, all the teams at Atlanta, Milwaukee, their front offices are better than ours, man. And that's the thing. There's a game on the court and there's a game in the front office. Toronto, better than us. Indiana, better than us.
Their rebuild took a year and a half, and they
Look at that.
Right, they have they're like what 2 games behind us.
And who's responsible for the rebuild? Front office. There you go. Come back to the front office.
Right.
So we've been sitting there crying. We've been sitting there crying for the last 3 years with this front office during the trade deadline. Sitting here waiting for something to happen. That's why at 80, I'm like you, man. I expect what you done showed me for the last 2 years. Absolutely nothing.
You ain't showed me nothing.
Exactly. Absolutely nothing. I'm not getting my hope up again.
All right. Hey, so and hold on for just a second. So Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says RJ has to go in the OG deal. He's not a starter on a winner. Toronto would take him because he's a drawing card. Also got to see if Randall can stay to be a effort number 3 on both ends. Get Kuzma and Tibbs out. Them. Thank you, Paris Duggar, for that, man. That was a lot. Appreciate you coming through with the super chat, man. Yeah, man.
Only thing I disagree with that take is the best Randall is high usage Randall. I don't ever see a reality where Randall becomes like the Kevin Love on the Cavs where there's 2 alphas, right? But he's hyper efficient just off catch and shoots and just getting bored. Randall's not a catch and shoot type player. Like he needs the ball, he needs to feel rhythm, he needs touches in order to get the best version of Randall, in my opinion.
Okay.
That would take a shift in his skill set to just be a lot like a dead eye sniper at that point.
Yeah.
No way he turned.
Yeah, and the combination, and you've seen the combination of a lot of stuff. You've seen the combination of a high assist guy,
right,
and good defender. You've seen the combination of shot blocker and rebounder. But the most rare thing that you see is a guy that can knock down the 3 consistently, like Randall, and a high volume rebounder. They just don't go together.
No, they don't.
Right. And so the fact that the Knicks got one, the fact that the Knicks got one, man, we should really, really, really appreciate the fact that we have the combination of a volume rebounder and a 3-point shooter, because those two. Imagine if Dennis Rodman could shoot the 3.
Oh man.
Right, and I don't mean like Reggie Miller. I'm just talking about like 35%. Yeah. So yeah, I understand the thing with Randall and this question.
But this is the thing. Like I don't think Randall is a bad player. I don't think Randall is a bad player.
No, me neither.
I just think he needs volume and consistency. Like some guys just need volume to get going, in my opinion.
He needs the volume, but here's part of the thing. Randall's IQ in moments. Okay, look at that game the other night. He clearly does not have it in the 4th quarter. He injected himself.
He never did. He never did the 4 years he was here. He never had
pressure buzzes types in the 4th quarter.
Put himself. When I'm looking at LeBron is 38, 39 years old and not huffing nor puffing, and Randall is absolutely dragging. I'm like, dude, why did you put yourself in these positions here? Why did the coach run a play for you and the last shot instead of the person who brought you here in the 4th quarter?
Part of that has to do with LeBron having cats like Rui Hachimura to do all the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
Anthony and Julius Randle don't have a guy like that.
And that's the thing. Randall could ask to do a lot. I don't think we realize how much heavy lifting Randall does for this team. Because you think about it. Other than and that's starting lineup, and I'm just gonna call it like it is. Other than Randall and Brunson, the other 3 very inconsistent when it comes to offense. One of them is pretty much non-existent unless you're throwing them a lob. And Grimes and RJ is inconsistent.
Ron,
I want to
is-
say, like,
is-
even if
is
they were
Randall better on
consistent,
the road? I'm sorry.
yeah,
I'm
my
sorry,
bad.
Dre. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, even if he was, even if we had good players around him, I don't think his decision making is high enough to say that, because Brunson has a ton of heavy lifting to do in this offense, and you see his clutch stats right there. Freezy just put it up. Like, Randall just doesn't have the makeup to be that playmaker at the end of games. Maybe in the second
Fourth
quarter,
quarter is short.
first
It's
quarter,
short in
third
the
quarter,
fourth quarter.
yeah, but do not put the ball in his hands and ask him to make decisions. And
When the game's tight, no.
That's not
Like
it.
RJ is even better in the clutch than Drew.
But y'all not even being fair. Come on, man. Yeah,
I
all I'm gonna ask is if we're gonna talk basketball, bro, and gonna point out certain things, let's be real basketball minds here, right? For one, we are comparing a rebounding power forward to a point guard in the clutch. We comparing a power forward to a point guard?
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, but then you got to remember, like how Ron said, it's Julius's IQ that's messing. He has to realize that if you know you have a clutch point guard, get him the ball.
Yeah, that's on Julius. You got to know when you see that man come down on you. Everybody know in basketball the most dangerous man is that inbounder, and that thing was set up when LeBron came down there off of Brunson. Man, he was supposed to kick that thing in Brunson game over.
You're right on that.
That's the one thing I knock him.
It's the IQ. The conversation this part of the conversation started out with the IQ in moments.
Yeah, and
You
it's
see what I'm
just
saying?
them close quarters, man.
Yeah.
When the game tight.
Let me ask you this question, Freezy.
I heard the conversation.
Freezy, let me ask you this question: is Randall better at home or on the road?
I'm not answering that. That don't make sense to me. You got to ask AD. You got to ask me a smarter question than that. You got to remember.
I want to keep it basic. I want to keep it basic. Is he better at home or on the road?
You got to remember who you're dealing with, man. You got to ask me something real. Don't ask me
That's
a basic
real
question.
Ron, is he better on the road or at home?
He's a better player on the road. He's definitely a better player on the road.
Okay.
His numbers show that he's better on the road.
But see, and the reason why that's a baseline question is what's going on at home that's not going on the road.
But I'll say this, Freezy. It ain't just Randall. The whole team play better on the road.
Right.
Than they do at home.
That's why I'm saying I don't answer questions like that, man.
Not Brunson.
Because what it does is what?
How about that? Not Brunson.
Brunson is the exception.
Was Brunson not the dude? Was Brunson not the dude that choked in the Chicago game in Chicago? That was Jalen Brunson and Grimes together missing free throws down the stretch, choking.
Yeah.
That was in Chicago. That was not in New York.
But for every Brunson mishap, I can give you about 5 or 6.
You don't.
But Dre, that's why. Okay, let me just get to this super chat, man. Because Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, "Gotta use draft capital to compensate in the moves." Okay, all right. RJ is Bradley Beal a star?
No, he is not.
Numbers getter. Okay.
Nah,
right.
I wish RJ was about 60% of Bradley Beal.
Well, what I'm saying. So the thing about Randall, and I think what it is we Randall bash because it's easy. It's borderline bullying, right? Your man's right now is 25 and 11, 25 points, 11 rebounds. Those are Pat Ewing type numbers. Right?
Yeah.
And instead of us saying 25 and 11 is impressive, we're like, well, that 10 seconds at the end of the game, he didn't do such and such and such. Well, what about the 47 minutes and 50 seconds of the rest of the game?
Hey, Freezy, I'm going to tell you this. For me, Randall has exceeded my expectations this year. Because I don't know you remember, during the offseason, I was one of the first to say it. I said he's going to have a bounce back year. Right. I said that right on this show. He's going to have, but the way he's playing is exceeded what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
But I must admit, if I'm going to be 100% truthful about Randall, in the fourth quarter, when the game is tight, I do not want him taking that shot. I don't want him on the free throw line. No way.
Good.
Well, I want to say
everything.
Freezy, it makes me hard to talent evaluate when we have a coach that repeatedly puts guys in not the best positions to succeed.
Yes.
Well, and here's the thing. Just in relation to what a power forward can do for the Knicks. Before Randall, the power forwards were Noah Vonleh and Quincy AC, and his team was winning 22, 23 games a season. With Randall, this team is a playoff relevant team.
You missing one that we let go to Milwaukee.
Right.
Well, Bobby P. I like Bobby P.
Right. I liked him too. And Randall beat him out. And Bobby Portis is still, and even though I like Bobby Portis is still not 25-11. Right.
I got
like
a question
Bobby
for
Portis.
you. I just got a simple question. Would you want, and I ain't gonna put no names on, just gonna give you a scenario. Would you want the player to dominate for 3 quarters and lose the game on a great game, or a player to not dominate for 3 quarters but hit the game-winning shot?
I don't understand where that question makes sense.
I know who you're bringing up.
Just asking the question.
Because the reason
it's
the
there's
reason
2
why
answers
the
to it.
question-
Either you want the player or not.
It's not. No, it's
I know exactly what.
it's the reason. The reason why the question is asked is to trap Randall, but then you ask.
No, it's not. The question was asked because either you want to win or you want to just a player that's going to have good performances. Which one do you want?
Nah,
that's why I asked the question. I didn't ask it because
the question is okay. All right. No, I'm not answering it. How about that?
Okay.
I mean,
how about that? Because it's as simple as you're measuring a player success versus team success, and you're asking me, do I root for the New York Randalls or do I root for the New York Knicks? That's what this is. And if you're a fan of the Knicks, of course you want your team to win. You shouldn't even ask me that. That's like, that's borderline. Like I'm trying to set Uncle Freezy up for the okie doke type. I'm too slick for that. I'm the Roy Jones Jr.
You know who the 2 players he was talking about without putting their names up? When he started saying that, I said one of them is Randall and the other one is RJ.
Yep.
Nah, mine wasn't even RJ. Mine was Brunson. I wasn't even gonna say that. And I wasn't even trying to throw players on it. Y'all did. I was just throwing a scenario out there. What do you want? A great performance or a team win? Do you want your player to perform over 3 quarters, or do you want him to win the game?
Green,
what do you want?
Do you buy Jalen Brunson shirts or are you a New York Knicks fan? That's ultimately what we're getting at.
Anyway, let me say something.
My point is okay. Go ahead, boss.
Let me say something. I realize the boo is coming. Randolph is going. Let me go. Randolph is going to get booed because this coach is starting to make the offense Randolph centric.
You back on offense again?
Hmm?
You back on offense again? Really?
Yes.
You about to start back talking about offense? You just admitted an hour ago that you didn't know nothing. You didn't know all that in depth about offense, and you get right back into offense.
Yes. Back into offense.
Let me finish my point. Nev, tag me in after this, okay, Nev?
Yeah.
Tag me in. You got your
I'll tag you in. Yes. So last year when the offense was pretty much Randolph all the time, we didn't like it. And I see that happening again this year. It's on the verge of becoming Randolph all the time. And that's basically what that call was last night. That's why a lot of us did not like it, because we all know that play was for Randolph, was strictly for Randolph. It wasn't for Randolph to pass the ball. He had no option to pass, and he didn't do it.
There were 3 options.
And we keep saying, and one last point I want to make. We keep saying Randolph has a low IQ. Therefore, if we can see Randolph has a low IQ, then it's this coach to make sure he writes out everything he wants Randolph to do. He cannot say, hey, we have 3 options on this play, and Randolph's supposed to know them. He's supposed to tell, hey, if LeBron double team you, make sure you get the ball to Brunson.
That's common sense.
You know, so I'm tired of we saying this Randolph has a low IQ and we're not taking, and this coach is not taking the extra measures to make sure he knows what to do on the second option or the third option. So we can't have it both ways. So,
But you know,
So real quick, when we just tag me in next, what's the next? What's the next? I saw the tag me in there. I'm coming in with the
come on,
I was gonna say, like, there from the issues on this team, there is not one sole person wrong. There is the blame goes to individual plays, individual players, individual ideas from coaches, coaching, like patterns, substitution patterns, the roster construction. There's so much wrong, and it's hard. It makes it even harder to evaluate the talent on the court when they're being put in positions where they're doomed to fail. Like if we were to hypothetically, if we were to get a superstar here, like a bona fide superstar off another team, a guy that gets 25 and 10 or whatever, like Anthony Davis, whatever, we would probably see a lot of the same mistakes here because of the situations that we put these guys in. We know what Randall's limitations are. Anybody with eyeballs can see it. It's up to the coach to try to mitigate that, try to shift away from that. Your coaching is there to make your negatives lesser and your positives bigger. That's what they are. That's what it's for. That's what they get paid millions of dollars for. And when you see decision making like that, it's like you can't put that on Randall for isolating, because he was basically probably told to go isolate. He was told to do that. And Randall doesn't think the game at an extremely high level, so he's just not going to deviate away from whatever plan there is.
It's amazing how y'all talk about how Randall's basketball IQ is low and the man's averaging 25 points a game and 11 rebounds. And the dudes that y'all say have high IQs can't even walk and chew bubblegum at the same time.
Chris Paul has the highest IQ.
Chris Paul don't play for the Knicks.
You know what I say it is? Because it ain't such maybe a low basketball IQ. You know what it's called? It's a word in sports that happen in all sports when the game get tight. It starts with a P. Panic. And when you panic, you're prone to make a mistake.
And basketball, like you say, the P words. When you panic, you're not poised.
Yeah, basketball is a five-man sport too, bro. It's five of them on the court, and it's five of y'all on the court at the same time.
And it also matters the last 2 minutes of the game.
Not when you got a 20-point lead. You got a 20-point lead. Last 2 minutes don't mean nothing.
You got so.
So ultimately, what I'm getting at, man, is y'all are like ganging up on this team's best player instead of
no, y'all.
Ron, you with them, bro. They grouping you in. They grouping you in with them.
That category.
They grouping Ron in with them.
I'm not.
They taking a basketball savant they taking a basketball savant like Dre and lumping him in this conversation.
Guess whose jersey I'm getting ready to buy?
A Knicks jersey.
It's a Knicks jersey, but guess who? Right. Guess whose jersey on this team I'm getting ready to buy?
Quickly.
Randall. And that was the last jersey I actually bought, and I gave it to somebody when I had the show. It was a Randall jersey. Because Randall is the only one worth.
Freezy is knowing someone's
I recognize that kid's a baller, man. That dude's a baller. I can't take that from anybody that say Randall ain't balling right now. You just hating. I'm take it to your face. You're hating.
It's easy to pick on Randall because Randall the best.
He panics in those game situations, man.
But nobody is pointing out that RJ Barrett can't shoot or create his own shot, or that Grimes is very unclutch down the stretch of time that Greeny Love is talking about today.
Grimes is unclutch.
That's not true. That's not true.
Well, name the time when he was clutched in AD. If I'm lying, point out when Grimes has been clutched.
I think it's in 2 games.
When is it? When is it though? Don't tell me that you saw. Name it.
He's had
name it.
Name it. 3 games.
Name it. Name it. AD, name it. Name it.
He's had many in clutch.
Name it. Name it.
I'm not gonna do the pettiness with you.
Name it.
individual games because you feel
Name
some type of way.
I don't feel some type of way. I'm a Knicks fan
because we're
that
talking,
wants to look at all the positives with the Knicks
I'm sorry
because the rest of the world is being negative about the Knicks.
No, we're not being negative about the Knicks. But if you're scrutinizing a particular game and what went wrong with a particular game, because that's where the conversation started, and you can't absolve Randall from from eventually what happened. We're not knocking Randall's 25-11. Randall's having a great season.
All-star Randall. Put that
right?
on
He's
there.
having an all-star season, but the same way we looked at David Lee and all of those high double-double numbers that he was having 10, 15 years ago in the Knicks uniform, and they were still losing. Remember that? Man was having games 26 and 14.
Was David Lee making the playoffs? That team making the playoffs?
But that's my Randall made the playoffs one time. Calm down.
Okay. All right.
Let's relax here. You don't put S on after OFF. No. Playoffs.
Right.
You're not serious. Go ahead.
Right. My thing is I find it ironic that Knicks fans will bash their best player relentlessly. They go into the gym to get their stamina up so they can bash Randall, right? But then in the Lakers game, when we're down by 3 and a dude is your spot up 3-point shooter gets a wide open 3-point look, and not only does he miss bad, and we blame Randall. Maybe Randall should have took that shot.
Man, hey, on that play you talking about, the Knicks missed 4 shots, I believe.
4 shots. They were down by 2, and all they were down by 2, hunting 3-pointers.
Yeah.
They were down by 2, hunting 3-pointers when all they had to do was go to the rim.
And you at home.
Right.
Look who you picking on. Low-hanging fruit.
Right.
Look who you picking on. Low-hanging fruit.
Yep. And I don't want to pick on the low-hanging fruit neither, but Julius be shooting.
6'5" guy, you picking on the little dude. You want to.
And if you want to talk about Julius and his threes be terrible timing. Julius come out first beginning of the overtime shooting threes. Like, what are you doing, Julius? Like, we could hit the low-hanging fruit too. Like, his threes don't be good threes. They don't be coming timely.
Hey, look, Freezy. I wake up.
Bashing, man. We just talking about that particular play because you can admit yourself that play actually cost the game, man.
That play cost the game. And Greeny, the one that said down the stretch in the clutch moment, and we named the clutch moment, and now Greeny don't want to talk about it.
I can't knock Randall. Now this is something else Randall does, and you know he doesn't. Answer why when there's a defensive penalty, basically, for
technical foul.
Thank you for getting the word up. Technical foul, and this man be the one to go to the free throw line. When he knows.
See, Ron, that was my next point. I was going to say, how many times Julius missed free throws?
Now, I understand, Freezy, you might say, hey, man, I'm gonna step up. But you need to practice that in practice. I don't need you trying that when we know what you shoot. When you know what you shoot, let somebody else. I've seen time Quickley on the floor and Randall going to take that shot. Come on, Freezy. Now
all about winning.
That don't
I
make
said
no
that
sense.
already.
But that's star privilege.
Hey, that's
when
like me
you're a
handing
leader,
my
you
car
get that.
keys to my 14-year-old daughter in this house with no training to tell her go drive my car.
But that's star privilege. That's like the man of the house getting the
Yeah,
big
he
piece
can
of
be
chicken.
star privilege, man, but common sense.
That's the big piece
you
of
ain't
chicken, man.
no good free throw shooter.
And don't you like the big piece of chicken, Freezy? Don't you expect the big piece of chicken?
Okay.
In your household, do you not expect the big piece of chicken?
Hell yeah, I bought it.
You bought it? Okay.
Right. Yeah. What I'm saying though is this: with all the flaws on the roster, Knicks fans stay talking about this one thing. And this is, and quite frankly, I've been a Knicks fan longer than everybody here, and maybe longer than some of y'all been alive, right? And
True.
I know for a fact this is the best that this power forward position has ever looked. And we blaming a rebounding power forward for clutch moments and three-point shooting.
Man, Freezy, stop that.
And it make me question what people know about basketball.
Let me tell you why.
It
Man,
made me
that
question
means
what people know about basketball.
Let
Like
me
they know the presentation part of it, but man, like because I hear
let
certain
me
stuff
tell you
and I'm
why.
like, did these people play high school?
So
or college
Freezy,
basketball?
you don't blame. Hey, Freezy, I gotta ask you. You don't blame Randall for not kicking that ball up to Jalen Brunson when Brunson was wide open, and Brunson could have took that shot to potentially end the game.
On that shot, you heard me say kick it to Brunson. I'm the one that said it first.
That's all I was saying. I ain't other stuff about Randall. I ain't with that. All I was talking about is what he did on that play.
Right, what I'm saying, I said it first, and I said
Freezy,
Julius Randle was a dummy on that play.
Real information on this guy when the game is tight, man. That's all. That's all we say when the game is tight.
What about a reel on the rest of the roster?
Oh, it's on some of them too.
There we go.
But the thing is,
that's how I want to step in, guys. Ron,
yeah.
real quick. So I've been trying to get off the Randall bashing somewhat, even though it's actually not bashing so much as observation, to come back to the fact that this team, even if we didn't play ISO ball, which part of our ISO ball skill set is that we need high IQ players. Even ISO needs high IQ because you still have to make decisions with ISO ball. But a motion, no matter which motion, 4 outs, whatever, whatever you want to do, you're still going to be needing a high IQ. So it's our team construction. We have a really weak team IQ wise. So therefore, this team, no matter who's coaching them, I have to go back to what I was saying the other day, the freezing. No matter who's coaching them, is at a deficit because it's not a very high IQ team, and they're going to always be vulnerable no matter what set you give them to play. And whether it's Randall, who has to sometimes dominate the game because the rest of the guys are not hitting, or Brunson, because he realized the guys are going to hit the shots and he passes it to them because they're a little selfish. The bottom line is our overall team has low athleticism, maybe average IQ, very little dog in them, and maybe obviously a coach who can't even maximize the few positives we have. So yeah, our team is weak, and Randall always getting picked on because he's the focal point of the team.
There's only 3 jerseys on this team right now that I would buy: Brunson, Randall, and IQ.
Yep.
Period. Period.
Well,
and for as much as I say, Freezy, and I let this one slide. As much as I say, yeah, I know Randall chokes in late game situation, which is true. But out of them guys on the floor, ain't but 3 I would want to take that shot. And that's them 3 names I call. Because the other rest of them guys, even RJ included, I don't trust RJ.
So Randall will choke and at crunch time. Okay. But here's the thing. I'm gonna say to Knicks fans, because I've been trying to be neutral in the conversation, right? But listen, I'm gonna say something. The dudes that are clutch down the stretch don't care nothing about the Knicks, and they ain't coming here. The only time they want to play in the Garden is when they visit, so they can score 60. And if you're a Knicks fan, and that hurt your feelings should be hurt. Don't nobody want to come here and play for the Knicks. James Harden in his prime, he came to the Garden to put up 60 and to get showcased on ESPN. He not coming here to play point. Because overall, our Knicks franchise sucks. Period. Wow. Ain't nobody coming here to play for the Knicks. Don't nobody want to get traded here. Kevin Durant said himself, playing for the Knicks ain't cool no more. Who are the Knicks? And the dude that did come here voluntarily to help the Knicks gets bashed every day. Because Knicks fans, for the most part, think they are Tarzan when we really are Jane. If you're a Knicks fan and that hurt your feelings should be hurt. If you soft, you soft. So what? Randall comes here every day. Hold on, man. Y'all talk for a whole hour. I ain't say nothing. And y'all talk for an hour. I ain't say nothing. I sat here and I looked at the phone the whole time, let y'all rock. All I did was just want to jump in and say this thing. Right. as Knicks fans, we have no appreciation for the dudes that come here and give it they all and put up these type numbers for a franchise that is destined to be bad. Randall came here and did that on a nightly basis. And right now he put up 25 and 11. 25 and 11. And we point out the fact that he can't do the things that Giannis can do for Milwaukee. Well, you know what? Giannis don't care nothing about New York. LeBron don't care nothing about New York. Kyrie don't care nothing about New York. Durant, none of them dudes. And probably because of this conversation we having right now, that if you are a good player in New York and you don't perform a miracle, they think you suck. And since Randall can't perform miracles on a nightly basis, since Randall can't turn water into wine or walk on water, Knicks fans think he suck. And if the Knicks don't ever win another playoff game, we deserve it because how we treat the guys that come here and give it their best. Dude averaging 25 and 11. And we out here like, well, Randall should have did.
Freezer, that's disingenuous, man.
That's real. No, that's real.
Absolutely.
I ain't being. Ron,
you go first, Ron.
I would rather not do this channel than come across. I'm not a fake dude. I don't live a fake life.
Freezer, we talking
and
about
I don't talk fake conversations for applause. I don't do that. That's not me.
Freezy,
I would rather turn this thing off and never come back to it.
Hold on, Ron. Somebody got some feedback.
Did anybody say Randall is trash on this panel? Answer that question.
What?
Did anybody say that? Did you hear me say that?
Are you
hear me
serious?
say Randall is trash?
Come on, bro.
I tell you, when a player trash, hey, I'm one of them people don't speak in no subliminal mess. When you gonna know how I feel about a player, because I'm gonna tell you, you've been around me long enough, Freezy. You know, if I think a player's trash, I'm gonna just say.
Ron,
I don't speak.
You got caught in Freezy's trap, Ron.
I don't speak.
You don't know Freezy, man. You got caught.
Nah, man, because Randall.
We don't appreciate good players, bro. We ran Carmelo Anthony out of town, bro.
I ain't ran him out of town. I let Carmelo
Yo, we basically ran Pat Ewing out of town.
No.
We ran Clyde Frazier out of town, bro. It's what we do.
It's not a.
And we're gonna do it to Julius and RJ.
Pat, the only jersey I ever bought was the first.
Like you said, the two players that actually want to be New York Knicks, we chasing them out of town.
Bro, we criticize them relentlessly.
And then next year is gonna be Brunson. The people that actually want to be Knicks, we running them out of town.
No, that I can agree with. People get ran out of town.
The dude want to be here. He wanted to be an all-star for the Knicks. He got the Biggie tattoo on his arm, bro.
And Freezer, let me tell you what I said about Randall just the other day, and I'm gonna still stand on this. This is what I just said about him. And you can check the tape. Go look at CT Live. I said this: if Julius Randle does not make this all-star team, this all-star game, you know what I said they need to do? They don't need to play the all-star game at all. Because if Julius Randle ain't an all-star, ain't nobody won.
Ain't nobody all-star.
Yeah, but Freezy, hold on there. Freezy, he's not above criticism, Freezy.
Thank you.
And I think that's the part that you're losing, Freezy.
No,
Julius is having a he's having a good regular season.
This is a fake.
He's having a great regular season.
Stephen AD is talking about him.
He's having
because criticism is one thing, right? But relentless criticism on every live stream, all live stream long, is something else.
That's correct. You're right about that. You're right about that.
I can call his name, man.
You're right.
Randall can't do no good in his eyes. And Wiz, you know who it is.
But Freezy, it's a part. I'm sorry, Freezy. Who much is given, you know the rest.
Yeah.
It's a part of the uniform. You see what I'm saying? You can't take the money and then say, well, whatever I give you, you're supposed to be good with it. What if I'm not good with it? And if the fans are not good with certain aspects of his game at a certain time, can we not get that? Can we not get that? Can we not be able to say at a certain point at a certain time that there's 82 games?
Right.
He's not going to be great in all of them. He's not going to be. He's not going to be bad in all of them. We give him his flowers, dude. I said it the other game, 2 games ago. That was the best game he played in the Knicks uniform.
AD, here's the thing. You and I agree, AD. But what I'm saying to you, my friend, what I'm saying to you is understanding how you root for the Knicks, right? Understanding how you root for the Knicks, right? Like, yo, if somebody's playing bad, we're gonna be all over them. If somebody's playing good, we're gonna root for them. Understanding that, today's NBA players ain't standing for that, and you're not gonna get nobody to come here and accept the way that you root. You're gonna either show all love, or I'm gonna come to the Garden once a year and put up 60 and make your girlfriend put my jersey on.
Freezy, you acting like we Philly. You're acting like this fan base is Philly. Where you can't even go watch a game in their stadium, where you take your life in your hands entering their city. It's not that bad,
bro.
Thank you.
Bro, what?
It's not that bad, bro.
I mean,
Freezy, you gotta stop, because I don't watch you trash a lot of these players on this team, man. Stop that.
Right.
They can't
call guys ham sandwiches.
You call people Frank Miller
in the moment.
Come on, man.
Right. And so for me, what I do is I don't play the long game. If somebody played like trash for that game, I'll be like, he trash, he a ham sandwich. Right? Y'all know I will do it. I know I will do that. That's me. I created that.
I like me a good ham
sandwich.
That,
right? What I'm saying is, but for those that are averaging 25 and 11 for the season, and for us to listen, I don't even have to justify, because y'all know I'm right. Y'all know that there's a portion of the fan base that bashes.
There you go. I'm glad you said portion. When you said y'all, when you first put that monologue, you said y'all. You talked about us.
Yeah.
And that's why I had to push back on that. But I do agree. There's a portion of this fan base, because I know one right now. I ain't gonna call his name. I ain't gonna call him out because he ain't here. But there's somebody I know right now in this fan base that Julius Randle can't do nothing right, even when the man do good. And I be calling him out on it. And Wiz, you know exactly who I'm talking about.
And it's frustrating to me. It's frustrating to me because I watched the Knicks over the years. I was here. Me and AD talked about this the other day. I was here when the Knicks could have got Norm Nixon and they didn't. I was a fan. Some of y'all was babies. Some of y'all weren't even born. Some of y'all don't even know who Norm Nixon is. Thought he was president of the United States. No, he was point guard for the Lakers.
Damn,
right? What I'm
Watergate.
Saying, right? They think this is Watergate. No, not that Nixon.
That's so wrong.
You know what I'm saying is I've been through too many of this ups and downs and seen too many players to understand that when we get a good one, we need to appreciate him.
Freeze, I'm with you 100%.
Bro, there was years that we were, man, there have been, right now, we begging for OG Anunoby.
And Freeze,
who the hell is OG Anunoby?
And Freeze, and guess what else, Freeze? Freeze, there's people in this fan base right now, I guarantee you, and you'll be rich, that's still holding last year over Julius Randle Hayes.
Still holding.
I guarantee it. He flipped the bird at the fans and all that. Man, I don't care about none of that. Man, them fans, you know how them fans talk to them players? You know
them season ticket holders? Them season ticket holders that James Dolan talk about? The ones that was on Randall and Dolan trying to get them to stay out the Garden? Bro, this thing is so serious that they in court and we in here like, Randall gave them the thumbs down. They paid their tickets.
Man, please. That don't bother me.
What are we even doing out here?
That don't bother me none.
Breezy, you missed a super chat.
No, I got him. I can't. I got it.
Okay.
So I was just wanting to get to it just real quick. Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, you will never get Grimes' answer because you're prejudiced. No, man. again, Paris, look at these things, bro. You gotta don't look at these things in a vacuum. I've been telling y'all forever. Stop looking at what Grimes is doing today and hoping that he's gonna turn into something right now. Let him play. He ain't even played 100 games yet. And y'all keep talking to me about Grimes and his goodness. Let that man get some games under his belt. In 2 years, Grimes is gonna be a good player. I said it on this channel that in 2 years, Quentin Grimes is gonna have an SGA, Kawhi Leonard, Paul George type impact for the Knicks. I said that myself. But in 2 years, Grimes is not that right now. Stop trying to fast forward his progress, bro. He ain't played 90 games yet.
That's the truth. And that's what we do as Knicks fans. We put an expectation on it.
Right. We fast forward in Grimes and then we bash Randall. That's what I'm saying.
Put a date.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a lot of the fans that bash Randall. Now I can't.
Right.
I got.
All I'm saying is relax. The Grimes thing. Let Grimes grow as a player. Let Quickley grow as a player, please. Stop trying to fast forward and stop trying to think they're gonna be John Morant. Nobody, bro. The ratio of dudes that come into the league and be stars off the rip is so minuscule it ain't even worth talking about. Let these dudes develop. In 2 or 3 years, they're gonna be something. And
So I got a question for you, Crazy.
Hold on. So Paris Lucker, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Lucker says Oakley was a better winner. Kurt Thomas was clutch. And you know what else? And they also played next to Patrick Ewing.
Oh wow!
If Julius Randle, Julius Randle played next to Patrick Ewing, what would Julius Randle numbers look like?
No, Julius will take all the shots.
Wow.
See, that's what I'm saying. Nev is a hater. Nev, how you gonna say Julius gonna take all the shots? You know what I mean? That made me question y'all basketball IQ, bro.
He take all the shots.
He trolling. He picking with you, Freezer.
Nah, it just make me question.
You would have a coach like Thibodeau draw in place all the players for him.
Freezer, I got a
No, he wouldn't.
Paris Duggar, thank you for
By the way, I go one to first.
Paris Duggar says Freezy overreacting. Randall is just limited. No, that's not what I'm. Bro, I never said Randall's not limited. I never said Randall was a star. I said appreciate him for. Okay, you know what? I ain't gonna.
Hey, Freeze. I got a question. I'm gonna get you to switch gears, man.
Go ahead,
blood pressure running up. Man. So we talking about waiting on players, right?
Right.
I got a serious question. I'm not even joking, man, because we know that we searching for a third person to be the third option on this team. How long are you willing to wait on RJ? And that ain't just for Freezer, that's for everybody.
Damn.
No, I'm not willing to wait.
Wait on
what? Okay, before you go, Freezy, I'm gonna say one more thing real quick. Yeah, I'm saying one more thing real quick. I don't just love Randall because and I'm not a Randall fan, but I appreciate Randall because he loves New York. I appreciate anyone who loves New York. The reason why I don't bash Obi right now, because Obi loves New York. And it's hard for me to bash anyone who loves a city like that. The reason why I wanted Mitchell, because he loves New York. And I want to start there where the passion for the city will make you make an extra step towards being better. And that's why I'm hoping for Obi will step up. I knew Donovan would step up ridiculously high if he was here. And that's why Randall is doing what he's doing right now, because he wants to be here and he wants to win. So I'm not going to bash any of them, but I will criticize individual plays they make when it's knucklehead plays. Whether it's Randall or Obi or the ultimate point guard in the world who will be in the Hall of Fame someday, Deuce McBride. No matter who it is, I'm going to be supposed to get out of the joke. Okay, but I'm going to support you. But go ahead up. I'm going to wait for RJ. Sorry. My time for RJ is over.
Yeah, because this is the question we need to be having. You know what I mean? Because I did not know when you said that guy didn't even go to the press conference. I said, oh, wow. Okay. But how long are we willing to wait on him? Because this team is waiting on a third option in that starting lineup. Somebody to solidify that between him or Grimes. But how long are you waiting on RJ? He done got the money and he in his fourth year. How long are you willing to wait?
I would give him another.
But wait. When you say what is your expectations? Wait for a team to do what? Like get to the second round? get to the conference finals. Like, because if you waiting on that,
waiting on
if you waiting
RJ to
on
be
that, if you
waiting on
waiting
RJ,
on that,
let me rephrase it.
yeah,
Waiting on RJ to be consistent.
This team will never make the finals with this roster.
Consistency is subjective, but I feel because like if he wasn't get benched, he's getting his near 20 like he always does, which is consistent. Now, how it looks or efficiency, that's different.
Yeah, the efficiency.
That's different, and I can understand the concern about that, but I want to say before the last maybe few games, the last 30 or so, you've been pretty consistent in terms of what you get out of him.
I meant to bring up the efficiency because that's the main thing. Because he's gonna get his 20. He'll fall asleep and get 20.
Because I was like thinking, if you're gonna talk about if we're gonna wait until like the team gets to a certain level, because if RJ is the third person on a team and we don't have nobody at a superstar, an absolute all NBA type level, then you might as well just start over.
Right.
Because that ain't gonna happen.
Right. And also to the how long do you wait on RJ Barrett thing is not necessarily about what personal numbers RJ Barrett reaches. It should be about the ascension of the team overall.
Exactly. To get this team where we need to go. Yeah.
Right. Right. So if RJ Barrett is say at a high end Jimmy Butler and low end Jay Crowder, I'm willing to wait on that, however long it takes. You know what I'm saying? Because Jimmy Butler's and Jay Crowder's, and I'm talking about prime Jay Crowder now. I ain't talking about this Jay Crowder here. If that's what I'm getting, say in 2, 3, 4 years, I'll wait on that because those type players are expensive, right? And if I can wait on RJ Barrett's contract for him to be that, I think I can rock with that.
No.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, the other thing too is what's going on around RJ Barrett. I would be less likely to be patient with RJ Barrett if the guys around him are not developing. Say Grimes, McBride, Quickley, Cam, Obi, Sims are not developing, then I'll be less patient with RJ because my roster is so flawed that I swung and missed on all those dudes.
There you go.
That now I have to take into account what can I get for RJ so I can replace some other dudes. So it's in my opinion, it's all relative. But if you're a Knicks fan, I remind you, the Knicks franchise is that you can't compare the Knicks to the other 29 other teams.
You got that right.
You can't.
The honeymoon phase don't last but so long.
Right. And see, and I've been hearing the whole thing. The whole thing is you know, New York fans think differently than everybody else. New York fans, nah. Brooklyn fans don't act like that. Brooklyn fans don't have this mentality. And Brooklyn, as an organization, has proven to you since their existence that they can go get a star anytime they feel like it. The Knicks, on the other hand, have not proven to you that they can go get a star anytime they feel like it. And whether Knicks fans like it or not, that's what it is. Chop Low is in the building.
I'll go back to that front office, man. Back to the front office. Who you got in charge?
Yeah, but I'm not, just to the RJ point, I'm not sitting there waiting on RJ. If your system is flawed, how are you going to fix it with someone whose game is not predicated to what you're trying to do? You see what I'm saying? You have three guys in the lineup who are lefties, two of which can only go left.
And high usage.
They're all power forwards, by the way.
All of them.
All of them play like power forwards. You're right.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? You're in. It's not that RJ is he's not a bad player, but I could get a better fit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I preface that exactly because some people think when you bring up RJ name that you just want to trash him and stuff. RJ is a player right now that he's not a bad player, but the problem is where he got drafted at, and we all know third overall picks. You're normally looking at a game-changing franchise player for your organization. that you're set when you get that person. Like there's no question mark when you get a number 3.
Yeah, but I'm past that with RJ as far as thinking he's game changing. No.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
some people think he is though.
No, I'm past that with him with that. Even in a couple of years, you know, he may be just Steven Davis. You know what I'm saying? Like he may just be
Steven Jackson.
Steven Jackson. What's my guy that LeBron ran out of Cleveland early in the career?
Mo Williams?
No.
Oh, you talking about
Ricky Davis.
the high
Ricky
flyer.
Davis, yes.
The high flyer kid.
He may just be that. You know, a good scorer. He may just be that. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot. You know, there's a lot of dudes who can score in this game. I saw J.R. Ryder the other day, and J.R. was talking about his career and blah 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 blah. And the one thing that J.R. Ryder left out of his when he was who he was better than, what it was like the consistency of what kind of player you were going to become. Were you going to become a great scorer, or were you going to become what Kobe became? I'm about these rings. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is that what? Where's RJ going? We don't know that. I look at him right now and I'm like, if I could, I would have pulled that Donovan Mitchell that deal in my sleep. The first time his name came on the table, done.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't have thought twice.
Okay.
I would wait another year because I don't like making decisions when you sign a player to a big contract. I think it puts additional pressure on them to perform. Just like Randolph last year when he signed that contract and it didn't turn out too well. I think RJ is going through the same thing.
Wait, you saying Randall signed a contract and it didn't turn out too well? How?
Yeah. I mean, he had a horrible year last year.
It wasn't horrible. It was 20-9 last year. That wasn't horrible.
That efficient. No, whoa. He was a power forward shooting 40% from the field. That is terrible. Let's just get that out the way,
man. I know you want to
for
cut
his
it, but it was
standards. That's
bad.
terrible. He's playing much better this year.
Okay. He was still the best player on the floor last year.
Yeah, what are we even talking?
He was still the best player on the floor last year for us.
The team stunk.
The team was terrible.
The team stunk, but who was your best player last year, Dre, on this team?
Julius Randle.
Oh, okay, exactly.
Right, and then two, the contract was signed.
Right on, guys.
Yeah,
Gotta be objective, man. It was a bad year. Okay, however you want to say it, was a bad year.
The team had a bad year.
Ron.
I can't.
Ron.
I can't.
Ron.
I don't. How? Okay, so Nev, how was it a bad deal? How was it a bad deal, bro? Just explain it to me.
That wasn't a bad deal.
The first, it was overutilized, and he similar to what he's going through, where he did not make the right plays. So it was a bad year for you. See, it doesn't matter how you want to cut it.
It wasn't a bad deal.
I just don't. I swear.
But the point is that that's the reason I would give RJ another year, because again, signing the contract puts additional pressure on players to perform, and they tend to go out of their.
How much money did he make last year? In that year that you said.
Who that?
Randall. Yeah, Randall.
He was
probably like 23, 24, somewhere in there.
Yeah. He had just signed a contract similar to RJ, but the contract was supposed to start the following year.
His extension is right now. He's in his extension.
I hear what you're saying, but my only problem is when you say waiting on RJ, this is the thing. When you talk about pressure, it shouldn't be no pressure on RJ this year. Yeah, he signed that contract, but guess what the Knicks did to help him? The Knicks went and got Brunson.
Yeah, about Brunson.
Brunson and Randall should be taking a lot of pressure off of him, where he should be performing better.
Yeah, but it's the mindset he has that.
Okay, so just
like I'm not about to hold.
Man,
okay,
Julius Randle last year made $19,800,000, and he averaged 20 points a game and 9 rebounds. on a team that by the time February got here, they were on their third point guard.
And he had no identity last year. Lost the total identity for the year before. What's up, G Money? Top low.
What's cracking, slacking, cool cats? How you guys doing?
What's going on, man?
And bro, I can't believe that Nev said Julius. Come on, bro.
That is kind of disrespectful.
But
it is kind of disrespectful.
And that wasn't a bad contract because he even left some money on the table.
Right. Edwin, and thank you for the generous contribution. Edwin says Ron said it best: front office malpractice.
Some malpractice. That's for sure.
Everybody to even put it plainly, I'm not about to say that you can say Randall has flaws because he's a flawed player. A lot of players in the NBA are flawed. It's the roster construction and the coaching that's put him in the positions where his flaws are highlighted even more. Because even if we critique Randall, you can go look at Lakers Twitter or whatever. They win wings over there, and they're even more toxic than Knicks fans, and we haven't won anything. And they hate Anthony Davis for. Could you imagine that? They hate Anthony Davis. Could you imagine that?
He just won a championship for him a few years ago.
But you know what the difference between their franchise and our franchise?
They win championships.
Is they win championships and a star will go there and deal with it. But a star will go play for the Lakers.
But you know what else too? It is too freezing today.
If you ask the top 10 players in the NBA right now, I'm willing to think if you ask the top 10 players in the NBA, no matter what top 10 you think it is or where they rank, if they would come and bear the load of the Knicks franchise, I guarantee you 9 of them will say no.
And you know what else the Lakers normally have, Freezy? They have stability with their franchise so far as a very good coach most of the time.
Right.
And they have a front office that knows what they're doing when they're putting the team together. Up until now, with what Pelinka doing,
when LeBron,
you know what I mean?
I was about to say LeBron. Okay.
Even without LeBron, you go back to the Magic years, the Kobe years, with Jerry West running that thing. They always had their team put together. They knew what they was doing. With us, what we do is we go get players. Our history has been we get players past their prime, and we try to bring them here to try to chase after an elusive ring
or a lottery bus,
and then bring in repetitive players that do the same thing. Remember the year we had all the power forwards on this?
2020, yeah.
We had a bunch of shooting guards.
Yeah.
That's what the Knicks all goes back to that front office, man. The teams that have success in this league, you show me their front office, and I guarantee you they got a good one.
But it's easy to place a good players around a team if you already have the generational talent on your team.
Right.
You
see a generational talent coming to the Knicks?
I agree.
Unless we draft one, no.
That's where this conversation started. That's where the conversation started, man. Like I'm not telling people how to root for their team. What I'm saying is when you root for a team in that way, don't think that there won't be repercussions. Right? Like people say, man, it's freedom of speech. You can say whatever you want to say, but that don't stop somebody from punching you in the face.
Exactly.
You're right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not advocating violence. I'm not advocating what I'm saying.
No, I get what you're saying. You can speak what you want, but you can speak what you want. But if what you're saying is wrong, people don't need to listen to it, right?
Yeah. You can go cuss your boss out if you want to and think you got a job the next day.
Right.
Like I always tell people, you have a right to your opinion, but if your opinion is wrong and based on nothing, no one needs to respect it. You know what I'm saying? You have a right to a belief, but no one needs to respect the belief itself if they don't like it.
Right. Because for my money, right? What I think where I believe a Knicks fan should be at right now is understand that we are a middle of the road team.
Agreed.
Right?
Agreed.
The team right now, the talent on the roster does not have huge explosive upside.
True.
But they do have organic upside that can grow and get better over the years as they play. They get better and better and better. Right? We don't have a Derrick Rose on this roster, a rookie Derrick Rose. We don't have a rookie Kobe on this roster. We don't have a rookie Shaq on this roster. But we do have is a roster full of decent players if developed the right way. They can be quality players down the road. What happens is Knicks fans don't want to hear that. So
They
they're
want to
like,
tank.
yo,
They want to tank, Freezy.
Either they want to tank and
I just
trade
hate
for OG
tanking.
they want to tank and trade for OG Anunoby at the same time. If you trade for OG Anunoby and you trade the draft picks away and you tank, what are you gonna draft with?
Good point.
Yeah, you ain't gonna have nothing.
And OG is
So
okay.
now-
Is OG the savior? No.
No, OG Anunoby
And you know
is
anybody
16
that comes
points
to
a
the Knicks,
game.
he gonna take us to the championship like them
Ah.
delusional Cowboys fans.
Right, bro. That's what I'm saying. All I'm saying is, if you're a Knicks fan, especially if you're an old Knicks fan, if you're a Knicks fan and you're about 30, if you're over 30, you are the exact Knicks fan that I'm talking to. Like, man, be patient, man.
Agreed.
That's exactly where I'm at. That's why I'm waiting till the end of the season to make any big moves.
Because Quentin Grimes is not going to turn into Kobe. He not.
No.
Yeah,
He
I
not,
agree.
right? But what he could do, though, however, he could have an impact like Kawhi Leonard, who climbed the ladder slow, really slow, and then before you know it, in his 4th, 5th year, he's a top 30 player in the NBA. But Kawhi Leonard did not come into the league as that. Paul George did not come into the league as that. It took time. Jimmy Butler did not come into the league as that. There was a slow climb. Andrew Wiggins, slow climb, slow burn. You know what I'm saying? Just wait for my thing with Grimes is the reason why I even say ham sandwich is because a dude said he was Ray Allen with Gary Payton defense.
People say Klay Thompson off the rip.
Hey,
Do you know
well,
how
I'm gonna tell you
disrespectful Ron
what
does
I
things?
said about him, and I stand on it. What I see in the kid coming in is a young Klay Thompson. I ain't talking. You gotta preface when you say stuff. You gotta make sure you preface it where people can understand.
Right.
Klay Thompson wasn't Klay Thompson when he stepped in the NBA. Not at all. Very similar to what Grimes is. Even all the people who scouted him when he came in the league, if you go back and look at it, that's who they compared him to too. You can see the similarities. Not saying he's the Klay Thompson that we see the finished product. No, he's not that. You know what I mean? If he become half of what Klay Thompson is, you got a very good player.
Right. But you gotta wait and see. He's not that guy right now.
Yeah, we got to be patient, man. That's why I say just enjoy this season, man. Hey, Leon, if you're listening, don't do nothing stupid. Wait till the end of the season and go and get one of these disgruntled players because it's gonna be somebody shake loose. And I got my eyes right on Phoenix. I got my eyes on Devin Booker because they about to implode over there, man. They're already saying
They looking at OG over there, by the way. They want OG too.
Yeah,
they're
Phoenix,
ready
yeah.
to send Crowder home, and your coach arguing on the sideline with Ayton, and the way they gave him the money was a backdoor money deal. He didn't. That man wanted up out of there. So
They might
Chris
trade.
Paul is finished. That team is in a lot of trouble. And
I never knew this, Uncle Ron.
No,
I never knew that, Uncle Ron.
What's that?
No, everything you just said right now with the Denver and what's going on. And
Oh yeah.
No, Phoenix.
Phoenix.
Oh, Phoenix. Yeah.
They had it at a bad. Chris Paul is done. He's done.
He looks old.
Yeah, he's done.
Kyle Lowry. You remember when people were talking about trade for Kyle Lowry? How Kyle Lowry look right now?
He is
Kyle Lowry
washed.
fell off.
A grandpa.
He done fell off, man. He like what AD say, man. Short players get wider, they don't get taller.
Right. Yo, and so what I'm getting at, I didn't mean to listen. If you're a Knicks fan and you got touchy about what I said earlier, man, I'm kind of either way on it. What I want to do though is express this point, man. At some point, man, we have to appreciate what we have. Right? I mean, Jalen Brunson, is he the best point guard we ever had? No. Is he top 10 even to Jalen Brunson has only played 40 games with us. So for us to even consider Jalen Brunson top 10 for a franchise that's 78 years old, it's shame on us.
Oh yeah. You can't go with that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So what ultimately, like what I would say is the Knicks should probably do something to help these guys get better over these last 30 games. All this other foolishness about trying to turn them into a championship contender at the trade deadline,
it ain't happening.
That never happens.
That's not gonna happen.
You don't take a 7 or 8 seed and turn them into a number 1 seed by making one trade at the trade deadline.
No.
It just don't happen. It just don't happen, man. But anyway, I got to get out of here, man. We've been on for like 5.5 hours.
Yeah, man. Hey, but Freezy, I gotta say this, man. You know really where we at, man. We in uncharted territories, man.
Right.
You know, we somewhere the Knicks ain't never been. We rebuilding. That's what we doing. We rebuilding. And finally, we finally doing it, and we don't have stuff all screwed up. We can make moves and maneuver to get out of this thing, man. But they just got to continue being patient, man. Don't make no hasty decision. Bring in the right players, man, because we've been for so long getting too many of the wrong players in here, man.
Right.
That's my thing. Don't bring OG here, man. I'm sorry. Do not bring him in.
Yeah. All right,
no.